get with the whole imaginative, explorative part of it, you think, oh, anything's possible. The sky is the limit. And then you're like, okay, now that I think about it, it does present itself flat. It does have a geometric kind of, it looks horizontal. I mean, then you connect yourself back to reality and say, holy shit. Like, I was missing the forest for the trees the whole time. And then you go on the path of re-understanding and detoxifying yourself from all that shit you just willingly flooded into your brain. Like, all the space documentaries were cartoons. All the shit was just stories and rumors. Not any of it was science. Whole bunch of baseless claims. Whole bunch of just like, it's even more conspiratorial than it's the most conspiratorial shit you can come up with. That's what NASA. That's what the whole illusion of it is.
Yeah, it's a good trick. But, you know, you're dealing with people who are very smart, very clever, have millions and billions of dollars, like understand human psychology and just a lot of things like that. But because like I'm doing debates with Globers, and they always kind of show us this stuff where you see the windmills over the horizon.
Right, the long distance observational. Yeah, they get really confused with those things.
And then I show them, on the coffee table how things can disappear bottom up, and I know. So it's just like it is a perspective thing.
Well, it's what I always like to say, and when you talk to these guys that say, "Oh, look at this! This is evidence of Earth curvature." They're doing an observation, but you have to consider perspective. That's the main one, right? Your angular resolution, and then you also have to consider refraction, like the optical illusion of light bending through the medium of the air, and also the diffractive limits of your eye or whatever camera, the aperture itself, the focal, like. When we see things disappearing, they're not disappearing over a curvature. It's an effect of convergence. It's going to converge at your focal limit of your aperture or your eye. It's also going to refract away from you because of the angle of the sun and the way that it moves. There's a whole bunch of things that I don't ever hear them consider. It's usually just as mind-numbingly dumb as saying Earth curvature. It's like, no, it's not that simple. Unfortunately for you, you're going to have to look a little bit deeper into these things.
I just don't like the whole like zoom in. You zoom in and you can see the boat again, because I'm pretty sure if you zoomed in on these windmills, you wouldn't be able to see the bottom of it. I think zooming in, all it does is just magnify what you can already observe. If you get me.
Yeah, you're still bound by the observer height, the angle of which, because it doesn't matter, like. You're still going to have to consider the focal point, the convergent point of whatever optic you're using, even if it's your eye. Now, if you're using a camera, yeah, you can resolve things in a much more finer detail, but you're still going to have the same limitations of the diffraction limits of the aperture. And that's just because of the angle, the altitude. If you go up higher, you're not going to have any of those problems. It's the convergence of the eye line. But my favorite question, and I love asking Globers this one, is that how do they know how to distinguish curvature from refraction? I've not met a baller yet that can distinguish curvature from refraction. They don't even know how to go about doing it.
Well, that's like asking them, how can you distinguish curvature from curvature? Because to them, when they see refraction causing curvature or blocking something out, they assume that it's the curve of the Earth every time.
Right, it's their biggest cop-out. They'll say refraction whenever it fits them, and then you ask them, okay, what's refraction? They'll have to say it's an optical illusion. They'll have to, I don't know. They can't distinguish it.
Well, they always say it looks flat because of refraction, but they never go the other way. And there's like,
right.
It looks like a globe because of refraction. So,
well, you're never going to look at something. Here's the fact of it, and they'll even concede it. You're never going to see, especially if you're doing long distance observation, even in surveying, you're never going to see something that isn't still affected by refraction. You're still going to have light bending through the medium of the air. It can scatter, it can do all sorts of optical illusion, but you're never going to not be seen through air, so you're always going to have refraction.
True that. That's where they say, well, they said, the Al-Biruni thing was because he was up a mountain or something with less air, less refraction.
Yeah, Al-Biruni is like one of those things, like with the Eratosthenes thing. Like, I have yet to this day actually seen the source material for it. I've never seen any of his writing. Right. I've never seen any of that stuff that he said he was doing. It's all rumors and hearsay. So I'm like, how can we truly analyze these things if we don't even know what the guy said himself? All you'll get is people talking to you about what he said or what he was doing or things they heard that he did. It's like, come on, dude. Just show me the reference. Where are you getting this shit from?
Well, I seen one, the guy takes his iPhone up with a level in it that, and it's like 3 degrees below level at 30,000 feet. But then they went up 120,000 feet and it was still that 3 degree drop. Like, it didn't change. And that's the thing. That's with Bob's ring laser, where like everyone's, oh, thanks, Bob, proving Earth's. But I've never seen why. I've never seen him show it. Like, show us the ring laser doing this 15-degree drift. I don't know. I tried to look for it, and
yeah, better yet. I mean, that just proves that he didn't calibrate it well at all. Because here's the thing with that ring laser gyro. If that's going to be the running idea that all ring laser gyros show 50, I don't think all ring laser gyros show 15 degrees per hour. Anything. Like, that's just showing you that it's not calibrated correctly. Because if you wanted to actually use a ring gyro accurately in terms of finding out where you are in a three-dimensional space and understanding, you're going to have to calibrate it to 0. Because if you're getting 15 degrees, that could be a whole bunch of different issues. But here's the thing. Not all ring laser gyros, if you turn them on, they're not all going to give you 15 degrees anything.
And that's the thing, should be testable and repeatable. And I've only heard hearsay from Bob. So yeah, it should be like 100 other people.
And to be fair, because to be fair to Bob, he's not an expert on it, right? He bought it and he turned it on and he was like, whoa, what was this? It's like, okay, dude, like, maybe do a little bit of research with it, figure it out. But he probably had a camera crew and people, like, he didn't have the ability to learn it, really. So he's kind of maybe on the spot for a lot of it, to his defense.
Well, apparently he went to like up a mountain and different longitudes and latitudes and it behaved differently or something, and I don't know. But yeah, again, I'd like to see someone else who has one, like, I don't know.
Yeah, it should be literally every ring laser gyro will show you 15 degrees.
Yeah.
And even if it shows you 15 degrees, you still kind of debunked the Earth rotation because the Earth doesn't rotate at 15 degrees. Sometimes it's 14.9 or 15 point. It's kind of an inconsistent number. But if it's 15 degrees every time, then you know that may be just a mechanical operation of a light spinning through a 360-degree circular field. Or there's so many different ways you could understand that. But if it's a constant 15 degrees, that's not what we observe in reality. That's not what even their math will tell you.
Yeah, it's just, because you'd have to manipulate the independent variable, which is Earth spin. So I don't think you're going to stop and start Earth spin to see if that's the cause.
Well, it's like that. It's like that. The smartest thing Einstein ever said was that you can't optically discern the movement of the Earth. You can't say that the Earth is moving in any directions if it's going to be based on optics. So,
Yeah, I seen something where he said no device can measure the Earth's spin or something.
yeah, he was responding to Michelson Morley, because Michelson Morley, they were using lasers and they were trying to see if they could detect the Earth moving, and they were like, "Oh, well, we can't detect ether necessarily, but it does kind of prove like a stationary Earth, like." And then that's why Einstein responded saying, "Oh, well, you're not going to be able to use optics to see the spin of the Earth or anything like that." So,
Was the result of the test? They say null, or what is it? The test when they conclude, what's the conclusion of the test? They say is a null, right? Marcus and Maury.
yeah, they were confused at the fact that they couldn't, because of the lasers. They were expecting to see a deviation, and they didn't get the deviation they were looking for. And they couldn't conclude that the Earth was moving from that. Now, they were looking for ether. They were trying to get a deeper insight to what ether is. They didn't really get anything with that, and that may have just been the problems with the test itself. But they didn't get any Earth rotation, that's for sure.
Right, because it wasn't like the same timing, right? They were expecting like 15 minutes or so, for the laser light to meet each other, but they couldn't get that. Sometimes there is delays, like there is variation between the two lights.
The wavelength should have been off a little bit, but it wasn't. It was exactly matched
Way
up.
off, yeah.
Anyway, I don't know.
Yeah, there is no rotation at all, not even like when you explain the season with the rotation, it doesn't make any sense. I just like went to the the roast, the restaurant. We have like a roast machine, chicken roast machine. You put the chicken and it's roasting like that, and the chicken is turning
Rotating
around, and there is a heat behind it. So I was like, I laughed, because I thought, okay, the chicken is the Earth, and it's, and the heat behind it is the sun. So if you make it lean a little bit, like 23 degrees, it's not gonna change anything, I mean, it's gonna stay the same, it's gonna roast the chicken the same way. It's not gonna change at all. The temperature, it's not gonna change the temperature of the chicken either side, because it's still, we got the same heat source.
You're thinking like a flat earther. You're like, holy shit. The rotation of this chicken is the same. Yeah.
What we need
I
is
think
the
about this shit
temperature.
everywhere.
It's water gas.
So what, Hank?
The temperature and the water gas. Hey everybody, how you doing? Good to see you, bro.
Nice seeing you, man.
Send Cleanser up in the house.
Yeah, because the season is not gonna be explained by them model at all. That 23.5 degrees is not gonna make it. It's not gonna make it like winter in northern hemisphere and summer in southern hemisphere. It's not gonna work that way unless the sun is very close to us, something like very close. You move it, because this 23 degrees is nothing. It's only I think it was like 2,000 something miles if you lean it, That's the coverage of the area. Only 2,000 miles of that ball.
Oh, that ball.
Yeah.
Wally.
It's like if you just like you're telling us, if you move the Earth, you push it a little bit on space, you push it a little bit, like 2,000 miles, then it's gonna be, cold and hot. That's what it is exactly. You push it a little bit, like in space, left or right,
It's kind of like
yeah.
It's kind of like their. Have you ever seen, or you probably guys have all heard, if you're in it long enough, they'll talk about the Foucault pendulum being a proof that the Earth is rotating. But it's
Right, yeah.
just from a mechanical like critical understanding of that. Whenever you have a ball socket, which is going to be like pretty much a circle, a 360-degree circle, whenever you push that ball, it's gonna, at the crux of it, deviate. So you're gonna get a deviation at the crux. That's just how the ball.
Yeah, exactly. And anything that's
socket
hanging
works. So they'll come up with
Anything
all
that-
these little.
Yeah. Go ahead.
But it's really just like if I had a pendulum, right, and it has a ball socket joint at the top of it, if I swing it or I let go of it and I start the pendulum, as soon as it goes to the other side, it's going to deflect based on the fact that the ball socket itself is a circle. So it's going to deflect at a different angle. That's just conservation of momentum and deflection. But they'll tell you, no, this is the Earth moving. It's like, what the hell?
And you have to start it. It's just like a bell, You start the bell, like the church bell, It's the same thing. You have to start it first, It's not going to move by itself until you start it. Yeah.
It's just like parlor tricks. It's like they're proofs of Earth rotation or parlor tricks in like little sleight of hand. Just like, come on.
Yeah. And also there is the crane, the crane, the one that's like, the big cranes that for the tall building, it's like maybe at least, it's like 40 meters. And that will be hanging like this and it stays still. It's not, you don't see it like a swinging like the pendulum. Never seen it like that. It's not going to work. It's going to crush all the building, next to it. Yeah. It's the same concept as a pendulum.
Good old pendulum, eh?
The good old Foucault.
It's electrical, because if you have like positive and negative in between, and you put a copper in the middle, it's gonna just do the same thing, It's gonna move from one pole to another pole. That's what it's gonna do.
Well, apparently they're generated by an electrical motor up the top, and I've seen a company install them, and it doesn't freely spin. There's like something to do with how it's set up, and then the electrical motor and all this other stuff.
Yeah, electrical motor, because it's gonna be like the positive is gonna be like, let's say it's the same as the South Pole and the North Pole in flat Earth map. It's the same concept. It's gonna be the positive, all around the pendulum, and then in the middle is negative. And then you got the ball. You could do it, you could get a battery, double A batteries, and you get a copper wire, and you make it like circle around, like if you put it positive and negative, I put it in between, it will do the same thing. It will move, it will rotate.
Yeah, I've actually done that. Put the wire to positive to negative, and it starts rotating.
Yes.
I'll get a video on that because that was so cool.
Yeah. So what else they're gonna prove? They can't prove anything, I mean, we're just looking for the curvature. That's the easiest thing ever you could prove, curvature.
Man, they ain't got nothing, bro. They're so desperate they still use Eratosthenes, even though Carl Sagan demonstrated way back in the day that it works on a flat Earth. Neil deGrasse Tyson admit that Eratosthenes things works on a flat Earth. You can put beer cans on your table that you eat on, right? Your dining table, and you can see that it doesn't work, but people still use it every day. Like it's proof. And that's how desperate they are. They're desperate. They hope that the Can't Fog a Mirror masses will just believe it because somebody in a lab coat said it.
Dude, that was funny because Danny Faulkner was in here. I don't know, maybe last week, and the first thing he brought up was Eratosthenes, and I tried to jump in, and I was like, dude, how are you going to be this well into the debate and still be using this debunked things? Like,
who's Danny Faulkner?
He's one of the Answers in Genesis guys, like a huge young Earth creationist, anti-flat Earth guy. Look him up. He's written a lot of about how that flat Earth isn't real or something, and we have a young Earth, all this other stuff. But he's an avid listener, apparently.
Yeah. I thought it was what is it? The dude, astrophysicist or something, or he runs an observatory or something.
And he bought a telescope. He looked through a telescope once and he Wikipedia'd a couple of things. And then he wrote a book.
And that's it. It's like, then show me the sun rays coming in at parallel. You know, they'll never show you that. And that's the thing, it always comes back to curvature. Like, talk about the sticks and satellite, and then show me the curvature. You know, the stars do this, that's why it's a globe, well then show me the curvature.
Yeah. You cannot just assume it, you know, like there is curvature and therefore we have satellite, we have space, we have all this, you know. You got to prove it first before moving on in any other subject. And it's easy, you know.
Well, that's where I've heard of.
It's very easy because they say the ship disappeared because of the curvature. Let's prove it. And then they say, oh no, the Earth is too big, you know, you can't see the curvature. Which one is it? It can't be both, you know.
Yeah, well, I was talking to this guy and he was saying, like, even if everybody in the whole world knew it was flat, the governments would still deny it. NASA would still deny it.
I don't think they would. Like, I thought about that too. Like you think of NASA, they're so in deep. They're married to the ball. They love this global ball ideology. But I think that if flat Earth got more traction and more people started being convinced that of reality, right? The Earth presents itself being flat. If most people, I think that they would say, "Oh, these are just these are just lensing effects." I think they would change it all and kind of.
Yeah, it's like the mentality of the dictators. You know, if you have the power, you have all the authority. It's hard to give it up. You know, you're not gonna give it up. You know, you see the whole nation went out on the street demonstrating against you. You still think you are the best, you know, leader ever happened. That's why we have dictators, you know, dictatorship all over, you know, like in Africa and everywhere. It's hard to give up the power. Look at Trump, same thing, you know. So. I know there's a Trump supporter here, you know, but just making an example, you know, is for the power. You know, like
hey, is there a mod here that can unmute Jazza? He's chomping at the bits. I guess he's muted. I don't know.
Your answers have been, your prayers have been answered.
There you go, Jazza. Give thanks. Count your blessings.
Now or forever hold your peace.
Jazz is the one with the channel in online, like YouTube channel. Is that the same guy? Like he got a lot of experiments, and is he the same person?
Oh no, that's not me.
Oh, okay. I think it's you. You know, it's like you have the same accent as him. You know, like Australian or something like that.
What do you
I
mean
think
by
Jazz's claim to
experiment?
fame is that he's been in a helicopter.
I drive them / fly them.
You're not the same person?
Flat.
You have YouTube channel, right?
Finish your song, Jim. You drive them, you fly them, you know the earth is flat.
Okay, I figured out why they keep using it. Right? They keep using it because if you go to YouTube and you type in Eratosthenes and Carl Sagan, they cut out the part where he says that it would work on a flat earth too. So I guess, Wikipedia and YouTube is...
You know what else they do? They cut out the part where they reproduce that experiment today live.
Yeah,
it hasn't
I've
been
seen
redone,
the
has it?
graph.
Deception, I mean, they're supposed to tell the truth, like this, you tell it if it works in both ways, because like Einstein and these guys, they tell, they say you could say the earth is moving or the sky is moving, so they were a little bit honest about
listen, this is why the funny thing is it didn't have anything to do with the curvature of the earth at all. It wasn't a heliocentric ball. It wasn't an experiment for flat earth either. It was trying to find the distance to the sun. And the only thing that he concluded was that we can think of it two ways. Either it's really far or really close. So you could have 3 sticks, you could have 4, 5, 6 sticks, it doesn't matter. Mm-hmm. There's still the dilemma of discerning and picking whether you want to believe it's close or very far away. The problem exists for both.
Yes.
And if you see, I've got my pictures there, Decimal Z on YouTube, he goes into this in depth about triangulating the sun and just how it wouldn't work because it's kind of like trying to triangulate a rainbow wherever you see it in a different spot. That's why it's just hard to triangulate.
Yeah, you gotta have like another point, to measure from, right? The third point, like something behind the laser or something like that, an object behind the laser, then you could get the distance.
Yeah, you could get 2 points here on Earth, but whenever you look up into the sky, there's no depth perception. You have no way of gauging distances at all. It's not enough information to make a definitive claim. That's what even Eratosthenes concluded. He's like, you could think it's really close, or you could think it's really far. That's what he concluded. Doesn't matter how many sticks you got in fucking wells or whatever.
I used to find it where Neil deGrasse Tyson said that Carl Sagan was wrong about Eratosthenes, where he said that it could be done on a flat Earth, but I can't find it. I guess algorithms have changed.
Well,
Carl Sagan was the guy who gave him a job. He could disagree with his teacher or sensei.
He did, though. He proved his sensei wrong. I've seen the video.
When it comes to proving, do the rays come in parallel or do they diverge? Where I posted a photo where it's clearly diverging. So
yeah, I got one too. Anytime you type in umbra and penumbra like this, and then
Globers will say they're nearly parallel. They're almost parallel.
Those lines are all, see, straight lines curve.
They're almost parallel. You could think of them as parallel.
Yeah, anytime someone brings up Eratosthenes or the
you found the video?
Solar eclipse. No, sir, I did not. Anytime someone brings those two things up, they're completely contradictory. They contradict each other because the solar eclipse says that this is happening, right? Yes. In order to cause what I'm about to post. Because the totality of eclipse is only a couple hundred to like 300 miles across, right? whenever there's a solar eclipse, the shadow on the Earth is very small, right? Well, the moon is 1/4
Yes.
the size of the Earth. So how is it a very small shadow? Well, they give you the umbra and penumbra, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, the light isn't parallel, and according to the Eratosthenes experiment, it has to be parallel. So which one is it? Is the moon smaller than they say, or is Eratosthenes correct? And it
Speak.
can't be both.
Just classic double speak.
Yeah.
I can already
That's-
hear him saying it's both.
Yeah, it's gonna be converging if they have umbra and penumbra. It cannot be both, like they can use the both models to explain something,
The ball
Seems
is whatever
like-
you want it to be. It's,
Yeah. It just does everything. It can do anything.
So that's not because
39.59
Jupiter's too far
doesn't
away.
really matter.
There's no umbra and penumbra on Jupiter, unless that image is fake.
And also, as for the shadow, they say the shadow, the center of the shadow, it should be very white. Like if you test it, you make shine a light in spheres, and then the shadow, when it hits the other object, the sphere object, it's not gonna be equal, in all parts. The mirror is gonna be much brighter than the sides.
That's right. That's the totality
Yeah.
of the eclipse. Yeah, so anytime anybody brings the eclipse or Eratosthenes up, just hit them with these right here and watch them cry themselves to sleep.
So I've never.
You just don't get it, Hank. What are you talking? You just don't get it.
Yeah, I just don't understand that straight lines are 90-degree angle are also like 50 and 70-degree angles. It's the same thing.
Tricks are for kids, silly rabbits.
Yeah, I'm gonna download the picture, both of them.
They'll say you just
think it
don't
was-
get it, and then immediately appeal to authority right after.
Yeah.
How come they don't bet us $1 million to 1 or $500,000 to $1 that they're just around and take us to court and bet the money over it?
I know. I think most people just. It's just I don't know.
I'm just saying, I got the buck. I'm ready.
Well, here's the thing. Like, if you took relativity to court and you say, I didn't crash into that person, I wasn't moving any speed, they crashed into me, relative, because if you're driving in a car going 70 miles an hour and you hit someone, you could say, I was going actually 0 miles per hour relative to their speed. You know what I mean? But that
Yeah,
shit
but-
wouldn't work in court.
The side of their car hit the front of my car. It's their fault.
Well, the Earth is
Yeah,
spinning.
they were
at
moving to me. I was at relatively 0 speed.
I was going east at this speed while the Earth was spinning west at this speed, and we
But that's
collided.
DMOC, isn't that the I was asking because I'll go on Jose's. He'll have his little Discord panel of Globers, right? But it was funny because Blue Marble was talking about Einstein's field equations, and these have absolutely everything to do with coming up with the measurements of speed of two relative positions. And there's not really anybody that I know, especially Globers, that can solve his field equations. So if you ever hear someone who believes in Einsteinian field equations of relativity, ask them to solve one of those for you. I've not met a single Glober that can do it. It's just nonsense. They just believe these things.
I haven't saw any of them looking a well and measuring any shadows either. At a certain distance apart, live in the same day, same time.
But if you were like an avid believer, like if you were like you were super into Einstein, you believed all the relativity, but you couldn't prove any of his equations, you didn't even know what the hell he was actually trying to say. Nobody knows what he was really trying to say. I've not met a single Glober that can tell me what his equations actually even mean.
Bro, instead of talking to them about their equations, just hit them with that. That one thing right there. It's the biggest mix match between theory and observation in all of science. And it's gravity. So it's one of those things where it says it right there. Discrepancy between theory. What theory? Go to the next sentence above it. Gravitational. So the gravitational theory, what is that? Well, that's Einstein. Well, it's an incredible 120 orders of magnitude off of what they would expect to see. And then ask them.
Right, that's why they're looking somewhere else.
Ask them, I'm not very smart, guys. Is 120 orders of magnitude, is that a big number?
Nope.
There you go again. You just don't get it, mate. You just don't get That's their fallback answer. You guys just don't get it.
It's a much
You're like, damn
bigger
right.
number.
I don't know anybody that does.
It's a much bigger number than 10 to the minus 17 is not a negative number, put it that way.
Guys that don't play that game.
It's a really big number. When I bring this up to them, they got nothing. They got nothing. Every time I bring this up. The most they could do is say, well, if you look at the Lorentz contraction and you substitute it for something else, we can get it down to 60 orders of magnitude. Oh, really? Like, is that a big number?
Relatively bigger number, lesser number. I love relativity. It's kind of like the mathematical cop-out, because they'll say gravity is pretty much the answer for most things, and that boils down to everything is just relative to something else. It's a way of saying you can't really know anything. It's just like, oh, you're going this speed relative to what?
But dude, you just used it in agreement.
I agreed that relativity is a convoluted non-statement, yeah.
Okay, if you want to reverse it to that.
Because our Earth is stationary and our Earth isn't moving. We can all agree.
What?
See, this is why relativity and flat Earth disagree, because on a flat Earth, we're all experiencing stationary things at rest. But only in your model of understanding gravity, you think everything's moving all the time at like 20 different directions and different speed. It's nonsense. That's why you say relativity. It's a way of not knowing.
Okay, but do you know what acceleration is?
Right, yeah. It's what forces do.
So the
Wait a minute,
Earth...
is that a Glober we have online? Are you a Glober, sir?
Hang on, the Earth's spinning. It's doing the same shit that it's always done.
Acceleration is
So it's
resistance.
not accelerating.
Movement.
It's not accelerating.
I remember waking up.
We know it's not accelerating. That's our point.
No,
Yeah,
but
well,
just like when you accelerate to 60 miles an hour in your car and then you get to 60 miles an hour and stay there, you don't feel it.
Yeah, you do.
No, you do. You,
Jeff,
if
can we
you've got
clear
your
this up
eyes
real
open,
quick?
Do you constantly think that you're doing 60 miles? Oh, fuck! My senses are telling me my.
Yes, you do. When you're a little kid, man, you feel all that shit in your belly. You feel movement. You feel dips. You feel hills. You feel rises. You feel all that shit at 20 and 30 miles an hour. Not even 60. You're going crazy with 60.
Exactly. Because do you know why?
No, you'd feel 30 too. So you'd really feel it at 60, is what I'm telling you, man.
You'd feel it at 10 because do you know
faster
why?
you go, the more you're
not
gonna
going
feel.
perfectly straight.
Listen, you just said you wouldn't feel it. Now you're
How
telling
do
me
we
I'm
get
going to
off
feel
on
it
this
at 10.
tangent?
I was trying to give you a very basic bitch example.
Hold on.
Sorry.
You're agreeing that we feel it, that we would feel it, but now you're saying we wouldn't. So which one are you saying?
I was saying, hypothetically, if a course of road's not perfectly flat and straight and non-angular turning everywhere, of course you're going to feel it. I'm saying if it was, you wouldn't feel it.
So your point is that the Earth's spinning, but we just can't feel it because of that car analogy.
We can't feel it.
Kind of weird,
because
yeah.
Earth's doing the same old shit. It's not science and rockets. It's really not.
Well, it's just like the sun on the flat or round, the sticks and shadows. Like it can happen both ways. So you have to consider both options.
Yeah, but that's the other thing with the Aristophanes thing. Yeah, okay, you can put a stick on a flat floor and have it 90 degrees at noon right over one stick. On the angled stick perpendicular to the curve, you're going to have a longer angle so you can calculate that.
What curve? You mean if you did
because hang on.
A curved
Are
hold
you,
on.
are you
Hold on.
presupposing Are you presupposing it's flat?
Your
No,
house.
I'm wondering why you're presupposing there's a curve somewhere. I'm asking you what curve is what I'm saying. Can you hear me?
Oh well, then
I
in a
didn't
court of
presuppose anything. I said what curve.
and then in a court of law, we've just cancelled out each other's arguments because you
No, I don't
presupposed
think so.
flat, and I
I'll bring a cup of
presupposed
water
curves.
and sit it
How
right
is
on the floor of the
questioning
judge's
a
table,
presupposition?
and we'll be good to go. So, what in the hell are you talking about, Jim?
Well, what he's not talking about is these 120 orders of magnitude, the discrepancy between the gravitational theory, right? I posted a couple links, right?
How can you even talk about the gravitational theory when you don't even believe in it? So why are you even bringing it up?
Well, this guy apparently he doesn't believe in it either, and he's got some letters after his name.
He has to bring it up in order to let you understand that it's not right. You know, I mean, do you get it?
I mean, whatever you do, don't click on those links and read them because you might actually learn something, and that would be bad, right?
But
He doesn't want to learn about density and potential.
Speaking of density and potential, there's one thing
You
we
just came
can
and
roll
rolled it
out.
out, bro. He helped right on it, like the density potential train to get me out of here. So we don't have to talk about how this Harvard professor said that this is the greatest mixed match between observation and theory in the history of all of science. And he was talking about gravity.
I heard him say that in person. He did a lecture at my university, and he said that exact quote you just said, Hank. I also heard Neil deGrasse Tyson. He did a lecture for about 3 hours. These guys are telling you up front that it's not. They don't have a clue. That's what they know enough to know that they don't have a clue.
How can we calculate the energy density in the vacuum? This is one of the major unsolved problems in physics. The simplest calculation involves summing the quantum mechanics zero-point energies of the field known in nature. This gives us an answer of 120 orders of magnitude higher than the upper limits set by the cosmological observation. This is probably the worst theoretical prediction in the history of physics. Nobody knows how to make sense of this result. Some physical mechanism must exist to make the cosmological constant very small. Some physicists have thought that a mechanism must exist exactly equal to zero, but in the last few years, there's been increasing evidence that the cosmological constant is small but non-zero. So what were they talking about? In the paragraph right above that, to notion the energy momentum tensor of the vacuum can thus write the modification gravitational field equation. So they're talking about gravity, bro. But never you mind. You probably wouldn't want to read general relativity and introduction for physics. You probably wouldn't be interested in anything like that, would you?
Oh no, shit no, because it proves the Earth's flat. Fuck, I wouldn't want to hear that.
Well, it was one test I seen. It's good. The helium in a vacuum chamber. So the helium.
Yes.
And
I'm glad a flat earther is bringing this up. Thank you.
But
Anything but what I was talking about, right?
I know that stuff is going over my head.
What happens to helium in a vacuum chamber?
It sinks when you take the air out.
Because what happens in the atmosphere with helium, and why would you think that when the air's evacuated in a vacuum chamber that it would sink?
Wouldn't the actual balloon material itself be denser?
No, it's because helium's lighter than air, and every molecule has mass, including helium. That's why when the air's removed, that it's lighter than that it sinks.
So it's still a density thing. The helium's denser than nothing.
No, it's lighter. There's this density buoyancy thing. You've got to get, you guys. I'm trying to help you here. You've got to get away from that. because when you're
it's observable. You put a ball into a swimming pool and it.
yeah, okay, that works. But when you're in a fighter
Jazz,
jet,
hold on.
hang on.
Hold on. We don't have. Okay.
Just let him finish.
No, I'm saying when I'm flying along straight and level, I haven't had the privilege enough of flying F-16 or an F-18, but when I'm flying along straight and level at 600 knots and pull straight up and pull 9 Gs, my head that weighs, obviously I don't have any brain in there, so it weighs 900 grams, let's say. 9 Gs, it weighs 100 grams at straight and level flight. So I've got 9 times the force of my skull pressing down. You can see this in any video of a fighter jet in the cockpit you watch. There is not all of a sudden the pressure, the density and buoyancy of the atmosphere pressing down on the pilot's head when these maneuvers are done. 1, because they're in an enclosed cockpit. 2, it's pressurized. And 3, that's just fucking crazy. I'll just throw that out there.
Sorry, just a clarification. What do you mean by mass?
Right.
Your skull has a weight to it, does it not?
Sure, I guess you would have to
Like
take it off my body to get the accurate weight.
Yeah, like if a psycho cut your head off and the cops come along and picked up, oh, here's fucking Hank's head, fucking weighs this much. Fuck, he's got a massive brain in there.
There's a pressure. There's a pressure.
I know. See, this is what you're not getting.
So mass is weight?
Density is weight and so is buoyancy. It's all got the G involved. This is what I'm trying to say.
What's mass?
And by
Go ahead
G,
and
I
define
don't.
mass for us.
And by G, I don't mean the G's, man. If you know what I'm saying.
So I don't get the link between the helium balloon and the G-force stuff.
Actually, I could make a really funny joke about that right now, but I won't do it.
Yeah, what a pussy. Make the joke, pussy.
No, because you guys can't find it, I'm not going to make it. But I just did by saying that.
I'm just curious, like, you're saying the helium balloon should still be rising even though it's in a vacuum?
No, what I'm saying is every molecule has a mass that is attracted to gravity or density and buoyancy, if you want to use that. Helium and hydrogen are lighter than air, so they will rise into the air. But when you remove the air, they sink to the ground. It's not rocket science.
Sorry, did you say that the mass was attracted? Did you say the mass was attracted to something? What's it attracted to?
What's that? NASA's attracted to NASA.
No, you said mass was attracted to something. What's the mass attracted to?
A much larger mass attracts a smaller mass.
Oh, you know that was debunked by Einstein, right? Somebody beat me to it.
And small mass doesn't attract, is it?
You do know that whatever form of Einstein's gravity you use doesn't work for you. So you guys come up with some brand new thing? Oh, density and buoyancy. That doesn't work because G's still involved.
Okay, go ahead and pay attention to 33 after the hour. Newton's 2 crowning achievement, the laws of motion and the laws of gravitation, that had reigned supreme since before the Principe of 1687, were toppled from the throne by Einstein. Douglas Klein, professor of physics. Are you smarter than that guy? Do you know better than him?
I don't know. You're smarter than Einstein, so obviously I'm not smarter than him.
No, I'm just quoting. I'm just citing a source here. Because Isaac Newton's law of gravity serves so well explaining the behavior of the solar system, The question arises, why was it so necessary to develop a new theory of gravity? The answer is that Newtonian's theory violates special relativity, for it requires unspecified action at a distance, through which any two objects, such as the Sun and Earth, instantaneously pull each other, no matter how far apart. However, instantaneous response would require the gravitational interaction to propagate at infinite speed, which is precluded by special relativity. So here's some people saying that we're done with the mass attracting mass thing. Do you also think gravity is a force? Do you think gravity is a force too?
I wouldn't really call it a force at this point. After all this time, even though Einstein's a good dude and obviously not theorized.
Because I had something for your ass too if you said yeah.
Yeah, if you claim that gravity is the mass attracting mass, then it is a force.
No, I'd say it's more of a law, if anything.
No, it's not a law. It's a force, an attraction force.
Well, it's been upholding the law for a fucking long time, hasn't it?
It's like magnetism.
But
which is not only one kind. Magnetism has many kinds of manifestation.
No,
magnetism, diamagnetism, paramagnetism, and repel.
I would call it a law because 99.9% of the times when you drop something and it's been in a quarter law, magnetism's gone, no, fuck you, you're wrong.
Okay, how do you demonstrate that mass attracts mass? In an experiment.
What's his name's handle?
Anybody who says mass attracts mass, they're automatically saying that instantaneous action at a distance. And if it's instantaneous, it's faster than the speed of light. So when these globers say this, we need to bust their chops and get them on the correct pseudoscience, which is Einstein.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
And even if you try to perform an experiment that mass attract mass, like the drop of two bowling balls, they will not attract each other and change their falling trajectory.
No, but it happens over a fuckload of time, just like the Earth spins, like you always say, 1,056 miles an hour at the equator. But it's actually not that fast for the size of how big this big old bitch is.
Well, then, at the North Pole, your angular speed is near zero. It's
exactly.
Very, very small. It's not zero, but it's a very slow motion.
Exactly. It's it's 0.225 degrees a minute at the equator, so it's fuck all at the poles.
In the globe model, the gravity is a divergent force from the center of the globe. Only this is the working concept model. And when you spin a ball, like the Earth globe, your angular speed at the equator is equals with the speed of sound, and at the North Pole, it's almost zero. And the centrifugal forces will be very, very different. And how does gravity compensate? I mean, a person weighing himself in Europe should be be much heavier than someone weighing himself at the equator.
And there is a difference between the poles, very small.
There is not.
But measurable.
If you weigh 1 kilogram in Europe and you go to the equator in some equator country, and you weigh 1 kilogram, it will be the same. You take the same kilogram and the same scale don't bullshit me, because have you ever buy gold? Wherever you buy it in this world, you don't get scam tricked.
Have you met Buzz Aldrin to say that the moon landings are fake?
No. If I buy 100 grams of gold in Europe, that's going to be fucking weighing 330 grams in US too, or anywhere in the world.
So do the math, do the exchange rate, and fly half an hour later when you brought it and get the best price for it.
I'm not talking about exchange rates. I'm talking about weight.
Exactly. I'm trying to make you a millionaire.
Yeah.
You could use the Earth to do that.
It doesn't work. This is what you're saying with the globe.
You haven't tried it.
Do you understand the centripetal forces and centrifugal forces involved in that globe model? They contradict everything that is logical.
I'm not gonna say anything at this point.
Yeah. Even if someone did do that, the weight thing, you would have to
also said
repeatable and testable.
Yeah.
It would have to be done 100 times to prove its validity.
Electricity.
About
hang on.
Helium in the vacuum chamber. When you release a balloon in a vacuum chamber, it will either fill that chamber, either the balloon will explode and the gas will fill that chamber. But that gas of helium will not sink at the bottom in a vacuum chamber. So you'll have below a helium atmosphere, and on top you have vacuum. No, that doesn't happen.
Okay, get. Yeah. I just thought of a little thing we could do.
Mm-hmm.
Whereabouts in the world are you? Are you in Europe?
Yes, I'm in Eastern Europe.
Eastern Europe? Romania?
Romania, yes.
Okay, so between me, you, and Electrophysy, if you're open to this, we could do an experiment. We'd have to do it at the exact same time.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Would have to know our latitude and longitude, not necessarily longitude, but definitely latitude.
Yes.
And we'd have to use a sextant, which is a fucking year-old English instrument of navigation,
just
to get the angle of the horizon.
For clarity's sake, don't say the word experiment. This doesn't sound like you're going to experiment anything. Maybe a test or an observation, but not an experiment, yeah?
Okay, Roger Copy, sorry about that. A test or an observation, which can be repeated every 360 minutes, every 60 minutes for every 360 fucking days of the year. But anyway, we'll do it just once.
Shadows.
So observation of what?
No, if we each know our latitude.
Yes.
And this is where I had an argument the other night, because Aristotle observed the crescents on the moon and he thought, oh, that's the fucking shadow of the moon, so the shadow of the Earth on the sun, so that must mean that the sun's a sphere. And then there was a big argument about going into presupposing it's a sphere. And then when Aristotle come in and someone said, well, you can do the same thing on a flat floor, and that's why I said, well, you can, but if you're gonna do the experiment right, you're gonna expect different results. And if the results are different, then you can prove what the results portray.
Well,
so here's my theory.
Okay. I'm listening.
So here's my theory. If I'm in New Zealand, I'm at 45 degrees south.
All right, is this triangulating the sun? Just get to the point.
No. Well, it kind of is. I don't want to do the math because I'm not a mathematician.
If you look at my pictures, the guy went through this in detail, in depth, and he says trying to triangulate the sun is trying to triangulate a rainbow. Like, it's different for everyone, and it won't line up.
And the more people you try to...
Oh, no. There is a very large...
We don't know what the sun is, how it acts, how it behaves. We just assume how it acts and how it behaves.
No, I agree. There is a massive margin of error, but it's not 90 million miles to put the sun at 3 million miles above the Earth. It's definitely nowhere near that.
But then there's another. Are you assuming the sun rays are coming in parallel, or are they diverging?
No, they're parallel.
All right, well, shouldn't we start there? Because I've got a photo showing them diverging from 120,000 feet.
Okay, and you're talking about sun coming through a cloud?
You can have a look yourself.
I can't see that, so can you just telling me that the sun's diverging coming through a hole in the cloud?
No, it's like 120,000 feet. It's way above the clouds.
Okay, that'll be interesting to have a look at.
Because, I'd seen all the ones through the clouds, and this is the highest photo I've ever seen of.
But there are sparse clouds, 7-8 octaves at feet.
Well, based on world position, longitude, latitude, and for example, on a big lake, and when you have an event of crepuscular rays shining on the surface of the lake, there can be performed a test to send boats right at the place where the sun rays touch the water surface, and the distance between these boats can be measured using all sorts of technologies, range finders, or even
Get. I've got to thank you for reminding me about that, because that is a point I'm going to need to use, because that only happens when the sun is below the horizon.
No, it happens even in daytime, cloudy.
No, it doesn't. It happens mainly offshore, because you get the like cities and that cancel out the reflection of the crepuscular rays, but over the sea, you get real nice if the sun's shining up into a hole and the rays are shining off one side of the hole onto the other side of the hole, diagonal, shooting all over the place, making it an awesome shot.
Yes, and you can do this even on a sea when after a storm, but it's still cloudy and many holes through the cloud.
Oh yeah,
and
they're the best.
Measure by sending boats into these places. You measure the distance between the boats, and according to their position, then you can establish more precisely triangulation data that can help you triangulate the sun's position. And
Yeah.
believe me, it will always give you a sun altitude of thousands of miles above, but it will never give you 93 million miles. At 93 million miles distance, the sun's rays should be almost parallel, which they are not.
Well,
and this has been performed, and I'm telling you, I had a cousin working in the military on radars. He studied cybernetics and the military academy. He was very literate, and he told me about how to calculate, the width of a river without crossing the river. It's very simple, but
and did he say
for a civilian, this techniques they are not taught in school. This is taught in military school because they make use of this thing. They need to properly estimate targets, to know distances.
Did he say? Did your friend say? Did he mention parallax?
He did knew about it, but I didn't discuss this with him. And about the sun's crepuscular rays, I did had a conversation with him once. And he told me, he actually was the one who told me that this is a funny thing about the sunlight. Because when you do the math, when you observe the crepuscular rays falling on a lake at an angle, and you know the size of that lake, you can approximate that distance and also the angle. You can approximately measure it, not precisely, but very approximate. And then using that information, you can establish a triangle.
Hang on, was that an astronomer that just told you how you could measure the size of that lake?
He was working on military radar systems.
Well, you can measure objects anywhere by that.
He was explaining me about triangulation, how to measure using optics, like rifle scopes. This is not something that every civilian knows to do. I can give you a rifle with a scope, and you see those marks and gradation, but if I give you to shoot a target 500 meters away, most likely 98% you will not shoot that target because you don't know how to read those points in the scope, and how to calculate.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean. Hey, bro, I'm going to have to go because it's fucking late. I'm on the other side of the, I'll say flat earth, just to keep in touch with you.
Yeah.
But it's 5 to 3 in the morning here.
Well, have a great day.
You too, mate. And I'd love to speak to you again. It was a Fucking
Yes,
real good
anytime.
conversation.
I am pleased. I like
Come back anytime,
But,
24/7.
Are you a flat earther or glober?
No, man. If someone can prove it to me, I'll be there. But until then,
you are open.
But you got to give it a second too. You're about to, if you don't be like, well, if you don't prove it to me in 30 seconds, that doesn't undo all of my entire lifetime's worth of indoctrination into believing one thing. If you can't prove it to me in a few hours, then no. Give it a second. This takes years sometimes.
Yeah, but
undo everything.
Yeah, but Fuzzy Swan, you got to realize I'm not going to be landing fucking 135 people on the ground and going right at the last second just before I touch it. Oh, holy fuck, the Earth's flat.
Yeah. And
what do you mean?
I'm not going to realize it at the last second and fucking change.
Oh no, it might happen in a snap. It might be like all you have to do is hear it in some. How long did it take you to question or whether or not Santa Claus was real? You didn't just all of a sudden one day be like, you know what? No, he's not. It can't be. No, it takes you years of thinking about it, or like thinking about how many houses.
Well, no, actually.
How long did it take you to realize that Santa Claus, or you questioned it for how long before you fully made a decision?
Maybe you could do a documentary on how long it took me. I was like, as soon as I found out, I was like, all right, okay, that's cool. Makes sense.
Yeah,
that's like the flat earth for some people. Some people instantly see something and it hits them, and within QE says it took him 10 seconds to figure out the earth is flat. Someone asked him, how do you have gas pressure without a container? And 10 seconds later, he was a flat earther.
Yeah, but that's QE's main problem. Let him know I said that. That's the dumbest fucking thing he's ever come up with.
Oh, really? You have examples of gas pressure without a container, other than going outside and saying that that's what's happening in the infinite vacuum of the sky above you?
No, what I'm saying is, if that's your argument as to why the atmosphere doesn't need gas pressure, then you're a fucking idiot.
The atmosphere is gas pressure. The atmosphere is gas pressure.
No, the atmosphere is not gas pressure. It's barometric pressure, atmospheric pressure. It's not gas pressure.
What is the difference?
One atmosphere. The atmosphere
how are they two different
things? Pressure.
Okay. I'm going to ask you this: does a container need a lid?
No.
Oh, very well. You friggin' caught that, Hail Mary.
Well, okay. So are you saying that the outside of a sphere is a container with edges?
No, I'm not saying that at all. I'm just saying it doesn't need a lid.
So where are the sides to Earth's container?
Where the 360 degree sphere is split in half, the 180 degree sides meet each other and press up and equalize the atmospheric pressure. That's the container.
I don't understand. Okay, so what does the outside of a sphere contain?
Nothing. That's where space is. Holy shit.
Yeah, you don't understand yet this possibility.
Wait, so you're saying space is the container?
No. I'm not going to say what's the container, and I'm not going to talk about anything more of this.
Well, how do you have pressure without a container? Barometric or otherwise?
Because the atmosphere is not under gas pressure. This is what I've been trying to say for fucking ages. And this is what I've been trying to say. Your third point on the 3 points is a complete load of shit and a waste of time.
Well, so you've been to space. You can prove it, or do you have to take the word of others? Whether space is real or not, you have to trust NASA to tell you the truth, because you can't.
No, I don't. No, I don't. I've been in the air to know that there's a pressure gradient. And if there's a pressure gradient, you don't need a lid. You don't need a container.
Pressure. You just said you can't have pressure. Now you're saying there's a pressure gradient?
Do you really want to say what you just said. I just said there is no pressure gradient. There is no gas pressure. There is a pressure gradient. If there was a pressure gradient, there is no gas pressure.
I'm sorry. Can you say gas pressure gradient without saying the word pressure, please?
On the surface of the Earth, from the surface to your what's it called? The ether.
It's called the infinite vacuum of space that's ever expanding into nothing. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying there's gas pressure. Explain what gas pressure is to you. There's particles in all equal opposite directions flying fucking everywhere.
Everywhere until when?
Until your container.
Yeah. Okay. Now, where is the container from the surface of the Earth to the, what did we call it? The infinite vacuum of space expanding into nothing?
There is no container.
So how do
there is no need for a container. Because if there's a pressure gradient, there's atmospheric pressure at the surface of the Earth, and it goes all the way up to nothing, which is where space is. You don't need a fucking container. It's not rockets and science.
Yeah, but that's your story. I mean, you have no proof that's
not my story. You can go for a flight in an airliner any day and prove it to yourself.
Oh, I know. I have myself.
You can charter an airplane and go above 20,000 feet and not take oxygen and pass out and die.
Yeah. So how does that prove the Earth is a sphere?
Holy fuckballs. Let's have a chat another day.
Well, I mean, it's a simple question. You said it was really silly.
It is, and it's so simple. I can't believe you can't work it out. That's how simple it is.
But I don't understand how you have pressure gradient without having.
Of course, you don't understand. You don't understand. That's how simple it is.
Gradients without a container.
Can you demonstrate a gas pressure gradient without a container?
Yeah, you can have hydrogen. Not hydrogen. You can have argon in a fish tank. And
no, a fish tank is a container. I'm sorry. I said without.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, hang on. No, hang on. I'll give you one thing. If the Earth is flat, you do need a container, and it's a circular one holding in the atmospheric pressure that has a pressure gradient, and you don't need a lid. Thank you. Good night. We'll catch up with you later.
All right then.
Good day. Good night.
That was a heck of a spiral, buddy.
Fuck. It's not my fucking fault.
I asked for... Well, no. Do you understand what I said? Without a container. I need a pressure gradient without a container.
A pressure... Do you know what a pressure gradient is?
Yes, I do. I would love a demonstration of one without the use of any kind of container. You said immediately you take a fish tank and you put nitrogen and argon or whatever you said. Without the fish tank, please. If you can do it around a sphere, that'd be even better.
I can. What's the height of the nearest airport to you?
There's one 5 minutes away.
And what height is your town?
I don't know.
Above sea level, 500 meters, 600, 700 meters?
Sure. What's it going to prove? Yeah, whatever. I can find it out.
Well, just take a guess how high it is, so we can get this over and done with.
This is going to show without a container.
Yes. And then, if you don't believe me, you can go and do it yourself.
At an airport.
At the same airport that you're telling me that we can take off from. What airport?
How is this?
Wait, so pointing up in the sky isn't really helping you out here, bud?
It doesn't matter. All I need is a point on the fucking ground and how high it is and what the air pressure is. It's all I need. Let's go.
Oh, use JFK Airport.
I feel like I should be playing a fucking banjo or some shit.
Why you were so calm and non-aggressive before? I don't understand what happened.
I was trying to be, but now it's getting so fucking
Well, then
You're
go
getting
back in
emotional,
time. I mean,
Jazza.
you have an example of a gas pressure gradient without a container.
I never had a gas pressure gradient. You had that.
Hold on, you brought that up.
Bro, are you serious?
I debunked the gas pressure gradient, and that's what we're talking about right now.
What?
Yeah, you're
Is my-
fucking drunk.
My
Is it
You're just
I
double
just woke
speaking
up.
now.
Did I misunderstand this entire thing?
No. He's just being an idiot.
Double speak, double speak.
No. Actually, no, I'm not being an idiot. If you
Yes,
told me
you are.
that, then
We're
I'm...
waiting for your demonstration of, gas pressure gradient without a container. Come on, go. Stop
Then
fucking
no, I'm
just
going
going
all
around
out.
in circles like
I'm
a drunk
going-
idiot. You're beating the shit out of everyone. Come on.
I'm using
Come
my
on.
lawyer's rights. I'm going out now because you guys are going to turn into a bunch
You've
of
got nothing.
fuckwits.
You've got nothing. See ya. Bye. Catch ya. Go have another drink, you spastic. Catch you
All
later.
good, you dumb flat earth
Yeah,
cunt.
no one cares. No one cares.
Jazaconda?
Yeah, of course it is. It's just a conda of the
yeah.
drunk
Well,
idiot
I
with
said
no
Jazza, but I
arguments. That comes on here when he's bored and he's got nothing to show for himself. Again, it's just a fraud. Just a drunk fraud. Come on, mate. Still waiting. Come on. Time is money.
Sad.
Yeah, see what I felt?
Oh,
Nothing.
you
Nothing.
got to get rid of me, you dumb
mate.
cunt. When I'm going to prove you
You've
wrong.
got absolutely nothing.
You
for
fucking
your
dumb
demonstration
motherfucker.
and nothing from you again. Night after night of nothing. Night after night of absolutely shit all from Jazza. But drunken ramblings of a fraud. The drunken ramblings of a fraud. That's all. That's all we hear from you. Absolutely
Dumb
night
Aussie
after night.
fuckwit. Dumb Aussie fuckwit. When are we going to get small?
And now he's getting emotional. Yeah, that's enough out of you, sir.
It's a bit sad. It's a bit sad because he sounds to have an age and he cannot be civil and
It's precious.
It's all the same thing with the guy. He gets pressed on a point and then he tries to throw it back on like he was trying to throw it back on, trying to confuse Fuzzy Swan. It's just like, sick of it, dude. Bring something to the table or shut your fucking mouth. Very simple.
he doesn't even realize the privilege of finding this place server.
Exactly. And I don't know why we tolerate his crap around here. It's only because there's no one on here at the moment. It's that's why he takes advantage of that of the time. Comes in here and we entertain his crap. It's just he shouldn't even be allowed on the server. Should be hard banned. That would be lovely.
Not banned, but remove the privilege of talking in the live stream voice.
I think he gets away with too much. I mean, he comes there every day and calls us dumb cunts. The other day he was calling Jin's kids dumb cunts, and it's just like, when are they going to ban him? Like,
yeah.
If it was anyone else, they'd just ban him straight away. But this guy, he's got a bit of charisma and kind of gets away with it.
Yeah, but it just never brings anything to the table. That's why I just shut him down. It's just pointless to listen to his drunken ramblings, like I said.
I have a problem with this kind of people because earlier today in the morning, my morning, there has been kids in here like 14 years old, 15 years old, and they were having questions. We debated with them, explained to them, civil talk, Helio, Maggie, many guys. And then you find a guy like Jazza coming in here and speaking all this misery, filth, It's children out there that can listen. Because this is not a adulterated server.
Well, for one thing, if you're going to say, oh, gas pressure without a container, that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. Well, we're waiting with a bated breath to hear your rebuttal to that. But we never got that.
I wanted to ask him, I have a bike and why do I need the tires to hold the gas pressure?
Well, you have
It's so convenient, you know. My whole bike will be much lighter and, without tires.
Well, see, you just use the gas pressure gradient outside for your tires, and then you don't even need the tires.
Yeah. It's hard for them to comprehend that in the school they've been trained to be fanatic. Then they spend most of their lifetime the fanatic followers, obedient slaves. His whole life, nothing existed, nothing has a meaning. He can do whatever he wants. And now, all of the sudden, when you tell them, you feel like the knife is getting to the bone. And this is actually a reality for many people over 50. If you take them to an MRI scan, the doctors will say, oh, you need an operation here, here, and here, in 5 places, you know, when they scan them. Why? Because they lived without researching stuff about their own health. They didn't research the home where they are living. They don't care about why. They ask why. What's the difference? Knowing that the Earth is flat or globe, it does matter because it is the place where we live. It's our home.
Yeah, if you don't think it matters, you should go back to the drawing board.
Yeah. And I've seen people who don't care about their homes. And when I entered that home, it was filthy, dirty, miserable. Everything thrown everywhere. This flat earth movement made even NASA to rectify their claim. In 2019, they came and they say that the Earth's atmosphere is actually 630,000 kilometers high. This means that the moon is spinning in the half of the distance of Earth's atmosphere. So they say they had atmosphere on the moon when they supposedly landed in 69. And in the 70s and 80s and 90s, I've seen so many TV shows talking about flapping of the flag, the damn flag which they stick in the moon ground. Some people saw it flapping, and most of them seen it to be static. motionless. And they all got conclusions. The scientists, era, they were explaining how there is no atmosphere on the moon, so the flag cannot be flapping, and its normal is still frozen like. In 2019, NASA say now that there is an atmosphere over there. It's Earth's atmosphere.
And the moon is inside it.
Yeah. The moon is like in the middle of the Earth's atmosphere.
Surely they have to fake going to the moon again soon, because the longer they leave it, the more ridiculous it gets. Like in 20 years, it'll be 7 years ago since they went to the moon. In 50 years, it'll be 100 years ago we went to the moon. We can't do it now. Like they have to fake boots on the moon again soon, or it just gets ridiculous.
It's gonna be so CGI. Oh my god.
Yeah, I think they'll do it once they can replace the CGI with better stuff that we can't see through, because if they try to go do the same stuff, we're just going to see through it again.
I'm sure.
I'm not sure they'll use CGI. They might just replicate a studio, because they have to make it look exactly like the old moon landing. They can't make them both look different.
Yeah.
But saying that, they can make anything. They can make anything and people will believe it. So I guess it doesn't matter too much.
All it takes is a big actor like Tom Cruise. They send him up there and everyone's sold hook, line, and sinker.
I mean, even Hollywood made even better videos, weightlessness and stuff like that. The movie Gravity looks so much better than NASA.
Well, you can tell it's real because it looks so fake.
Yeah. But you know, in the 70s and 80s, there has been a law, like order from the government to the Hollywood people, all these studios. They were forbidden to make videos where they try to simulate this gravity and, which NASA does. Because if they show that they can do that, then people would be suspicious about it.
I swear, a few hundred years ago, these people would have been lynched as witches by mobs of Christian villages. I think that's why they seem to hate Christians so much, like because for hundreds of years Christians have been attacking them with pitchforks and stuff.
True. I'm sure that those people back in the days, they knew stuff about watching documentaries about Adolf Hitler or these Khazar snake people, Jesuits. When you see what they did throughout the Europe's history. They lied to us about Tev. Because it's a religion.
swah.
During this moment of silence, it's time to promote the #1 handheld thrower flashlight for flat earthers. Available now for an incredible $159 US. The website for the ThruNite TN42 1440 meter range thrower flashlight is posted in the channel text. It's a wonderful price and a wonderful device. So light up a Samuel Rowbotham 6 miles away, will ya? And wake up more people to flatness. Good morning, Flat Earth.
Good morning.
I really do hope some people take a look at these thrower flashlights. And like when I bought the same model flashlight a few years ago, it was almost $400. There's one out there on the market. It's a little bit better for range, a little bit bigger. Works on the same batteries, same number of batteries, but it's just a little bit more performing. But you don't even need that one, and they want $800 for that one. But this TN42 from ThruNite, it's brighter than the sun. So get one and get this warm, fuzzy feeling inside. And someone 5 miles away can get the same warm, fuzzy feeling.
It's just a flashlight, or what?
It's a special thrower flashlight. I can light up a building with my handheld little thrower flashlight that's a mile away and disturb people, and they'll come out on their balconies.
Really?
Really, and it's a handheld flashlight. A child could use it. It's literally brighter than the sun. On a sunny day with the sun over your head, no clouds, you turn this on in the brightest mode at 2000 lumens, it washes out the sun. You shine it on the ground, it outwashes the sun, the brightest daylight sun you can see. It washes it away. So yeah, back in the day of Rowbotham, we didn't have our gizmos and our toys. Like I say, everyone is happy with their fixed lens P1000 millimeter focal length lens. I got 25 megapixel with 2600 millimeter extreme lens, 1.5 times the zoomability of a P1000. I can get nice pictures at 12 miles and 20 miles.
How expensive was the flashlight that you got?
Pardon me?
How expensive was the flashlight that you got?
The one I have now, if I sent you, and it's just slightly stronger, slightly better, only slightly better than the ThruNite 42. I believe right now it's listed at $800.
Oh God.
And
did you buy it for that much, or did you buy it on sale?
I didn't notice much of a difference. So like I say, I've had both, own both, and you know, you're better off just $169 or $159 in the ThruNite, and you get a rush, you get a thrill, you get that fun feeling back. And so do other people who see this incredible little thing. It's someone got to try it to what I'm saying. Please, one person somewhere. I wish, you know, the Chesapeake was, he said he was going to look into it and maybe get one, Trevor. But I hope other people do. It sounds like a lot of money, but, you know, it's not like a regular flashlight either. It's special. And, you know, it's not like a regular flashlight either. Your light's not going to burn out. That little LED will last you like 25 years. If you read the specs, that little LED that's giving you all that light is is protected with circuitry and electronics. It's never supposed to go over 80 degrees centigrade. It's protected. It just lowers its current and temperature to make sure it don't burn out. But it always works, and it always works beautifully. And like I say, you can get someone on a beach 6 miles away and shine this pecker right from the water. Yeah, you can actually put it in the water because it's waterproof to 2 meters. You know, but right from the water's edge, you can shine it 6 miles, and the person 6 miles away will see it from 1 inch above the water. Forget a foot. This little thing is truly like having a lighthouse in your hand that you can bring anywhere. So I pray someone with better health, a few $100 and some place to have some fun with one, gets one, film some stuff and with other people and do what I'm not in shape to do. It's a thrill. I guarantee anyone who gets one, you feel that warm, fuzzy feeling. You feel like a kid again for a little while. I feel that, you know, when you giggle and you actually enjoy that little giggle because something really sort of pleased you or entertained you or whatever. If you like that little feeling, and you like it often because you get it often with this thing. Fuck. And you light up different things that you've never lit up before, you get that warm, fuzzy feeling again. And you always see flat, and you're always showing flat with it. And curious people, because people are curious. They think, you know, when they see it somewhere, they think it's some kind of fucking UFO beam. And they come to try to hunt it down. No kidding. You know, if you saw a search beam coming out of the woods or something and really didn't know what it was, and it shoots up a mile into the frickin' sky, you're gonna frickin' wonder what the hell that is. Anyway. Some stuff is kind of fun, lighting up the bellies of planes and other stuff. And again, I shouldn't do it, but I like taking it out once in a while on the balcony and shining it at people a mile away in their apartments and stuff. Fuck them. They're not supposed to see it anyway. Their buildings are supposed to be leaning away from me. It's like the reflection from 12 miles away. If the towers I shine on were leaning away, the reflection would go up and over my head. I wouldn't see it. Like the reflector 12 miles away with the green laser or the handheld light. And I see a back from the handheld light. That means I'm seeing the light 25 miles away, basically. 12 out, 12 back. That little flashlight, you'll see it 25 miles away.
That's what you say when the police show up. It's like I was shining it at the curvature of the earth. What do you mean?
That's what I was just about to say. It's not my fault. It's the refraction. I'm not aiming it at them.
Yeah, blame refraction. But it's an excellent, and now, you know, I could understand if it was over 300, people would shy away still a bit. But at $160, oh my God. I might just buy another one too. There's another light I want to get first. This little thing is like, well, hard to describe. You know, a little light you can put in your pocket? Just a tiny flashlight that can fit in the palm of your hand? Well, this one is the W10 from Ace Beam. The little thing can fit in your pocket. Runs on one battery, but gives you a 1 mile beam, a white laser light beam 1 mile long. It's made special. It uses a blue laser, and it shoots at a phosphorus point or chip, and it generates a bright white light. And they focus it and make a beam out of it. But it's so terribly small. Heck, you could put a half a dozen in your pockets and walk around and hardly notice they were there. They're that fucking small. But it's the Ace Beam W10, I guess, and it's over $300. I just want to test it out, have one, and get to know it. But I don't mind having another through night.
Look at the mod lights that I linked you in. I tagged you in live stream. They're supposed to be really, really bright. I mean, I don't know a lot about
mag lights.
Mod light. I tagged you on live stream. Yeah.
It sounds like metallic oxide something, just like,
I don't really know much about lights, but I know that these have like a lot of hype behind them.
Yeah, I don't know that product per se, and I look for range. For thrower lights, they call them. A lot of lights simply aren't designed for throwing a beam far, far away. So I don't know if these are thrower lights per se.
Oh yeah, I get you. Yeah, I don't really know either. Well, yeah, I know that they throw the light out definitely, but I don't know if they're like per se going as far as you can.
Yeah, I'll check those out because I want to find their specs and see how far, and check a YouTube or two of them, in action. But usually they have to have the title of a thrower.
Oh, okay.
Like the Giggles, the Through Nights, and the other one I have here. Let me get the brand there.
Yeah, I'll look into that one that you linked.
Yeah, the other one, this one that I have that is just slightly more powerful than the TN42 is the MT35 Plus, and it's from Mate Minco, and today the same light is the one I'm saying is being sold at $800 over that I have in my hand. I can go get the link, but I paid $300. Now this same light is up to $800. I don't know why.
Wow.
While the other one is down more than half the TN42. And really, I doubt there's 1 or 2% really difference in the two. And in fact, the TN42 is slightly smaller, so it's a little more convenient in that sense. Really, for the price and that, there's no point in getting the Mateco until it's at the same price, more or less.
You have both?
I gave one of them to one of my customers there. She saves raccoons and stuff, and I gave it to her because I got the other one. I didn't need to, but like I say, I want to get the Ace Beam W10 because it's blue phosphorus or blue laser to phosphorus to a laser white light. And like I say, this thing, I don't know how to describe how small it is, even smaller than an empty tube from a bathroom roll of paper.
So these light throwers, would they be good for like spotlighting?
Absolutely. And they have different modes, like they all have about 5 modes. One low power output, which is equivalent to moonlight and stuff that you can run for literally a month or two on a charge. I don't know how best to describe it. It's like for flat earthers, I really hope it starts spreading around, because this is one of the tools that can help to convince a lot of people. Everywhere you got beach parties and other stuff during the summer, cookouts, other stuff, where something like this pulled out. And like I say, in the gas bay, if I had this and was shining at people 20 and 24 miles away, explaining the people over there shouldn't be seeing it. You give them a telephone call. You see the nice light over there? Yeah, well, it's not being hidden by a hump, is it, eh? Because literally, this thing is brighter than the sun, and you will see it 25 miles away and more on a clear night, shore to shore. 6 miles, you blow away all these, Robotham type of tests and stuff. There's just no question. There's no fucking curve at all. And
so you're saying don't shine it in someone's eyes.
No, that wouldn't be a good thing. It is technically a military grade flashlight that's used as a weapon. So, just like you wouldn't put lasers in people's face, you wouldn't want to put this. I brightened my eyes out a few times, and you do see spots for like 10, 15 minutes, and it is discomforting. In fact, your eyes water. It's that sort of painful, whatever it does. So it has a strobe mode on too for, high power strobe for, getting out of a bad situation or something, It could be a bunch of aggressors. So it is a weapon in a sense if you use it as one. But we're not out there as flat earthers to shine lights brighter than the sun in people's eyes, right? It's more an information campaign. But this is a good tool. It really is. And like I say, it's like having your own little lighthouse in your hand. I swear to God, people will see it 25, 30 miles across the water. No question. And, the TN42 is waterproof to 2 meters. You can go right down to the water and don't worry about it getting splashed. It's waterproof. So, from inches above, you'd see the bitch. 6 miles, 10 miles, 14 miles, 24 miles, you name it. Like I say, growing up, we had bonfires at the beach. We'd always build them just below the high tide line, so they'd wash away the, charcoal, refill it with sand, whatever, clean the beach, basically. But 20 miles away at Jacket River, across the water, people would do the same thing. Build bonfires, go there, light them at night, get drunk. Well, we could see their fires and they could see ours. They were 20 miles away. A guy on here from another place, just a few miles down the road, a place called Petit Rocher, would be at bonfires watching people in Bonaventure in Quebec, 24 miles away. He beat my, drunken stupor watching fires 20 miles away. He got to watch in a drunken stupor fires 24 miles away. He was seeing farther than me across the flat water. Same bay. He's just a few miles down the road on the New Brunswick side from Jacket River. A place called Petit Rocher. I know, I worked at a camp there, a youth camp, Christian youth camp. They got a swimming pool, access to the beach, little baseball field, all that kind of stuff. But so I know these areas. I know the bay. I know what people see because I've been there.
So, do you recommend using a flashlight versus a laser of some sort?
For $20 more, you got a 50-mile green laser that you can have with you. It's not much bigger than a magic marker. You can have
Probably
both.
not as useful though, right?
I like the white light better. I really do. I love the lasers. Don't get me wrong, but they're harder to see. They're whatever. They have their ups and downs. Incandescent light visible. Like if you could have your lighthouse, would you rather a lighthouse or your little green pen?
Sure.
Or both. Yeah, I'd take the lighthouse. Like I say, when I really do say you get a happy feeling, a warm, glowing feeling, and so do other people. I'm not kidding. It's almost like getting a rush from drugs. You know, and like I say, what it can do to help promote certain ideas and stuff, it's way up there. These are modern tools that Robotham didn't have when those drunken bastards were trying to figure it out back then. You know, people today don't have the common sense to realize it's 2021 and a stick in the mud is not science, not experimentation, it's not nothing. But day after day, people come in here and quote a little wizard wand in the mud to calculate to the center of the earth, a radius. How ludicrous. And I keep saying the same thing. Mathematically, you can take one light and a bunch of sticks on the table, do some math, and guess what? It will tell you that table, you know it's flat, mathematically is round. Huh. So it's just a deception with a math trick. No more, no less. But yeah, you know, they didn't have this in these tools, you know. With my extreme lens, I can watch students at Algonquin University, you know, see the pen in their hands almost, and the note boards and blackboards and papers posted and just everything. And that's a mile away. You know, some people hold up their hand with one finger pointing up, and others hold up their hands with all 4 fingers and a thumb, and I can see it. All, you know, just like I'm there. It's a mile away. I can see the gap in people's teeth if they smile. How many fingers they're holding up. But, you know, like I say, these tools, we didn't have them then, we have them now. And this light and these lights, indestructible almost. Like I say, one of my big worries was like light bulb, like flashlights, the filaments always burn out and, you know, that goddamn nonsense. But these things, freaking 25-year life. I mean, you pay $160 for something that's going to last you like 25 years? Well, divide the number of days by the amount of money, it's nothing. It's chicken feed. It's not even chicken feed. So it might sound like a lot of $160, but if you have a tool that lasts for 25 damn years, it really isn't a lot of money. And for all the good it'll do, it's worth the investment. Even if it doesn't make a bunch of flat earthers or convince anyone, at least you'll get that warm, fuzzy feeling every time. And that's worth something too. But it will affect people and their thought process. And why can I see that goddamn light from 25 miles away across this body of water? It's because there's no curve. You know, just for the 6 mile Robotham thing, it's just a done deal.
I had someone tell me the other day that the reason that we can see so far across the lake, or like those laser tests work, like even past like 20 miles, is because the lake is actually convex to a degree. Because the reason why the lake's even there in the first place is because there's a crater on the Earth. So that's why we're able to shoot across the lake.
Fortunately, when you're out in real life, you don't have these trolls normally with these, you know, nonsense, you know, bullshit to throw in there, you know. That's part of this closed-in reality, you know. I'm sure if someone is, you know, at another place somewhere and it's evening and there's a bunch of people, they won't be trolled like they are on the web here, where they make comments and stuff where flat earthers are trying to teach or whatever. It's not the same bunch, you know. It's a different dynamic, so it's gonna work out differently. You don't have to worry about what these trolls are saying to, you know, sour the wine, if you will, because that's all they're doing is derision, distraction, you know.
Exactly.
It's not reality. And again, they can't be everywhere. Like I say, online they're trolls, but if you're, down at a beach somewhere, like, even Ottawa here, I think we have 50 beaches here. And my favorite is Britannia all the way out to Canada Boat Club. That's my 6-mile stretch for, the Rowbotham tests. I've been out there. There's the boat club. They have these sculls, these, 12-men long boats and stuff. And they just pull them up on the shore and leave them there for storage during the summer. People get them back in the water. 6 miles away, laying on my belly with the zoom out, you can not only see the boats and the shoreline, you can see the fucking birds on the fucking shoreline, people, fucking dock 6 miles away that's only like 40 inches above the water. 6 miles away, you see every fucking thing on a nice day at that bay. It's so sheltered. It's a long, narrow bay, not even a mile wide. You can swim across the damn thing 2 or 3 times in a couple of hours. But it runs straight 10 miles easy. Long and narrow. Good angle, protection from sun and glare, a lot of things. It's just a wonderful place. And it's only got sailboats, no motorized boats, and there's no weeds or bulrushes or anything obstructing views. There's a lighthouse. There's at Crystal Bay. There's lots of landmarks to, benchmark distances. It's just a great place. But there, it's not just here. There are other people got 6-mile stretches of flat water and better. You know where you live. You know what's around you. You can Google some stuff. Lots of people, most people live by water, and that's just a fact. We're kind of a coastal or aquatic being in a sense, agrarian aquatics. We need both. But most of us live near a coast, i.e. the water. So many people have access to long shots and other people.
This is kind of coming off the topic a little bit, but like saying that we have the technology today to easily debunk the curvature of the Earth. I wonder how like ancient civilizations were able to tell that we were on a flat plane. Like, I'm sure obviously they were a lot more familiar with nature, but it just kind of makes me wonder.
If you look at things like the Antikythera device and stuff, they can calculate from the past to the future any cycle of the moon or our so-called planets in their retrograde, every one of them. And it's a little bunch of gears like you'd find on the back of a 10-speed bike that is engaged by, a little handle that turns, which is basically like an egg beater handle, turning little egg beater gears. But a little mechanical device, and it's not even a goddamn computer, it's a few gears, and they call it a fucking computer. Fucking morons and fucking liars. But this little device, you can set any date, present, past, or future, and know the phase the moon was in, the retrograde or not of any of the planets, all in one little goddamn box with a little egg beater freaking handle and gears to turn the fucker. It's that simple, the mechanics and the stuff that, and they call it a computer. Bullshit. It's just a little. Are the gears on the back of your 10-speed a computer? No fucking way. So gears in the box are the Antikythera device. Okay. It was found off a place in Greece, and it's all finely crafted brass. It's all rusted or whatever, corroded, but they recreated it, and it's just a bunch of brass gears that can represent and do represent on any date, present, past, or future, that you can program in the position and phase of the moon and all of the so-called planets. And it calculates their retrograde. And again, they call it a computer, but again, I'm saying if you can do calculations on the gears on the back of your 10-speed bike or 18-speed bike, wow, I'll be on my knees and worshiping you because you're doing something beyond me. But yeah, a bunch of gears are not a computer. They do not make a computer. You know, no more than the gears on the back of your bike. But this little device, which is basically a fucking egg beater, connected to like gears on a bike, can tell us forever, past, present, and future, all of our cycles. How come? Because it's fixed. It's a construction. It's a machine. It has symmetry, regular operation. Nothing more, nothing less. That's why it repeats. It's like a clock will go round and round and round. Those little gears will go round and round. And every 24 hours, they start the process over. Same basic thing. We're on a construction. It's a big, well-timed, synchronized machine.
Hey, sorry. I my grandmother called me, so I had to leave the call. Wait, so are you saying that the Greeks knew that the Earth was flat? One tries to say that the Greeks knew that the world was round or a sphere. Hello?
Isn't available on this TV. Wait a second. What the fuck?
What?
This morning, and no guest today, but we have things we can talk about, I'm sure, and I'll be glad to take some phone calls on something you'd like to talk about. So stay around. You never know what's going to come up on the program today. We'll talk about the weather, of course, and I'll give you the weather forecast right now, and it's being brought to you at this time by Dan's Tires and More in Mechanicsville. Snow up until around 12 or 1 o'clock today, along with blowing snow up until at least noon. With that in mind, we're going to have a high today of 26 degrees, a north wind of 10 to 15, gusting as high as 25. Total daytime accumulation between now and noon or 1 o'clock, another 2 inches possible. And I can see where that could happen very easily as the way it's coming down. Mostly cloudy tonight. Snow will be over, but it'll be cold. A low tonight 10 above, with a wind chill at 5 below. Tomorrow, partly sunny and a high of 21. Again, a wind chill at 5 below. Tomorrow night, down to 3 below for an overnight low tomorrow night. Thursday, it'll be sunny with a high of only 18. And Friday, a high of 28. The weekend forecast.
You reckon if I was to say to a girl that the Earth is flat, then she'll date me?
Afternoon and
I'm just getting head. Yeah, I'm just getting head. Alright, in a bit then. Fucking leave. Yeah, no.
Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, everybody. Jin CBR1 here. Hello. Can anybody hear me? Mic check, mic check. Mic check, mic check.
Yeah. I can hear you. I can
Jane,
hear you.
we can hear you. Yeah. You sound
good. How you doing, guys? Can someone verify my account? I'm in the VC, waiting for someone to verify my account. Okay, I've had to re-establish it, the old one. Okay, can you do that for me, somebody?
account or-
Mod? It's not new actually. It's an old account that I've just reactivated because I was kicked out of this one I was using. I was kicked out of it 4 days ago or 3 days ago. Sorry. Okay, suddenly, just kicked out.
Well, good
So I've
luck
had a
with-
technological roller coaster ride.
Yeah.
Yes, technological roller coaster ride getting back in. Okay, lots of technical issues. So now I've got both my accounts back. What I'm trying to do is get the one that I'm in VC verified, please. Is anybody that can do that?
Well, there is D, I think, a moderator to David.
Yeah. Can they do that for me? I'm in VC check-in. Check-in 1. Basically, and give me back my roles, which were Spartan, Silver FE, Valid, or Valued, should I say, Flat Earther, 3 Points, Fight Club on it. Can that be done?
I'm sure you'll get them.
Is there anybody there that can do that now or not?
I didn't hear.
Hey, I was doing it, but I noticed there's like 3 different versions of Jin CBR1.
Okay, the one you're looking for is 1963. 1963.
Hold on, one moment.
That's the one. Yep. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. So 1963, Spartan, Silver FE, Valued, Flat Earther, of course, extraordinaire, 3 Point Fight Club. Now, this account that you're verifying for me, I was kicked out of this one last year. Okay, so I haven't been able to use it. And then suddenly I got kicked out of the one I'm talking to you on now, right now. Where Wednesday? Yeah, so Monday. Monday, I was kicked off suddenly after discussing with Professor Phil about satellites and all that. He reckons he's been deploying satellites into space. He works for a company called ISO or iOS or something. And I said that, that's all. It's all rubbish. You're lying, basically, because we don't do satellites in space. And I sent him the relative communications and memes, and he still insists. Then after talking to him, someone sent me a join sort of thing. So I thought, okay, let's have a look. And as soon as I clicked on it, bang, I'm gone, just like that.
Okie dokie, Jen, I got you taken care of. Although I can't do any roles, I can just verify.
So who does the roles then?
That'd be the actual mods, I think. So let's see. Let's see who's on here.
Is there anybody on there? Mods on at the moment? Anyone?
Let's see here. I'm not sure who's all on. That's actually a mod. Sometimes.
I thought Miggy was on, wasn't he?
Yeah. Let's see here.
Miggy was online. I thought.
Couple of hours.
Is he gone? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I can do. So you verified me, excellento.
I thought you were a mod, Jim.
No, I was never a mod. No, never a mod.
I mean,
I'm a mob.
You're
I'm a one-man mob. Yeah.
mob. I mean,
a one-man mob.
You're
yeah.
worthy. You're worthy being a mod. You know. You.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll be back. I got to run for about 15 minutes, but I'll be back.
Thanks for your help. And we look forward to you coming back. Thanks. But yeah, I've been around long enough, I suppose. But I don't know. It's not my service. They're in control. So there you have it. Okay, right now, what should happen is I shall just a second knock this on the head. Mic check, mic check. Can you hear me?
Yes, loud and clear.
Sounds good.
Okay, right. So I'm back on the 1963. I like this account because it reminds me it's the year Kennedy was assassinated, 1963.
You know, I just sent a message to a friend today. That GIF with NASA astronaut jumping, and my friend said, replied to me that you know that JFK Kennedy is still alive. And I told him,
let's not go down that road, yeah? You know, I mean, that's just absurd, isn't it?
But it was funny, you know, because then I thought I knew about this prophecy of a president being killed and then he will come back alive. This is foretold to be happening. It didn't happen yet, you know, but it is a prophet. This one.
It is funny though, isn't it?
Yeah. And
that people seem to believe that. That Kennedy would still be alive. Now, come on, man. You know.
Well, if it shows up in the world, you know, it's gonna be a miracle, a huge one.
Yeah, it would definitely be a miracle.
Yeah,
definitely.
And I'm sure Americans would embrace him as a president.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe they will create a silicon doll JFK. A robot.
Yes, silicon doll, indeed.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. So what's happening out there now? Latest news is that thousands of satellites were deployed yesterday and the day before yesterday. Okay, Monday, Tuesday, we have something to do with Richard Branson. His rocket being lifted up by a 747 or a bomber of some kind, and the rockets fired off. And apparently they've deployed thousands of satellites. Now, these satellites are kind of like the size of books and box of chocolates, that size.
Yeah.
Which is like crap. They didn't give us
drones.
Yeah, they didn't give us at what altitude these satellites were supposedly deployed. Thousands, you know, coming out like confetti. I mean, who knows how? Who can believe that nonsense? But there you go, right? And then backing it up, they're saying that this year there's going to Elon Musk is going to be in the next few years. Elon Musk will be deploying satellites with his his rocket, SpaceX Starship 1 or whatever.
Yeah.
and the Falcon Heavy or whatever. And I thought to myself, yeah, more lies. You notice that recently Elon Musk acquired 2 oil rigs miles away from the public eye. You know what I mean? They were disused apparently, and they're going to refurbish them to be landing platforms. You know what I mean? This thing just forever gets ridiculous by the day. Right? That's what they're talking about.
Yeah.
Elon Musk has actually acquired 2 oil rigs, disused ones.
He's taking over the oil industry.
Yeah.
The drilling.
Yeah. Apparently, he's the world's most richest man, they reckon, in this report that I heard.
Oh.
Which is like, I doubt that very much. That Elon Musk is the richest man in the world. Don't be silly.
Yeah.
See, this is how you know that they shoot themselves in the foot.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, when they start doing silly reports like that.
The richest men in the world are not being publicly exposed.
No, that's right. No, Elon Musk is just a front man to attract the delusional people out there who are just lost, don't know their arse from their elbow, from their head. So there you go.
They think he's a genius too, man. Just watch that Joe Rogan podcast. He looks like an idiot, but everyone in the comments is like, he's so smart. He's so genius.
He's dumb. He's just dumb.
I don't know.
Yeah, some speaks dumb. Horrible. Nothing about him is good. Yeah, nothing. You look at the man, the whole demeanor. I'm glad I'm not him. Literally, because I'm glad I'm not a man of no integrity. Speak. No, he can't even let his own real emotions come out at all. You can tell he's thinking through a restricted, the global elite. He's a puppet. You can tell.
I personally hate him for a very long time. From the start of PayPal.
Selling cars, but it was all at a loss. Suddenly, he's the richest man in the world now. Truly amazing.
So
story.
They send thousands of satellites out now.
Yeah.
On top of the 20,000, or how much are there already in this?
Well, it's supposed to be like 30. This is it. I'm glad you said that, Roger, because I've heard, as I was doing my laundry like 30 minutes ago, because I was to tell you all this kind of news, I've heard so many numbers. When I first checked, 17,000, 25,000, 30,000. I recently checked 22,260. There are up there now. 60,000 miles, 22,000 miles, okay, from the Earth's surface. And, there was a collision last year between a Russian and a Chinese satellite. But the distance was like 100 miles. But they call that like a close shave. They call that.
So whenever they launch these so-called rockets, right, they're made of tin cans, right? So they're not, and these satellites are hurling around tens of thousands miles per hour, right?
Right.
Just like the ISS. So if one of these boxes or whatever hits, it's all over. It's all over that.
Thank you. Now you're talking.
Never happened. Never.
No. That's right.
Well,
These things are the size of boxes of chocolates, right? Books.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
You barely have time when you cross over a high-speed train railway. When you
Yeah.
cross, if it's a mile away and the train is traveling with 300 kilometers an hour, you stand very good chances not to see the train, you know. And this is why they put barriers and sound signal.
Yeah.
Because they move so fast that you don't have time to react, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
And we all
Yeah.
seen the movie Gravity, right? We all seen it.
Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah.
So nothing of this so-called tin can flying in the violation, the second law of thermodynamics violation is there for 20 years now. 20 bloody years, and nothing ever happened with it. Oh yeah,
Yeah.
two small holes,
sorry,
right?
In the last 5 years, satellite deployment just increased year on year, because everybody's seen, those scumbags have seen the writing on the wall. It's easy money. Yeah. Okay. Even India has been in, and I think it was back on Monday. I was commenting on India deploying a satellite, and that one failed. Got lost. It was supposed to be orbiting the moon. How do you lose? I don't know. So they sent another one up there to try and find that one. And I said, well, basically, what you need to do is just stick to making curry. That's what they're good at. That's their don't be doing satellites that we know NASA can't even prove. We can't find the NASA ones, and you're coming in with your church. I've forgotten the name. I've got to get the name for it. It begins. It's a long one. Chalinda. I think it's called Chalinda 1 and Chalinda 2. Okay, that's what. Chalinda 2. Basically, you want to stick to your coriander.
Wasn't it Chandrayaan?
Yeah, Chandrayaan. That's it. Yeah, Chandrayaan. That's it. I couldn't quite remember the name, but I was on the right track. They need to stick to their coriander 1, coriander 2, and stick to your curry. Yeah, that's what you need to do, because we know you cannot put satellites in space orbiting the moon and give me a CGI image of it. Come on, they're operating CGI as images. To shut this guy in the restaurant, he was going like it was a proud achievement. I said, no, it's a lie. Use your smart device. Now type it in, real images of satellites. Go ahead. And then he showed me everything was a cartoon. I said, that's not real. That's a CGI image, isn't it? Yeah. Now type in real images of Earth. There you are, CGI. And if you don't believe me,
the worst selfies.
Yeah. So I said to him, it's impossible. And I said, look at that image. What took that image of that satellite? What one? You see? It's just an image, artist rendition. You have no idea. Your country, India, is stealing your tax money and you're believing, yeah? Keep making good curry though, yeah? And I'll tell you how much I will pay you. You can put the price up, but my price is fixed. As your number one customer, it's 2,000 yen. There you go. So you can put 2,030 yen, 2,050 yen, 2,100 yen. That doesn't compute with me. 2,000 yen every time. That's all you're going to get for your curry. I told him, this is like 4 years. Get the proud that, we've got the Cherianda or whatever satellite up there. I said, no, sorry, that's not true. Yeah? Impossible. Do that. We don't have the technology to do this. Now they're saying they deployed thousands the other day. Yeah. And like Roger said, the problem is now, how do they avoid collision? The reporter said himself, it's getting pretty crowded up there. What he said, and will Musk and other companies deploy thousands more satellites. And the other female report was, well, how are they going to keep an eye on all that? No, they're talking about using AI technology to keep an eye, avoid collisions and stuff. I said, well, I'm surprised. They should have cameras on them already. I mean, how else they be avoiding themselves? You see what I mean? They haven't even got cameras on, because if they had, we would have images of Earth. So there you have it. Thousands of satellites up there. 60%, according to the report I read, was owned by Russia. Russia owns 60% of those satellites that are up there at the moment.
But
and that's a big percentage.
The very funny thing about these satellites, when you search information about them, you will find that they are designed without a propulsion system because they are supposed to be placed on an orbit, so they don't need a propulsion system. But how the hell did he launch these satellites, and they need to propel themselves to get on the orbit, you know?
That's correct. That's correct. They have to be deployed into a position, you see, right?
Yeah.
Thousands. So when did all this happen? You know, because this is a big event. And, 30,000 satellites up there, that's a massive event. When did this happen?
Yeah.
Over the years, geostationary, geo-orbiting. That's what they call it. They're the geostationary ones. And they're the ones that are orbiting the Earth as well.
Whatever the altitude they claim that these satellites are being placed, you see, the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere, according to
NASA
2019 NASA official claim. So, if there is atmosphere there, then they need a propulsion system. They cannot. It means they are flying. They are not orbiting. Because
that's
the
right.
The orbiting takes place in vacuum.
How can that be? How can that be?
There is no atmospheric drag and stuff. But now they say that NASA say now that the Earth, even the moon, is in the Earth's atmosphere.
Right.
Yeah. So there is drag, but apparently it doesn't exist.
Yeah. And that's the question. How is it that these satellites can remain in that position, given the fact that Earth is moving through 4 different path vectors through this universe at over 2 million miles an hour? Yeah? The Earth itself is doing 580 million miles an hour, just orbiting the sun, supposedly orbiting the sun every year. It's covering 580 miles an hour at a speed of 66,600 miles. How can the satellites still remain around the ball that is moving? How?
Yeah. Well,
what's going on there? What's the science behind that? Yeah, because this Earth is moving through the vacuum of space, right? These things that they're supposedly deployed, these satellites, how are they able to stay with the Earth? Because for me, the Earth should just collide with the satellites and carry on, leaving a whole heap of empty satellites just there in a void. Because the ball has gone like a bowling ball. Don't you think?
When you look at nuclear bombs detonation, you will find that the speed of the shock wave in a nuclear bomb explosion is hypersonic speeds of around between 20,000 and 50,000 miles per hour.
Pretty rapid.
Yeah, very fast.
Yes, pretty rapid indeed.
Yeah, and these are 21,000
not a casual breeze
miles per hour.
Right.
No, what I want to say is that the speed of 21,000 miles per hour is the speed which, if you take a tungsten projectile and make it fly with that speed in Earth's atmosphere, that speed is so fast enough to heat up that tungsten so it melts.
There you go.
So that's the limit speed which can be achieved by a solid object
that we can make to date our best material. Right. Well, that's and that's at 21,000 miles an hour. But yet, these satellites, we can safely assume here, because we don't see them, they're traveling at 17,500 miles an hour to 18,500 miles an hour.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You know, that's a safe assumption. There. We don't see them. We don't see them. The ISS is supposedly traveling at 17,500 miles per hour, and that is falling. Yeah, it's not actually being driven.
Yeah.
It's falling. Ridiculous.
Yeah.
Oh, I tell you, you know, words fail me. Such an abuse of the logic. This thing is falling around a ball. Falling round a ball. How does something fall round a ball? How things just fall down normally. Down you go, down, down. That's it. Things don't fall round balls.
No,
it can never be demonstrated. You know, you're going to need propulsion. Yeah,
exactly.
You're going to need propulsion. It's not falling. It should be dropping straight down, straight down, right? Unless it's got thrusters that are pushing it around, right? Then you're going to have to say, right, where are the thrusters? What is the fuel? How comes it's able to do that? Constantly falling, they said, and it's only 250 to 253 miles. 251, 253 miles up from the Earth's surface. So there is such a thing as orbital decay. Orbital decay. That means it's going to lose altitude. It's got to come down. And don't get me wrong, how is it able to go around the Earth once it gets to the bottom? How is it getting itself back around and up over a 24,901 mile circumference? How can it do that?
It's crazy.
And not only that, it's orbiting the Earth, right? But it's also orbiting in such a way that it's covering the whole Earth as well, yeah? So this is a mad thing, this ISS. Mad satellites.
It's spinning on 2 or 3 axes of rotation.
Yeah. It's 11 axes. 11 vectors, guys. Also,
there you go.
It's the whole thing's a joke. They didn't even record it being sent up or being built, and there's no real pictures of it, and they never do a 360-degree pan, and there's no stars in the background. So if you think it's real, you're just gullible, and I feel sorry for you.
Yeah. Not to mention the fact that it's operating in a highly radiated zone to the tune of 25,000 rems. So, you know, there is just no way no human being can survive that. It's instantaneous death. I don't care what you say.
And also, Jin, also, you know, if you have like the Earth tilt, and if you put like a ring around the Earth, just hypothetically, a ring around the Earth, and this ring, there is satellites, the geostationary satellites. When the tilt happen, the ring is not gonna tilt, you know, with the ball, you know. No. So only the Earth is tilting. So how is going to be positioned? It's not going to be positioned. If you have hypothetically picture like a ball and then a ring around it, and there is satellites all in this ring around the frame of the ring. So when it does the tilt, it's not going to be in the same position all year long. It has to change. Yeah, it has to change. Yep.
Thank you, lie detector. That was good.
Yeah,
another good insight.
Very good. Yes, very good.
So, you know, you know, there are too many anomalies. Now, I'm currently still debating after 8 months about 6 characters who, where one person uploaded a video to YouTube about 8 months ago saying that this is how we know the Earth is not flat. And then I said, please give me the scientific evidence, blah, 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 you know, with my little emojis and that. And that, of course, that got them all riled up. So I'm dealing with 4 characters. And they were talking about this American in the 1930s, an American pilot that went up and took a picture of Earth, okay, 1930s, okay? And it said there was curvature there. And then I said to him that you cannot trust this image from the 1930s, this grainy image, because it could have been doctored, first of all. Okay? Then I reminded him that Augustus Piccard went up in 1931 to the altitude of 10 miles and he said what he saw was a flat disc with an upturned edge, is what he said he saw.
Right. Yes.
But
yes.
when you look at the article, that is actually, this is reported to be in, they write in there, he saw the curvature of the Earth in bold black letters. Now, they lied. I'm going to send you the article right now. Okay, I'm going to post it in the live stream voice text. What a big lie, these people. And you tell that they've black bold writing to mention the curvature of the rest of the Earth, but the rest of the text is normal text.
Yeah, and that guy, and the guy with the balloon, he was the first guy, to go all the way in that altitude, so.
That's correct.
Yep. So that's gonna be the correct answer. I mean, the honest answer, So he said it's a disc and with the upturning edges.
Edge. That's what he said he saw. Okay. He went on with his son went on to go to the deepest part of the Earth in a kind of like a submarine thing. Okay. His son.
Yep.
Okay. So I've sent the article. It should be in there now. This is what it's all about, guys. We have to pick up all the loose ends of their anomalies and put them on the table. Anomalies shouldn't be there if it's clearly a spherical ball. I said to them, it should be easy for you to prove, but nothing has been proven to me thus far. Right? There are too many anomalies that have no business being there. It should be clear, easy for you to prove this. Why haven't you done it yet? So my statements, my posts, my videos, and everything I've said and questions still remain. No, we can never go to space, moon, or Mars. We do not have the technology. We never will. Prove me wrong. Hurry up. 8 months still going.
I think it's the sky is just gonna be like 30 miles away, If you look at the video that I posted, it's the Indian Space Institute or something research. I put that video. They said they were deploying satellites from the space. You could look at, the satellites is dropping down in clouds, and the clouds is only 10 miles, 7 miles, away from us, So, I mean, that's right. Cannot be 500 kilometers away. There is no way, Yep. It's in just a couple of seconds, it was in the middle of the clouds. It disappeared.
Yeah.
That's the Indian space. It's funny,
it is funny. I mean, it's ridiculous, So these guys, they offered American. I'm going to try and see if I can get that article as well. He posted it, so I want to see if I kept it. I hope I did.
Yeah.
Because if I didn't, I'm a jackass if I didn't.
And we don't even need to go that further with these anomalies. We can take it like the primary school physics classes, the centrifugal force.
Yes.
They say it's a ball spinning around its axis. And this means that at the equator, the angular speed, they say, it's the speed of sound. And 1,000 miles per hour.
Yeah, 1,700 kilometers.
Yep. This is a big radius, and it generates a big centrifugal force.
Right.
Which they say it's counteracted with the force of gravity. But when you come towards the north, your angular speed on the ball decreases exponentially when you cut by half the radius.
Yeah.
So, but when your radius from is cut by half, your centrifugal force drops exponentially. Because your angular speed it's much slower.
Yes,
you still have the same RPM, but the speed is reduced significantly.
Yeah.
And the centrifugal forces are much weaker, and then the gravitational pull should be much harder, heavier, So 100 kilograms weighted at North Pole should be 1 kilogram at the equator, But this is not what we experience.
We observe. The thing is, if you watch the Generism video, which I'm hoping to get back soon because Generism's channel is going to come back on probably at the end of this month, probably. There's a video called "Are We Spinning?" Right, and it's so poignant in the way it delivers the fact that we're not spinning. It's a shameful for those heliocentric models, heliocentrists. Now, basically, the main force of concern, right, to the heliocentrists is the angular speed, because everything's moving around at one revolution at the same. But really, it's not that. It's actually the linear speed, the guy on the very outer edge, right? That the very surface of the Earth is what is of great concern. The speeds are way too great to ignore. Is the point we're making, right? Not the angular. The angular really doesn't mean diddly, to be honest, regarding the spin, right? But if you're talking about linear speed now, and the centrifugal force there, this is where you're going to notice, not centripetal force, right? Because we don't experience that on the Earth. Do you ever experience centripetal force?
No.
No, we don't, right? Centrifugal, when you're on a roundabout, you're thrown off. You're never thrown back in.
Outside of it,
Right. And I explained to Professor Phil that if you are on a child's merry-go-round, dead center, you got your balance. As soon as you move to the outer edge and then you jump up, the handles
pushes you outwards.
The handles which you use to push that damn thing round will come and collect you. If you don't jump, if you don't lift your legs up high enough, you're going to be hit by that. So therefore, it proves that this Earth isn't moving because your position would change. It's going to change on a roundabout.
And when you spin a merry-go-round, this mounted in the park, you spin them at only couple of revolutions per minute, like 20, 30 maybe. You don't get to spin them that fast, and they immediately generate that much centrifugal force that you find it very hard holding yourself to it.
Exactly. In fact, some kids in the UK and also in America, they're on the YouTube, they actually get their scooters, and they get on the edge of the roundabout and accelerate their constant drop. And the kids are having a hard time hanging on. They're flying up from a seated position. They're sitting down. They're flying up. So, they can't tell me that centrifugal force is something we won't notice because it's only moving at one revolution an hour. In 24 hours, but at the speed of 1,036 miles an hour. That's fast. I don't care what you say. I've traveled at 180 miles an hour. That's fast enough. One on my motorbikes many times, and then on a Shinkansen bullet train. So, come on, man. Know that. They're silly. Talking out their asses, man. So, Professor Phil, if you are indeed listening, I will be contacting you soon with more tsunami of truths that just blow your light to smithereens all day long, Mr. Professor Phil. Providing me no information, no actual proof of your deploying satellites and the company you work for, everything. I want to see it all, man. You deployed. He's saying that the satellites he sets up receive satellite dishes, receive communication for satellites above. I said to him, unbeknown to you though, that I used to deliver satellites and help install them. And every time that we installed these satellites they weren't pointing skywards. They were pointing towards the nearest telecom tower. But I didn't click. Even then I didn't click. Why wasn't it pointing skywards? I didn't even click that. I just set it up. And did you get a signal? Because you're more interested in the customers getting a signal. You got a signal? Okay, we're going to just set the angle. How is it now? Yeah. It's just like another antenna. And we lock it in. You lock it with the spanners and you lock it into position. That's it. It's not one you can move. It's not a movable satellite dish. It's fixed. Even the ones on this property, my property where I'm at now, 3 satellite dishes, all fixed at certain angles to receive the signal from the telecom tower. They're not pointed skywards. None of them are.
Yes. Indeed.
So I advised Professor Bill, take a look. You would be the only one, because everywhere else around the world, they're using fiber optic cables, and which is 98% of, and then the 2% are telecom towers, okay? Cell towers. So as far as I'm concerned, what you're saying does not make sense. It doesn't match the reality that we observe in my neighborhood today and in Britain, where I actually installed satellites. So please, I want to see your information. I want to see your satellite. He says he's got it where he can control it. So his one is movable. It can follow. It follows the satellite, he says. There you go. Professor Phil. Professor of lies.
You can track, you can follow these companies that are laying fiber optic cables, oceanic fiber optics. And you can see the internet speed evolution according to the years when these companies finished pulling these cables, you know.
Yeah.
Back in the days, in the 90s, we had a lot of wire, transoceanic wire, electric, you know. And the internet speed was slow. We had connection, but it was slow. And this one existed from the times when they invented the telegraph.
The document I was looking for you. I'm sending it. Look at this picture, okay? It's black and white, 1930s. Supposedly the first image of the Earth from an American pilot. Okay, here we go now. And the view you're looking at is 300 miles. 1930s. And this guy sent me this. So I sent him the August Picard one in response to this. And then I followed up with a question with, but anyway, besides, where are all the uninterrupted images and videos of Earth spinning in the bottom of space from NASA with all that technical equipment they have? Why don't we have one? Why is this conversation or this debate going on with all the technology that's out there? Why is it so difficult for you to prove it without a doubt, crystal clear, easy peasy, over and over and over again? You know, that's how you should be able to do this. But they haven't been able to prove it once. Nothing but anomalies, which have no business in that situation. The situation of proving the Earth is a spherical ball. It should be easy, like a click of the finger. Click, you know, it should be that easy. But you know, we're into this 6 years into the flat Earth here, a revival. Let's say it was revived maybe 2014. Okay, so we're saying like 7 years into the revival of all this flat Earth, and no evidence at all. NASA tells us they don't have a picture, they don't have a photograph. Notice they only have images, and they don't have any videos of Earth spinning on its axis. Yeah. I'm always going to be asking that question. Where are the videos, the satellites that show us Earth spinning on its axis? Where are those photographs? The organization NASA
Gene, you're cutting, you're roboting a little.
Is everybody quiet? Mic check.
I hear you.
All right, appreciate it, Truth.
No.
I'm always confused when I see a green flashing icon, because if I don't hear anything, I think something's wrong with my audio.
I hear you. So I was like, what? Something going on? I can't hear anything.
Yeah, I just keep thinking I got a technical glitch, refresh the page, check my preferences, test the mic and all that stuff. I go through a process when I just see a flashing green and don't hear nothing. Because when I see that, I try not to talk because it'd be interrupting if someone was talking and I really couldn't hear them. Because I've done that several times, so I try to avoid that.
Jimbo, can you go again in centrifugal force? Like the RPM, the revolution from zero, and how that's gonna work with the gravity.
Well, if I could chime in on this, I don't mind. The word centripetal comes from French, which means going around like the outer edge of a petal of a flower, the whole 360. So that's centripetal. Centrifugal is like when you put stuff in a test tube around an access point, spin it real fast, like blood. It separates the heaviest, sinks to the bottom. The next layer of the next heaviest resides on top of that, and the lighter fractions, are in their layers towards the surface.
Because the speed at the middle, right?
By centrifugal force. Now, when we're talking about rotating things, say you're on the edge of a what do you call it, merry-go-round, and you're holding on, okay, and it's spinning. Okay, you're feeling centripetal force, and it wants to throw you off in a tangent. It wants to throw you off in a straight line. If you're on a spinning merry-go-round and you let go, you're flying off it. There's no question.
No question about it. Yeah.
Yeah, and again, the farther you are away, you have what they call the rim speed. It increases tremendously, exponentially, the farther you are away from the center. It's incredible. You take the same Ferris or the same merry-go-round, You double its diameter, but turn it at the same speed. Now be on the outside hanging on. You're going to feel more than twice as much force trying to throw you off.
Right.
Yeah.
Exponentially.
They're trying to say that the earth is so big, you won't notice it. The bigger, the more you're going to notice, unfortunately for you. It works against you. The big.
And it don't take much.
Silly
Like
asses.
in these circus rides, like they have one that's you're inside like a big wheel, if you will, and it spins.
Yeah, I know the one.
It barely spins at 5 miles an hour, and you're so stuck to the wall you can barely lift an arm for a second or two. It feels.
And
like
what is holding us from, you know, like being thrown off?
A little motion.
What is holding off?
A little centripetal motion. That's not centrifugal. That's centripetal.
Centrifugal. So what's holding us is the gravity, which is work against that, right? That's what they say.
Well, it's not gravity. If gravity was real, you'd pour out a glass of water and it'd try to form a lump, because gravity's pulling it down, everything down equally, right? But no, it happily spreads out to fill a container. It's mobile. And there's no force once it hits the bottom of a container to stop it from spreading out to the sides and exerting a force on the sides of the container to retain it. Mobile fluids find level. It's a rule. It's not just for water. It's for everything like that. Alcohol, methanol, ethanol, all these fine oils, there's low viscosity.
Did you say that ride was centripetal force in action?
Centripetal, yes. Not centrifugal. Centripetal around the outside edge.
Yeah, and that's the ride where you're standing on a platform, right, circular platform. The wall is behind you, and I think are you strapped in or not?
Not at all. Right. Not at all.
Not at all. Right.
No,
Right.
Barrier
and then the thing begins to rotate.
Yeah, and the point is, while it's spinning, it increases, basically your body weight or your mass that you feel.
Yeah.
It has.
Of course, it does.
And
it's like
by an incredible amount.
Yeah.
So much you can't hardly move.
But I don't like to use the G-force anymore. I don't like the word G-force because it's got nothing to do with gravity. So I stopped saying that.
Yeah, it's not a G-force.
Yeah,
and it's so
I call it acceleration force or lateral force, something like that. I'm changing my language to that one. Yeah.
So ridiculous, because even in weights and measure, they tried to stick it in everywhere with the specific gravity, and they still got that shit in chemistry and other stuff. And I never use it ever for anything in a lab.
Right.
No one should. It's garbage.
Exactly, it's garbage.
Relative density. Fuck, I laugh and I want to pull my hair out, even though I don't fucking have any. When I hear that fucking word. But anyway, I don't want to get into it. So, like I say, there's a little distinguishment needs to be made between centripetal or centripetal force and the centrifugal, where you're contained inside, like in that spinning thing at the amusement park, where you're on a disc and the wall is behind you. You're being retained. There's a difference.
Yeah.
If you're on the outside of that wall, you'd be thrown off.
Yes, that's right. You'd be thrown off.
Centripetal force. Well, it's not a force. Centripetal is just around a circle. It's a circle.
Yes, it's just the reaction of the spin.
So it has no force, no value.
Reaction
in part conceptual again.
From the rotation of that drum.
Yeah. Devils
so inside
in the
you're kept in. On the outside, it's on the inside you're kept in by the wall. But like I said, on the outside, you're thrown off. There's nothing to keep you. So basically, how is it that we're not thrown off at 1,036 miles an hour at the equator?
Well, it's so big you don't feel it or notice it. And all the air's moving at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator to keep up with the spin, obviously. right up to 70,000 feet, no problem. All that air, no whip effect, 70,000 feet moves at the same speed as down below, the ground beneath it. It's bullshit.
Now the Earth as a spherical ball, supposedly as a spherical ball, is orbiting the sun at 66,600 miles an hour. Okay,
66,000 miles an hour, or something like that.
But, 66,600 miles an hour, and it's covering in 1 year in a yearly orbit 580 million miles. How do the satellites keep up with that? What's keeping the satellites in place? Because my image is the Earth ball would just collide into those satellites. I mean, how are they able to stay? What's keeping them in position at that speed?
Magic rocket-powered hairspray cans that go and have an igniter, and they can do it forever because there's no weight, so there's very little mass to freaking overcome. So their micro spurts can move a 10-ton whatever, no problem. Any magic you need, the properties are created for the need.
Yeah, how is
resistance in space.
Possible? How is that
all
possible?
fairy tales, science fiction fairy tales. Look, some people think science fiction is new. John Carter was written in 1909 or a little before.
There you go.
And it's a great, great science fiction. And Hugo, the science fiction prize, that's over 200 years old. People think, oh, we're modern. We got 3D printers now. The patent for 3D printers is over 200 years old.
There you go. 200 years old, I'm telling you.
The fax machine, the English, when they were trading with the, Chinese, they had fax machines back then. They were like hemispheres that you put the paper in, and there was a pendulum that would move back and forth over it on a worm screw. And at the end of the pendulum was a little magnet connected to wires. And each time it would swing over ink. Ink has a little iron in it. It's a ferrous product. It would send a little voltage through the wire. And at the other end, thousands of miles away, a copy of that paper was reproduced. So the fax machine was around when the boats and cannons and the squashbucklers were around. And they could actually make faxes. And they needed them because none of the British could write damn Chinese or even read it. And they had to make contracts and other stuff. So the fax, people think, oh, fax, nice new modern invention. It's more than 200 years old. And the East Indian Trading Company was using it way back when. And they worked in tandem with, like in America, the telegraph. You could send your
That's
Morse
right,
code.
the telegraph,
Absolutely. Or you could send one of these facsimiles. You'd pay a lot, but you could send one. The telex or the thing, you'd pay per line. That's why it was always blah, 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 stop, da-da-da-da-da, stop. And just a few sentences. And that was it.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. Yeah. Yeah.
There's no mercy. You couldn't have a conversation. You had to know what you wanted sent down the line and keep it short and sweet because you were paying for every line. You're breaking up Robot and Bad there.
Seem to come off the boil again. Let's have a look.
When you think of old writers like Jules Verne and his writings, you think that was just inspired, or maybe he had that information from pre-existing information.
Yeah.
Right,
Jimbo, I want to draw your attention to an image that I sent, a document that I sent a little while back of the first picture of the Earth's curvature. Can you see it in the live stream voice text? It's a black and white shot. Take a look. Tell me what you think of it. Yeah, someone enlarged the picture anyway. Yeah, can you see?
I think for some reason the camera lens had an aberration at the far right.
Yeah.
It looks like it's just a lens defect there. Honestly, it looks like a bad lens for that shot.
Yeah. This is lie detector took a picture of it, but you can see the image, yeah?
Absolutely. Most of it's flat with a warped lens and distortion at the side.
That's right. And they're offering this up as proof that this was the first shot ever taken of the Earth's curvature on December the 30th, 1930. The first photograph.
Actually, if I didn't know better, I'd say that looks like almost the same kind of work that John Toland Media does.
Yeah, exactly. But John Toland Media does it much better.
But that's like one of his photos, but with just a garbage lens. It is a nice photo. And you look at some of the roads, you see how flat they are, no curving, arcing, bending, which you should see for miles and miles and miles. And they want to say that's proof of curvature. It's proof of flat. They're delusional. They're nothing. They only see what they want to see to protect their investment in these lies. Most of what we're fighting is cognitive dissonance, and there's no pill for it, no rubber mallets to whack them in the head with it. And like I say, when they come in here and they're doing their spiral, like one just a while ago, I forget his name, but Australian, I guess, accent, but boy was...
Yeah, his name is, I think that was Jazzaconda, using foul language.
Jazza, I know Jazza well, but before Jazza, there was one guy came in, and when he came in, he already had pre-scripted in his mind how he was going to attack this and everyone here. And at one point, he stumbled because he kept like trolling and interfering, and then he said he had one last thing to say, and then he totally forgot what he had to say. You know, he didn't come here with anything but an edge to grind, an axe to grind. But not because of us, period. Because of an insecurity he felt within him. You know, and that's what brings most of these people here. They get triggered. They get angry because subconsciously you can't know anything but it's flat all around you. You know?
The photograph was taken with a panchromatic photographic film to record and...
Well, Kodak made pan. Well, they had all different names for different film bases and mixtures of the acetate and stuff. They claim to have used Ektachrome on the moon for a bunch of them. Ektachrome is a reversal color photography. It takes a full development process, a bleaching out, a re-exposure, and then another full development process to get positive slides.
Yeah.
And it's very...
Now, they reckon what we're looking at there, the horizon is 300 miles away in that shot.
I might think it's farther. Let me look. Actually, sounds about right. 300 miles in that, but perfectly flat. If those roads, those whitish lines were curved, you'd see them arcing. You'd see arcage, if you will.
Yeah, you would. You would definitely see the curvature, without a doubt.
You know, you tell me if you lift an ant above a basketball that it was standing on and could actually see through its eyes and project it onto a TV, that you wouldn't see the ball curving away from it? Of course you would. Because it's actually on a ball.
I reckon taking pictures from the sky was difficult. And to cut through the haze.
Well, Jay Toland, really. You know, he's the distance guru. You know,
they always overcomplicate and over dramatize things. When you're in a regular passenger jet airline and you got your little smartphone taking a picture, was it difficult for you to lift it up, put it to the window and wait for a good moment to capture a good shot? Was that difficult? No, wasn't, was it? What's difficult about it? Always over dramatizing things. It's not that difficult to be in a plane. It just takes some time. Maybe you have to take several shots in order to get that really, 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 really good one. But it's not difficult, is it? The camera's doing all the work. All you're doing is putting it up and you're using your eyes to, okay, I think I'll take this one, bang, snap, 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 ka-ching, 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 ka-ching. You know, what's going on? Ka-ching, 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 you know, speed. What's going on?
It's like photographic impossibilities, like, you know, catching the transit of the ISS across the face of the moon. One is at 240 miles away. One is at 250,000 miles away.
There you go.
And you're able to focus on both of them at the same time. My gosh, what a miracle.
Yeah, really.
That's an
We are
impossibility.
very capable.
In photography,
Very capable.
there's what you call depth of field and depth of focus. Now, when you're focused on something in the foreground, in general, the background blurs a bit. And you use that property in portrait photography and all kinds of stuff. Now, by the same token, if you focus on the moon, what's in the foreground, which 240 miles up would be foreground, blurs out. You can't see what's there. So you either focus on one or on the other. Now, this thing's supposed to be moving at 6 miles a second, too. It's many times faster than a bullet. And it's not going to be like just a streak of light. Bullshit. It looked like a shooting star at 6 miles a second. Really? Why doesn't it look like a streak? Like a shooting star, arcing around our Earth. It should. It's a fast-moving light. It should leave a streamer. And it doesn't. Like I say, all those photos, I don't care if it's Wolfie or who the fuck takes them. They've made them up and they fucking use CGI to do it. Every fucking one of them is a troll-ass lying, you know, CGI bitch. Promoting their frauds as something valid. And I call every one of them transit photos. Total bullshit. I don't care who the fuck claims them to have taken them. I can't take pictures of things moving at 6 fucking miles a second. What the fuck?
No. That's right. That would be difficult. You know? And John Pettit was saying that he was trying to do that as well.
And there again, from up to down, when you're taking pictures from up to the down and you're moving, you have motion blur. Anyway, it's just so preposterous. Now, here's another thing. I guarantee you anyone can do the comparisons. Go to any cupola view of the Earth from above. The actual altitude they're representing is 3,000 plus miles up, not 240 to 300. Because if you go to Google Earth and you try to match the elevation of the so-called ISS cupola, which is 240 miles, to the view that they're offering with Google Earth, you'll see that the only way to match it is when you zoom back on Google Earth to just about 3,000 miles up. So I don't know how camera lenses on the ISS and the cupola and these clowns actually fucking work. Because they're getting in too much. Because when you're on Google Earth and you zoom into 240 and 300 miles, like over Italy, you're eating fucking boot leather. And that's every fucking photo from this fucking ISS bullshit CGI cupola production house. Every fucking photo. Piece of film segment. Every fucking one of them is a piece of fraud. Not just a few. No fucking different than the Apollos in the 60s and 70s. All fucking made up. Same old, same old. I guess a leopard can't change its spots.
Definitely not. Can't teach an old monkey new tricks. Can't teach an old dog new tricks, as they say.
It's a very profitable dog and pony show. So much for Tuesday's rant.
Fantastic. Fantastic liars.
I guess part of masonry is just being a good actor when you're in the public and stuff too. They should be part of the Actors Guild.
Mm.
Anybody here? Mic check.
Loud and clear.
No one's here. Cool. There's 2 people in VC check-in, but I can't do anything about it. Is there anybody here that can? Looking through the list, I don't see any mods here right now. Alrighty then, much we can do about it at this moment. Earth continues to not be the silly spinning water ball in space. That's all I know. Shut up. So I see we have a globe believer on here. Denmark. Tell us why you live on a spinning ball. in the middle of nothing. Denmark. The guy with the yarmulke on his Lincoln Penny. And already must not be near his microphone. Just messing with him. How about Flat Earth Dude out in California? You got anything to say? Back on the ball yet? Not near his mic either.
Dankle. Good morning.
Dude,
How you doing?
give us a full report from California.
California. They opened up a parking lot outdoor dining again yesterday.
Wow, that's a step in the right direction.
Well, in New York, apparently you're allowed to go into restaurants to take a shit instead of having a dump outside.
That's a good thing.
Yeah, it's, you know, go
That's
fine
just
dine in
ridiculous.
New York and find a tree to have a shit by. I think you're Borat or something, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, you can go inside, use the restroom, but can't sit down and eat, you know. You can spray your bodily fluids all over the place, but how dare you sit down with your friend and have a cup of coffee? Oh, no, you can't do that.
Well, don't worry. We're only a week into Sniffy Joe. He's going to fix everything, man.
Sniffy Joe.
It's just the way it is. I know a bunch of people in West Palm Beach. They're, you know, jet setters, polyponists and stuff, you know.
Yeah.
None of them wear masks, and they're all out there partying, going to galas, art shows, everything. No fucking masks. And these are, you know, top elite people there.
Right.
I mean, really multi-millionaires. Like I say, they'll buy vintage sunglasses at $4,000. Trust fund babies, all that stuff, you know. But anyway,
the rich seem to not be bothered by the cocoa. Yeah.
They don't even follow what's going on. They're just so far in another world. They don't give a shit. They know what's going on. Their friends are masters of it.
Yeah. They take their private jet.
Yep.
Well, guys, we have a new person that joined us, but I can't pronounce their name. Right below will be flat. Can anybody read that?
It says A-L.
Ali Chaco, maybe?
Ricardo or Chaco?
Chaco.
Ali Chaco's got no rolls, and I can't do nothing about
Chaco.
that.
El Chaco. El Chapo. El Chaco.
I don't have any authority around here. So
no, we're low on the totem pole around East Park.
Rich Choco? No.
I'm looking through the list for a mod debug, but Rico's the only one to see, and he's on deafening right now. So,
all right.
Sorry about that. He seems to have a square and compass as an icon. That one.
The very last name. Well, Groovy's the last name.
Above Groovy.
Just above Groovy.
Above Groovy, yeah. We'll have to let El Chaco be silent for now. You'll continue.
Sorry about that. Somebody will come in. Hang out. Somebody will let you talk. Cool. I just woke up, getting some coffee.
It's 8:40 a.m. in California right now, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
It's about 75, 80 degrees outside.
No, not this week. It's winter. We got winter this week. It's
so
about 40, about 44, 42 maybe.
Really?
It's cold.
Cold in California.
We're freezing. We got my parka on.
Get your snow boots out. There you go.
We got snow in the mountains about 50 miles away from me here. Yeah.
How does that work on a globe?
It's a good question, man. I don't know. I wish I knew the answer to that one. I heard Jimbo
You've been around long enough. You've heard how we pretty much nailed this argument down to 3 points that point out the belief.
Yeah, I've been listening. Yeah, you can pick. There's a lot to pick from, but yeah, 3 is good. Start. Just let's get through 3, and then we'll work on the rest.
Well, that's the main 3 physical claims made by the Globe, right?
Right.
I like their nickname here as the 3 little Miggies. That's
yeah.
so sweet. I like it so much.
The outstanding claim is.
What about the 3 Stooges?
The outstanding claim is it's a ball in motion in space. So that covers the whole gambit right there.
Well, they
talk about gravity and all this shit.
And they can't float on the floor they're trying to stand on because it literally is quicksand. There's nothing substantial to hold them up, metaphorically speaking.
Without the foundation, they can't build all the rest of their bullshit, can they, Jimbo? Gotta have the foundation.
And 6 years ago, I stopped debating. I debated for 3 or 4 days.
Yeah.
And common sense says when you know something, you don't have to debate it.
No.
I know it's flat. I know water finds level. I know a lot of basic rules of physics, like the ones that apply to fluids. Mobile fluids conform to the shape of their container. Water is one of them. End of story. Water, alcohols, light oils, they all conform to their container.
I was getting into container last night in the chat with this guy, and I'm like, could you show me that gas pressure without the container? And he goes, open the valve on the propane tank. And I was like, tank, container, I was like, come on.
How about a mountain lake for a container? Well, if the earth was curved, you couldn't have a flat mountain lake up way high in the mountains and a waterfall. If it was curved, it would just flow over a curve and down to the sea. But no, we have what we call waterfalls.
That's hilarious.
It's proof that the earth is not curving or bending. Waterfalls can be
Speaking of that,
sometimes, like Niagara Falls.
Dude, have you seen the specular reflections we got here? Or they're anywhere, but you know what specular reflection is, right?
I do not. Go ahead, tell me.
You don't? Okay. Well, I've seen Miggy hit a few new people with these, and they're awesome. I don't know if anybody in the chat can put one up. I'm driving right now, but
I can specular highlights for those things. It's easy to describe when people draw cartoons and stuff, and the eyeball in the iris itself, there in the black part, the pupil, they draw a little white square. And that represents light reflecting off, that black spot on the eyeball. Well, things that reflect a highlight or a bright spot on a part of their surface is called the specular highlight, like they're calling it. And
but what it is when you see the picture, I don't know if you'll see it right now, but
I'm looking.
It's basically a professional photographers went out and just purposely are trying to get these pictures. They're not flat earthers or nothing, but they're over a still lake, and they're getting a perfect reflection off the mountain or whatever's in the background.
Right. Yeah. Okay. I get it.
If it was a curved surface, that wouldn't be a perfect reflection,
No, it wouldn't. It would not.
It'd be like a funhouse mirror kind of thing.
Yep.
Even a slightest bit of curvature would distort that image, So it's actually a good thing to hit some people with right off the bat, like boom, globe's done right there. If they really think about it.
I like it.
Yeah, just take a convex mirror and try, because the lake is supposed to be convex.
Yeah,
and try to get that reflection straight and from the light to your feet. You can't do it. It has to be a flat mirror. The water.
And there's not just a few of those. There's at least a dozen or so of those pictures, and those are independent photographers. They weren't flat earthers or nothing. They just went out to take pictures. Which is the beauty of it.
And when you're at the water and that light is running up to your feet from wherever it is way out in the waters, it's miles and miles of straight and running out and back to your feet there.
Yep. It's beautiful.
Right next to you sees his own little ray of light going across the water and don't see yours.
The point to cover with somebody you're talking to about this is talk to them about the angular the angle of incidences, I think is the word for it. Like you can prove this scientifically. You can do experiments off mirrors and stuff.
I see you can do it right there on your kitchen table.
Yeah. I mean, the angle of incidence is how light behaves. We can prove that, and
no doubt,
we not have a perfect reflection of that mountain or whatever it is in the background.
Anyone that truly is honest with themselves, eventually they have to resign and admit that, well, it is flat and not a ball. When you're truly honest with your observation and you try to go through this world with integrity and honesty, and you're presented with information that's genuine, well, you don't reject it. You take a good hard look at it and accept it for what it is. Or you do like a lot of these spiraling people who come in here. They know it subconsciously, but they have too much invested in the, construct as they perceive it, and they can't let it go. It's just too much to lose.
Recently, they don't seem to want to come in here too much, do they, Jimbo? They're not as enthusiastic about their beliefs as they used to be.
Because they're getting hammered.
Well,
it's so easy. Even the worst flat earther can beat the best globe earther in a debate, quotation mark.
It also denotes some mental illness in these people. We all have maybe a little bit on our own side, No one's perfect, right?
Yeah, exactly.
We all have
we're all human.
Colloquial things, whatever. That's fine. But some of us can face them, admit we have them, and move on, and still look for some truth, But others, oh, I don't have no problems. Yeah, well, some people have repeat counting, OCD, afraid of spiders, afraid of heights. All of those are like psychological problems. I know it. I have fear of heights, and I don't know why. If I'm on a roof and there's no barrier and I'm looking down over the edge, my knees go rubbery. I can be over water 7 stories up and not be, because if I know how deep the water is and I can jump, I got no problem with that. But if it's solid ground and stuff, no, I don't want to be up there with,
Yeah, heights freak me out either way, no matter what's on the bottom.
There's no
I guess water would be a better chance to survive, though.
Yeah. But everyone's got a fear of something, a phobia. They got names for every one of them, from agoraphobia to xenophobia. A to Z are covered. Some people don't even know what a xenophobe is.
I would be one. Xenophobe. What's that?
Well, someone's afraid of alien creatures and stuff like that. Xenophobe.
Yeah, definitely.
There's a Nintendo game called Xenophobe. It's probably the worst Nintendo game ever made and sold. Every level is the same, and you're running through a train killing this lizard-like thing. Level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4. Never gets harder, Never changes.
I'll be right back. Y'all continue.
Carry on.
For me, hands down, the worst game ever. Anyway. It's hard to make a worse game. Well, Mattel Electronics B-52 Bomber was pretty awful. Probably 8-bit graphics. It looked like squares.
Man. Yeah, I grew up on that crap, man. That's all we had, man. That's all we had.
There was Nintendo, Coleco, Sega, all kinds of little competitors out there. Then you started getting the little Timex Sinclair computers coming out, some Franklin Ace 386s, and just all kinds of stuff.
You brought up something the other day about railroad tracks. You go, I'm going to order 100 miles of railroad tracks, and it's going to be 100 miles when I lay it down.
Absolutely.
And I was like, I never thought of that. I go, oh shit, yeah, you would need another 6,000 feet. You need to order 101 miles of track.
Yeah, 1 mile per every 100 mile of track you're laying. Imagine if you're the producer of the track for that contract.
Yeah.
You'd say,
Like,
what? I'm going to make you an extra 2 rows of tracks that are a mile long for free?
Mm-hmm.
No, if you take a disaffected track, one that's not in service no more, it's nice and straight for 10 miles, and count the ties because they're standardized. They were standardized in size and length then. They're the same.
Like 20.
And you cover your 10 miles, well, you'll see that it covers exactly 10 miles with no curve.
No curve.
Factor. Because that would add a few more rails.
Yes,
but
it
they're
would.
not there.
Yeah.
So it means the physical distance is what it is with no curve.
I love that. That's a great analogy, man. I was like, damn. Or that was a great proof. Oh, it's not even an analogy. It's just like here's another.
Imagine, if Australia, gravity is pulling things up to the center of the earth to keep them on the bottom of that ball. Wow, a tanker car full of material, a whole train weighing millions of pounds with the engines and caboose and everything between, being pulled up and held by gravity.
Yeah.
But you can walk around that gravitationally tethered megaton thing and not feel the gravity that's holding down those megatons beside you. It's ridiculous. And airplanes, when they're upside down, their controls are inversed. To nose up, you nose down with your joystick. To nose down, you nose up. To bank right, you bank left with your joystick.
Right.
And vice versa. Everything is inverted, including your rudder, your flaps. Everything is inverted. That's why stunt pilots train and know how to do 360s and fly upside down. They know when they're upside down to nose up to nose down.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, but if a plane went from North America to Australia, well, now it's upside down. Well, sorry. The physics of flight and airplanes and their design, everything about them, dictates that when they're upside down, your controls are inverted. So because pilots don't have to nose down to nose up, and vice versa when they get to Australia to land, after crossing the equator, is absolute proof that they're not flipping upside down and landing up. They're landing the same way they would in Los Angeles or anywhere else. Flat and parallel from where they took off. And they've done a straight and level flight path to where they're going. And they've flown a beeline as much as possible. I don't know. It's just so flat. It's ridiculous. The people that can't see, it's a cognitive issue. Psychological. People figure out a way. And, sometimes it's just circumstance that changes people and stuff. Like one of my neighbors there. People figure out a way.
Sorry, my bad.
Took him out a few times and was just in a farmer's field here, the experimental farm with the lasers and stuff. And, well, he wasn't flat. He was definitely globe-head, and so was his friend. But there came a moment where his jaw dropped. He looked at me. He said, "It's flat." So what triggered that, I don't know, but it had to do with the laser and some type of realization with it. Like my old scoutmaster, Mike. 2 years I drilled flat into him. Never stuck. One Saturday I go to visit him. His jaw's stuck. He can barely utter a word.
Yeah.
That night he realized it's flat. He lived in New Richmond. He was my scoutmaster, and he had a place by the beach. And when he was bored, which was apparently pretty often,
right,
he'd use his binoculars to look out across the bay, 20 miles, to Jacket River, for the sport of watching people drive off the highway in New Brunswick there, the coastal highway, into a Irving garage, drive around the building and pull up to the pumps for their gas. 20 miles away. And watch the boat ramp and other stuff, the fires, the bonfires.
Yeah.
And when he realized, that his hobby, his pastime, his boredom relief was looking across the flat earth and, well, at a black swan, if you will.
If you will.
It left him in shock. And like I say, I saw him the next day that he came to that realization, just, I don't know, reflecting, thinking, whatever. But he was in shock. There's nothing else to call it. Not full catatonic shock, but definitely shock. I was sort of in shock, and I'm still angry about it all. Honest truth.
Oh, yeah.
Eating all those lies for most of my goddamn life.
Yep.
You think that doesn't leave you with a bit of a anger? And a justifiable anger at that.
Totally. That's
right. I certainly agree. A lot of anger is not justifiable. But against the system and these lies and a lifetime of them, you're damn straight. And they're still perpetuating them. You're damn straight. I'm going to continue to have anger issues with this subject matter, and what's going on. So, and I'm sure I'm no different than a lot of people. We try to stay pretty calm and not fly off the handle and stuff. But these are very fucking triggering things. They do make you angry when they're pushed to a certain point. These freaking trolls are there and they won't shut up, and they're, doing their cognitive dissonance thing or their total troll thing. It's one of the two.
I mean,
so.
And then they just come up with the dumbest arguments against each other.
I think people keep it pretty simple
understand
here,
the
the
math.
mods with the bad boys and the actors that come in there. They treat them pretty well, actually. They give them lots of chances. And
everybody comes in here. It's
they
getting
usually
pretty
blow
good, man, lately. It might have been a little crazy early on a few years ago, but you guys got it down, man. We got it
It's
down.
working out logically and socially. Like, it's about good communication, not all this just talking over each other and ebb and flow, and this sometimes the one, like I say, most of the time, the one-on-one, wow, that gets effective really fast,
Yeah, it does. Yeah, you guys are doing a great job. I'm still learning how to use fucking Discord. I'm getting it. Let me do a couple shout outs. Miller Time, Gabriel, Paul, Just Ken, Ace, Trades. That's about it in the chat there. Shout out to the chat, man. Nobody does that around here, so I'll do it.
Good job, dude. I try to do that from time to time, and I'm usually driving. So I can't look at the chat.
And sometimes here we're missing, I think, some of the good work that was done in the past, Like I say, don't shoot the messenger, right? But a few years ago, and people are still making great videos, but there are some great ones that are sort of seem to have gone by the wayside and, deserve being brought back a bit and looked at. And the one in particular that, I'll try to look it up and post it, but is by a guy named Jibby Jedi that, I'm sure a few people here know. And he did ISS apocalypse there, or what he did, he looked at all of these shuttle launches.
There was the shuttle launches where they all had the same white dot, he called it.
Yeah, and then for 117, it was the same film of separation as whatever 108 or something with different lighting and stuff. But he called it something like ISS or Space Shuttle Apocalypse or something, NASA Apocalypse.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's a very well presented analysis of all the space shuttle missions and the views that NASA gave us of the rocket separation, the boosters and stuff. And they just reused the same film, but staggered it between launches.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a great video.
Great one, and anyone who hasn't seen it, I highly recommend it. It's about an hour, but a very well produced hour.
Dude, and he did that back in like 2015.
Yeah, it's a well done exposure of the fraud just on the so-called solid rocket separations and stuff. And every inch of what NASA does is fraud, deception, con, deceit.
All right, I'm gonna get some more coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay. Shout out to Jimmy Jedi there.
Absolutely. Shout out for that production, and I hope a lot of people click it and check them out. So I'll try to find it, post it in the back, and hopefully it gets circulated again because it's that good. It just is one of those things that should kind of be in the daily. If you ask me.
Yeah. Be cool to see Jimmy get on Discord. Guess he don't like Discord. I never see him on here anyway. Good old Jimmy. Hope he's all right.
Me too. Great work too. Hats off for that.
Yeah.
I think he got a new place. He moved. He fixed it up and other stuff. So I think he's probably pretty good now. But I think he did get a full hat of flat Earth and maybe took a break from it and stuff. Because he had some incidents with flat earthers, so-called, who visited him and stuff.
And we all got
it's kind of personal, but at one point, someone called the cops, said he had a gun, so he wound up, fucking with the stormtroopers in his face and stuff, so he had a lot of bullshit with, so-called flat Earth face-to-face meetings with people and stuff. Some were great, and some real good people out there, like Larry, but some are probably not so great and best avoided. There's a lot of drama in those years.
We had some good times back in the early days of flat Earth, though, didn't you, bro?
So much drama. But I did like the flat Earth asshole, but he just should have kept making films in his style and, doing some music. And I don't know, a lot of them come and go. One of my favorite was a flat earther named Chippy Chipmunk.
Yeah, I remember that guy.
He used to do a bunch of videos and had this little chipmunk character to, describe maps and stuff about flat Earth and stuff. He was so fun. How could you troll something like that, It was like watching a cartoon. It's like that little, that blip that goes by you're listening to. It's like when you were listening to AM radio in the old days and they had this little ad before the news or something like that, Really well done, and it's very familiar to people.
Hey, I put the video, Jimmy's video, in the chat.
Awesome. Thank you. I get so tired of searching and just typing in. It kills me. Thank you. It is an excellent watch and highly recommended. And thank you, Jibby Jedi, again for it. It's a lot of work to do these things. Stress.
Yeah, it is.
Stuff.
And he hates video editing. He hates, like I do.
He went up against, and it's not a big challenge, but Flat Earth Matt Charles and all these bullshitters,
Charles.
So, yeah, what a fucking joke. I won't even talk to him. This is one guy who wants to make zero a value. You make it any value you want, and it's not a value. It's not a number. Any good math book will start out with NaN, capital N, small a, capital N, for zero. The O. It's not a number. If you're starting math with any other concept than that, go to another school, get another professor. Get Charles. He'll fill you with shit.
Real quick, I just flipped through the list. I don't see any new people. We do have Ariel back. Welcome back. It's been
hey, Ariel.
Much new flat earther, and it's been inspiring to hear her story. Welcome back, Ariel. If you want to talk, feel free. We're just waiting for the next person to come in here and declare their beliefs about the spinning globe.
Thank you. I just had to plug in my mic.
Okay.
I was here until like 5 o'clock in the morning yesterday.
Good on you.
Thank you.
If you've been looking at this about 7-8 months, it's going to be a wild ride. Just take your time. You got to do this at your own journey.
Well, she's fortunate you found this
I'm not
place.
trying to give you advice. At least you have all the information there for you instead of having to, I don't know. Go ahead, Dave. What you going to say to her?
Yes, it's sort of my new obsession.
Yeah, good on you.
I'm not a mathematician, but even that to me is so important. So I'm really trying to stretch my insight and build on what little knowledge that I do have. But someone explained to me last night that this is a thing that waxes and wanes, and at first when it hits you, it's so enormous, and I feel that, and that some days you will question it yourself, and I obviously denied that I could ever question it, but I see the sense in saying something like that, because the scope of the deception, it impacts on so much. So yeah, I've just looked at all the different sections on this Discord, and I have to say it's wonderful to see all the information in one place.
Yeah.
So it makes it a lot easier for someone like me to even find new angles to explore. So yeah, hats off. Big shout out to everybody who's done work there.
That's a great story, Ariel, and you're making me reflect back to 2015 when I was 7-8 months into this, and I literally went to a lake here and flashed a mirror across the lake over 8 miles. It was done for me at that point. Even the irony of that is the guy that went with me that day is still a glober. He thinks it's refraction, whatever he decided it is. I saw a mirror flash across 8 miles of sunlight. That water ain't bending. So that's just I wanted to go out and tell everybody, oh my God, it's such an enormous thing. You got to kind of rein that in a little bit, is all I'm saying. People are not ready for this. They refuse to be ready for it. They're so deep in the matrix, or wherever you want to put it, Anyway, I'll shut up.
Yes.
Yeah, shut up, Dave.
That's exactly so true.
No,
if you look at the whole science fiction genre, and I'm a real bookworm. I mean, I've got like 450 books on my phone, so I'm always reading, and a lot of that reading time was spent reading science fiction. I'm a science fiction junkie.
Yeah.
And if you think of all the ways that you suspend disbelief when you're watching like CGI generated like science fiction films and whatnot, I suppose you just have to be of the. My opinion is that a true inquiring mind won't just dismiss things out of hand that don't at first make sense to you. You have to, if you really want to examine things, if you really want to, and if you find only a speck of something that doesn't sit right with you, you have to go and take a closer look. Otherwise, you're not a real inquiring mind. You can be easily fooled in that case, as far as I'm concerned.
Yep, 100%. You're right. So you're kind of new to.
Very, very, very new.
And you ended up here, which be thankful, because this place is just as good as it's going to get for anything going on with Flat Earth, man. It's amazing.
Yeah, the moment I saw it, I was just delighted. And then I came to Discord. I do use Discord for other purposes, gaming mostly. And when I came here, somebody spoke to me and said, "Oh, there's a new person in the channel," and that's the unusual thing, because you can go to other channels and go and get into someone's conversation, and nobody even pays any attention to you.
No,
So I was caught completely off guard because I have never had this conversation with anyone. Why do you believe this? Why do you think it is? And so I had to just, it was the first time I really asked myself that as well. And yeah, I can understand that there are trolls and people who come here just to aggravate people.
Oh yeah, there's a lot of that in flat Earth. Oh man, but my friend used to do like Hot Wheels. He was into Hot Wheels. He said it's the same thing over there when they were talking about Hot Wheels. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, there's trolls. I'm like, what? I'm like, damn, people are just,
There's trolls at the Hot Word server.
Trolls I couldn't believe it either. I was laughing. I'm like, really? He's like, yeah, dude. He goes, it was so bad. I'm like, oh no.
I mean, how bad could that
get?
We are being streamed on YouTube.
Yeah, I keep shouting out the YouTube chat. There's just a few people out there. Paul, Jeff, Gabriel, Miller Time.
Dude, there's 2 different live streams to shout out if you ever want to. You got Miggy's and Helios both running. So.
That's how she found it, I would assume.
I was talking to is it Gabe Biget?
Yeah, a couple hours ago.
Yes. That was fascinating. I mean, this whole day I've just been sort of ruminating on the things that yourself and what is it, Brain Shape, what does he call himself? Brain Shape Investigator.
Ah, yes.
That's great. Yes.
Fascinating conversation from last night. Absolutely marvelous.
Well, wonderful. We love having you. We love having you here because you are a literate person.
Okay.
So
we can
make use. We can make use of your good speech.
Oh, thank you. I'm just sitting here with the biggest smile on my face.
That's great.
And honestly, I can't think of a better antidote to these depressing times than coming here and listening to people talk sense and talk things of real value. It's wonderful.
Yeah,
and funny, realize the darndest things that the Globers are saying.
Yeah.
Those crazy globe earthers. Yeah. Oh my God. and I was especially surprised to find that the spiritual aspect here is something that is constantly being discussed as well.
Yeah, well, once you hit flat Earth, man, that stuff comes right in your face. Right in your face, man. So wait a minute.
Yeah.
Where are we again? Oh boy. Yeah.
Have you caught any Friday ladies' night?
No, because I think it was on a Friday that I first came here. Was it? Yes, I think it was. No, I didn't make it that day.
Hope you make it this Friday.
Yes. Friday. Yes, I'll be there. Thank you very much.
Many awesome ladies in here.
Yes, I've noticed that. And everybody has, everybody speaks. There's nobody here who's,
just parking it, as we say.
Yes. That to me is quite fresh and new as well. It's amazing. It's wonderful.
I've been known to park it
Yeah, I'm really not as talkative as this all the time, but I think everything is so new. It really fills me with a kind of energy. It honestly does. It's like a wonderful elixir that just buoys you up and gives you a little boost. That's how I feel.
That's awesome.
It's a great feeling.
It is. It is. In this really somber time that has really dragged me down. I can't tell you guys, but I'm drawn to come here. I'm happy just to listen to people talk. It really does lift me up. Thank you.
We thank God for being able to.
It is. It is like it's like a big campfire where we can all come and meet and be amongst like-minded people. And this is not trash talking. This is real sensible, worthwhile things. This is what everybody. It's like a girl said the first day I was here. She said that she experienced something weird. She was traveling across America on buses, and that on the majority of her journey, which started out quite it was quite scary for her at the beginning, but later on in this very long journey, that people were just hungry to talk about these things. So people were engaging like strangers with each other. These things are weighing heavily on people. People have been
the
forced,
contact.
yes, to come to a standstill so they can like re-examine.
It's when she was new, she had this anxiety, meeting new people, talking to new people. I can understand those feelings. I can easily empathize.
I can understand that.
But once you do it, then every day you get better.
I'm just amazed at what's happening. I really am. I've been having this recurring idea in my head that throughout my life I've been sort of steered in a direction.
You have never given a thought.
No, but
you couldn't see it.
No. But now for me it's like, and I am the one with the weird ideas in my family, in my circle of friends. I have unusual, and I don't have I don't watch TV. I just don't. I read a lot, and so
well, most of the bookworms do.
So people do, my circle of friends and new people who meet me do think that I'm unusual in this one aspect, that I have this very wide field of interest. Well, that's just me, I suppose. But who could have ever thought that I would be sitting on this Discord on this day telling you all that I can see that the world is not a spinning ball.
It's not, and it's so crazy, this model control. Everything we perceive with our sense.
Yes, I remember that you said that last night as well, and how you explained it about if you walk on foot.
Many of us are flat earth family members with capital FE.
That's right. That is right.
But I must say, you are lucky because a couple of years ago they started this internet censorship, purge of truthers, individual journalists, and it's very hard now to come across this first-hand good information.
Well, like I said to you last night, I've been banned off of Twitter. This happened like a year ago,
Yeah,
maybe a year and a half.
I
And
remember.
because I'm prone to become, involved in some stupid conversation on the internet, and especially with the thing that's going on now, I would go on forums and look at people and examine everything and try to find out what was going on. So then I got banned off of YouTube as well. I still have a Gmail account which I'm about to close on my PC at home. But my whole phone, I've completely de-Googled it, and and that is what has brought me on this journey. I suppose because I was at the beginning, I was looking at all the 5G stuff. Then I was researching vaccines, and somehow I ended up I felt just compelled. I had to look. I think it was the NASA stuff. And then for the next 7 months, I was all over the place. A lot of the things that are on Discord I've already seen.
When you first saw stuff about NASA, you had this perception about NASA like icon on a pedestal, the Holy Grail. Like, this cannot be true. That they lie.
I was never really a NASA. I was never really an admirer of
Fan.
Never. I just always thought, we have the technology with hydroponics, for instance, we can grow food in a desert. Malnutrition, the problems that beset humanity can be solved if there was a will to do it. So why waste all this money on exploring, something that seems completely impossible? What value does it have for people in the here and now? So
they really believe that they are going up there.
Yes.
On the moon, on Mars.
And I actually think maybe I was booted off of YouTube because of the commentary, and quite a few people engaged with me on the NASA live streams. I would just go there and sit and look at it and then feel compelled to say something, and people would immediately come back at me. And it was during one conversation where I was saying about the quality of the images that were supposedly taken on the moon. And I think maybe those people got me kicked off of there. So they actually did me a favor. That's the way I look at it. Gentlemen, I have to go and cook some food. But I will
be great. Have a great day.
You too. Thank you very much.
Come back anytime.
Oh, thank you.
Thank you. I'll be back later. I'm not going away.
Just flip through the list to sit on see anybody knows. So y'all continue the conversation.
See you later, guys.
You're funny, Dave.
It's just inspiring to hear a story like hers. People can actually start critically thinking for themselves. All this stuff's going on. I like to say it's maybe lifting the veil for people, hopefully. Who knows?
That's all we can do, man. I shout to the chat. Who's out there? You got Trolling for Truth. Candy. Callie. Paul. The 1864. Tom, Gabriel. Shout out to the chat. Jeff's out there. All right.
Well done. Shout out, dude. Way to go.
Sig Fam Dan. No, or whatever that is. Fan Dan. All right. Just Kim's out there. All right. You guys are crushing in the chat. Good job. I got a guy coming over here in half hour. I'm going to fix his guitar.
Is it a beat up 6-string from a secondhand store?
I don't know.
Does he know how to play it? Does he know for sure?
I don't know. The strings are flat. I know that. Flat and level.
You're still bringing beautiful music back to the world a little bit at a time out there.
Bulldozer.
Early in a major grocery store in Kentucky. Only one in here without a face picker. I see about 40 people. So there's that.
Reason. How'd it go? Oh, shit. There it is.
Welcome Metal Art. Join the party. Now he just left since I said hi. Never mind. I was just flipping through the list. I don't see anybody new. If anybody's got something to say, feel free to pipe up. It says 24/7 player Discord live. Sonny should play Sky's real station now. He wants to. He's listening.
Welcome to 24 Listening. Flat Earth Listening. 24/7 all day, every day.
He came in robot and Jim Mark tried again.
24/7 live. Easy listening. Sit back. Enjoy. 24/7. Flat Earth.
Might be just me, but that was pretty good. A little shot stuff.
I got a new term for flat earthers who are roboting. You're robotheming.
I call it shigital. Shitty and digital.
That was a great robothem.
Digital.
I see what you did there, Sonny. That's fun.
Shit digital.
Shigital.
I could play I could play a promo if you want to hear it.
Yeah, go for it.
I have DJ Superpowers here.
DJ Bring it to the house. Bringing it to the house, man. All right.
I'm just a little slow, so just don't worry about the pause. Don't be alarmed. Talk amongst yourselves, and I'll give you a warning.
Where's the promo, DJ? Come on, man.
We're gonna play you a slow-mo of the promo. We call that promo a slow-mo.
All right, no worries. I'm getting them. I'm gonna play both of the Miggy promos. Hold on.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there. You're tuning into Mickey's 24/7 live stream, broadcasting you a play-by-play of the latest Flat Earth debate. You know how it goes. If they don't bring the facts, wigs get snatched. Enjoy the show.
How'd you like that little snatched addition I put in there? Snatched.
Yeah, shout out to Highest Guy. That's very well professional. Everything about it. Whatever. It's a lot better than my old promos I used to.
From off the plane, it's a 24/7 Discord live debate.
What debate? What globe? What is this globe they speak of?
The Glovers be late to the debate.
Still like to see this scientific globe model they keep talking about.
Yeah, I think debate's the wrong word for this actually, because it's the debate's only on one side, their side. So how do you have a debate when only one side has a debate? We don't even have an argument. They have the argument.
They debunk themselves every time they try to talk. Not much to do there. Wait to see from the start accepting reality of what it presents itself to be. Sunday.
Yeah, where is that noise coming from?
Is there somebody joining and rejoining or something?
I don't know.
I'm not seeing new people on here.
Hey, dude, your mic is making.
You're hot micing, dude. Mute yourself.
I wonder if that's a Discord noise that you can turn off or something.
Are y'all hearing Eddie Money in the background? Should I mute?
No, I don't hear it.
Okay. If I could walk on water, if I could find some way to prove that's, you remember Eddie Money, don't you?
Take me home tonight.
Oh, yeah. He was around the same time as like George Thorogood and those guys.
Just like Ronnie said, be my little baby.
And a full report from Illinois, Demarc, what's going on in your neck of the woods.
A little bit of snow, a little bit of sleet, and a bunch of bullshit.
Has President Snippy Joe Biden affected your life in a positive manner yet?
No.
Okay. Good answer.
I haven't met that son of a buck.
As far as I can tell from watching him recently, we literally have a president with full-blown dementia. I hope I can say that on here.
Did he fall asleep on the mic?
He's like the full Manchurian candidate, man.
He has goes, no clue where he is.
America, I want to tell. I'm like, what the hell?
President. They're telling him on his earphone to like
look left, put your head up,
to salute the Marines, and he
fart
walks up to the Marines and he goes, salute the Marines.
I know it's like a human robot. They're like left, right step, salute Marines, fall asleep. No, I'm sleeping.
Yeah. So I don't approve of his authority.
What about Hillary Clinton? She was falling out at curbs and shit.
Doing what?
Getting out of the car and falling out on the curb, just like falling out. Like as soon as she steps out of the car, just fall, like Johnny Depp.
Some of those, man.
At least she can string coherent sentences together, though.
Sometimes.
While her head's shaking, she's like, I want to tell you guys.
What about that bobbly head thing where she literally just itch and just freaks out, and all the people around her going, "Oh my god!"
It was like a stroke or something. Something.
We had a pretty huge cold front move through here, I'll tell you that. It's not cold like you guys get, though, but once it moves east of here, then it starts dropping a bunch of snow up in the hills. And
yeah, dude was reporting 40 degrees something where he's at in California. So.
Yeah, it was pretty cold. It was in the 50. I think it was like 50 last night.
I remember like dudes more close in the middle of the state,
Oh yeah, yeah.
like the Frisco area around in there. I could be wrong.
Colder up there for sure.
What's going on? What's happening?
You were hot micing for a second. You're okay now, though.
I'm good. I'm good. Too hot?
Yeah.
Too hot? That
No,
better?
it was going like bling, bling.
Sound like a guitar, huh?
No, it was
No.
making some kind of like a tone, like a ringtone noises or something.
Interesting. Maybe I had some digital interference.
I still don't see anybody new. If you want to play some Numpty clips or something, Sonny, you can, or whatever.
Okay, I'll play some of those.
We got over, how many, like 50 some Numpty clips in that one playlist?
Yeah, there's quite a few.
These are the darndest things that Globers say when defending their fantasy spinning water ball and nothing. Here's Sonny.
Oh, wow. All right, I want to hear this.
Everything's flat. That's why we see it so round.
There's 77 of them.
There's a curvature on the flat.
Those Globers say the darndest things. So.
It's flat because it's curved. I love that one. I was like, what? I was like, what did you just say? No. It's a Coriolis effect. It's refraction. It's the gravitational pull. Gravitational pull.
One of my favorite ones is somebody's asking Rumpus if he can see the geometric horizon. He's like, we do. And then like 10 seconds later, we don't.
I know. Good times, people, man.
This one's called Lewis Hackett Raw.
Oh, Lewis, dude. Lewis, of all people. Ugh.
Defend your positive claim that was falsified. You are confused, correct?
I mean, there was an absolute gargantuan amount of refraction as well. So I didn't go to college. I mean, there was an absolute gargantuan amount of refraction as well. So I didn't go to college.
Short but sweet. Here we go.
Short and sweet. Right to the point. Flatten the curve.
It's about this time last year they were saying only 15 days to flatten the curve, right?
Yeah, I was back in March, early March. March.
A year later, I'm in a store full of zombies. It's hilarious, man.
A store full of zombies wearing masks in the store, buying stuff.
The next Numpty dip clip is called Adric Headless Bozo.
It's Adric, yeah.
We have a new ball-tard bozo on the circuit, Edric. April 11th, 2020.
The whole thing is really an affirming the consequent formological fallacy of itself.
What, you're prepared to say that before you know anything about how they work?
No, I do know how they work. I just told you I've been researching them for months.
How's it an affirming the consequent?
Well, here's the argument as I understand it. If the Earth is a globe, an EQ mount will track an object across the sky from horizon to horizon using only one axis of rotation. It does that, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's not the only conclusion you can draw from the from the results of using an EQ mount, correct?
Brandon, Brandon, the problem with doing it that way, and this is a Nathan Oakley exercise all the time. You could just as accurately say if an EQ mount will follow, a celestial body across the sky from horizon to horizon, then the Earth is a globe. Right? You just transpose your P and your Q arguments, and then it's not an affirming the consequent, which is a fallacy. It's an affirming the antecedent or remote opponents, which is a valid argument. Okay.
So restate the argument for me in the way that you'd say it.
Your argument was, if the Earth is a globe, then EQ mounts work in X fashion, right? EQ mounts work in X fashion. Therefore, the Earth is a globe. Now, you're right. That's an affirming the consequent fallacy, right? But you could equally say, if you transpose the propositions, you could equally say, if an EQ mount works in X fashion, then the Earth is a globe. An EQ mount works in X fashion, therefore the Earth is a globe. Now, that's not a fallacy.
Really? So, according to you, to save a train wreck formal logical fallacy, you just flip the P's and Q's and voila, Bob's your uncle, right? Great job. Now that you saved the formal, we can now check for soundness, right? Tell him what he's won, Johnny. Number 1, an informal logical fallacy called begging the question. Assuming the very thing you're attempting to prove with your EQ mount, it's a sphere fiasco. And number 2, a non sequitur fallacy. Because nobody with a competent faculty of reasoning skills would clumsily attempt to appeal to the motion of a man-made object, tracking the motion of celestial objects, to validate what they're standing on. It's tantamount to attempting to discern the shape of Cassiopeia by tracking how a motion-sensitive camera surveils a friggin' mud bog. You're an imbecile. You got to be careful. I mean, an example commonly used is, to try and make it obvious, if you cut a person's head off, they will die. Right? I cut a person's head off, therefore they're dead. Right? But the problem is, look at line 1. If you cut a person's head off, they will die. That's not a factual statement.
Shit, hold on.
Ya headless bozo.
Well, it's not an argument. I mean, we can show you pictures showing you exactly how they work. I mean, look, Brandon, you've got to understand the only explanations, those of us who've been doing this for a little while, the only explanations we get to the South Celestial Pole problem are either, I don't know what the nature of the stars are, they're celestial, something or others, or personal dome arguments, which are ludicrous. I know you're saying you don't have an explanation, but none of us have ever heard an explanation for the South Celestial Pole.
Oh, really? So we have 3 anecdotal fallacies, which are straw man fallacies, and I have an explanation to your conjured South Celestial Pole problem from Cornell University. There is no South Star. It's just a coincidence that there happens to be a bright star, Polaris, close to the celestial North Pole. The southern hemisphere isn't so lucky. The only star that comes close is Sigma Octans, which is 1 degree away from the South Celestial Pole, but it's only a 6th magnitude, too dim to see at all except under optimal conditions. And from the 1 Minute Astronomer, Dr. Brian Ventrudo, in the northern hemisphere, the bright and easy to find star Polaris marks the position of the northern celestial pole. This makes it easy for stargazers and navigators to find north and get orientated in the night sky. But in the southern hemisphere, it is different. By sheer bad luck, the south celestial pole, the imaginary point in the sky directly above the Earth's south pole, coincides with no bright stars, and the southern polar sky has few other guides to find the pole. So, your conjured south celestial pole problem is your problem because it's in your imagination. You're a bozo!
The other circular argument, the other explanation we get is the world's worst circular argument. The Earth is flat, it works, therefore that's how it works. You know what I mean? It must work because the Earth is flat.
Did you query preschoolers for your fourth anecdotal belly-laughing straw man fallacy here? Headless bozo, perhaps you should consider returning post-haste to your cake decorating and whose favorite color is the best forms to ply your wares, son. You're a retard.
That was about the
high
longest.
degree of nuttiness there.
That was about the longest one, 7 minutes. Welcome to the Sunny Show on Discord. Yeah. You didn't know there was a Sunny Show? Well, it's always sunny on the plane. Here we are, 24/7 Discord live.
It's always sunny except when it's cloudy, right?
If I'm still here, it's still sunny on the plane.
Still don't see any new people. Anybody else got anything they want to get off their chest? Questions, issues, concerns, rants to go on? Anybody?
Remarks, comments.
If we're just here chilling, waiting for the proof of the measurements of Earth curvature, axial rotation of the Earth, and the proof of vacuum exists next to a gas pressure sensor. Back to you, son.
Thanks, Dave. So the three primary claims of the globe. This is what we ask here on 24/7 Discord. Thank you, Miggy. The 3-point takedown. Number 1, proof of curvature. In other words, there needs to be a specific amount of drop over distance. This has never been shown. We're asking for a physical measurement of this curvature because we find none. 2, axial rotation. When was the axial rotation ever detected? By who and what method was it done? Number 3, gas pressure without a container. This is a violation of the second law of thermodynamics, which has never been ever known to have been violated by anyone under any circumstances. Show us proof of gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Yep, it's well done. So, anybody listening to our voice right now, please come in and provide any one of those. We'll shut the server down, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, come in, come in. Calling the globe. Hello. Got anything to add? Please do join the conversation.
Houston, we have multiple problems.
Houston. Houston. Houston, shit's
2020.
bonkers up here, bro.
In 2021, we have multiple problems.
Boss, we got a real problem. You say we're up here and we're supposed to be able to see the globe. Well, guess what, boss? It's not a globe. It's flat as far as the eye can see. What do we do now?
And there are
Okay,
no stars in this Hollywood basement.
Just keep going along with it. We'll just pull it off somehow. We'll use better computer graphics programs.
That's one small step for man, one giant hoax for mankind.
That's perfect.
But first it had to be a monkey to learn space flight, and then the monkey teach the man space flight.
I feel like we need to give like basic courses on the logic of reality, the difference between observable, repeatable facts in reality versus what you're thinking about as an conceptual abstract. Because we see it mixed in all the time here. You got to keep philosophy separate. You can't put some numbers and then have some philosophical arrangement of said numbers to provide some concept of something that you're presupposing in the very beginning.
Well said, Sonny. Say hello to Miggy. I think y'all know him.
Miggy.
What's up?
Been playing your stuff when you're gone. I've been playing your stuff, Miggy. I've been playing the promos every day and playing
sweet
clips. Yeah.
Yeah, I was thinking that we should always be on top of that, like playing the promos, because that's kind of like gets people to listen to the how professional the Discord is.
Exactly. Like it's really feeling like a radio show. I feel like a radio show announcer today. I need to get all my all my little skits and do a whole little script. Bringing in those elements of the old time radio announcer. Like I like to do sometimes.
Yeah, get on it, man.
Attention! Read all about it. And then,
you have the platform for it, so use it.
Yeah, I'm thinking about stuff and music too.
Yeah, everybody here has the opportunity to, become something greater here in the server. So use it to your advantage. Make a name for yourself.
Yeah, I'm gonna do my own promo. I'm gonna do a rock promo, sounds just like a late '70s FM radio station promo for Discord. Yeah, that's what's needed.
I'm gonna buy the copyright on Sonny. He's gonna be valuable here.
Dangerous.
We have a severe shortage of heliocentric enthusiasts. What are we going to do?
Keep calling them out.
That's all we can do. I've literally been on here almost 3 hours. Nobody's come in. They're just. I don't want to talk about their beliefs too much anymore. I guess I don't know.
I see there's a bunch of them popping in and out, but they're not sticking around.
Yeah, that was a good job on the numpty clips, Mickey. Those are handy to have to play. Fill some airtime. So,
did you see the latest one?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
Which one is that? I have to catch up.
Well, we say the darndest thing.
See, here's one idea. Special, hear all about it. Today, NASA discovered an asteroid 33,333 kilometers from the Earth. It was discovered through pseudoscientific gyrations, orbital alignment of magnetic fluctuations. The asteroid on April 29th was estimated 1.2 miles wide, moving at 16,666 miles per hour.
That was good, Sonny. Is that a real NASA article?
No, it's pure bullshit. I made it up myself.
Okay. It almost sounds like an actual article from NASA. Well done.
Pretty hard to tell, isn't it?
It sounded more legit than NASA.
Does anybody remember Mr. Jaws?
Sounds familiar? A YouTube?
Well, no, it was kind of a funny song they played on the radio. I'll post it in the back, but in any case, they do it like a news report, and they interrupt it, or they answer, the questions with segments of songs, and it's about Jaws, the movie, or the fish there, and one of the things is, anyway, I'll post it, and I think this song fits good for substituting instead of like, wouldn't you give your hand to a friend? Wouldn't you give Flat Earth to a friend? But I'll let you hear it through and see what you think. I think a lot of it could be substituted and make a great Flat Earth tune. And it's made for it, kind of. It's funny, and I'll post it. Give me a sec.
Jimbo, I gotta say that's from out of fucking left field, bro, and thank you. See, people will get sick of hearing me talk, and they will come on and talk. I'm counting on it.
It's posted, and it was actually a real funny spoof, funny enough to play on pretty much every radio station in North America for a summer or two. It's like Weird Al stuff, but I think before Weird Al.
Wow, that's some rapid typing.
That was about 50 words a minute, I would guess. We're just doing it so. We have Elijah for Truth from New York City. New York City.
Yeah, that's funny, Jimbo. That's a crack. Yeah, awesome. Cassie Jaws. So what did you feel like when you took the first bite? How sweet it is to be...
So did y'all see that Austin and Nathan are in Raleigh, North Carolina today? They're at some like museum that's got a big globe out front. They're gonna try to engage some people out there.
Uh-oh.
I think around this time. I'm not sure what time they said though. They're supposed to try to be live broadcasting, I think.
That globe be going bye-bye.
I don't know who was here. I think it was 9 hours ago. There was this guy, this Australian guy, who was claiming to be an astrophysicist, drunk as fuck, and came in shouting and saying, "I have observations," and we tried to get him back to the Earth, but he was like, "Yeah, I don't have the tools to measure the curvature, but I have observations."
Was that last
No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't Jazza. His name was called Legit Questions.
Oh boy.
Yeah. It was crazy. Crypto was here. Gemsy was here.
Yep. So I'll read this little choice little piece here. Kind of ramblings by Sonny. None of us chose to be indoctrinated. The presentation. Keep it very simple. To the point. Don't be too contentious. We're just planting a seed. Ask them for a time-retarded 9-body linear equation.
Deep Thoughts by Sonny Henry.
A check-in process. I shouldn't. Never mind.
That was a 9-body what equation you were asking for?
Yeah, some made a time retarded 9-body linear equation.
I got one of those in my drawer, so I'll give it to you later. Joke.
Sorry, was Bob in the room? Because I see that Helio posted Bob's gyro explanation. It's just a snippet.
If he was here, I missed it. Yeah, Australian guy had observations, man. That's some strong evidence, isn't it? Not. We got me some space pictures. Gotta be glow. Got pictures.
Want me to play another numpty clip? Should I play the long? Is that the last one?
It's the Sonny Show. Play whatever you want, man. We're just here for the background.
Okay, coming up. Sly Sparkane, hypothesis disaster. One moment, please.
I'm sure Sly is going to come through with some riveting intelligence. Can't wait.
I don't know how I could forget a play command when it's only 2 characters, but never mind
P.
that.
It's Stripe P.
Okay, I know. I'm just joking. So this one's a little bit long, so it's a little over 8 minutes. Okay, 1 second.
Oh. Miggy's live stream is off.
Models are pseudoscience. I have my question now, please.
Go for it.
You said you had an experiment?
Yeah.
What's the hypothesis?
What do you mean, what's the hypothesis?
Apparently, Sly Sparkane doesn't know that you have to have a hypothesis before you have an experiment.
Well, an experiment is a hypothesis test.
Yeah.
So you have to have an hypothesis before you have the experiment, right?
Right.
So now Sly Sparkane agrees that you have to have a hypothesis before you have an experiment.
So what? Here, share his screen and let him write down what phenomena he observed, the alternative hypothesis,
Wait a minute.
the
What phenomena I
independent
observed?
variable, and the null hypothesis for us.
Hold on a second. You're talking about something that's happening in the future. I can't exactly show you what the observation was.
Now we have Sly Sparkane divining future natural phenomena.
No, that's it. What's this?
No.
I've never seen it.
Before you have an experiment, right?
Mm-hmm.
You have to have a hypothesis.
Okay.
An experiment is a hypothesis test.
Mm-hmm.
Do you follow that?
Now we have Sly Sparkane agreeing that before you have an experiment, you have to have a hypothesis.
So with your alternative hypothesis, independent variable, dependent variable, and your null hypothesis.
Well, I will know that once I have the results.
Now, Sly Sparkane thinks after you get the results from your experiment, you then provide the hypothesis.
You can't, oh my goodness gracious, sir. You can't do an experiment before you have the hypothesis.
Really?
Yes.
Really?
That's correct.
Now, Sly Sparkane is surprised to find out that you have to have the hypothesis before the experiment.
An experiment is a hypothesis test. To test the hypothesis, you have to have the hypothesis first.
Interesting.
Now, Sly Sparkane finds the concept of having the hypothesis before the experiment interesting.
Isn't it? Scientific method is pretty interesting, isn't it?
Now, what if I told you that I'm going to compare this to an observation that happens every year?
I don't care what you compare it to. I want to see the alternative hypothesis, the independent variable, dependent variable, and the null hypothesis. Then we'll see the experiment.
Quantum.
Don't tell me what. Tell me what I just asked you.
No, I'm going to tell you the answer that you're going to have.
Now, Sly Sparkane is going to give us the answers, his results, before he has the hypothesis and the experiment.
Okay, this is the answer you're going to have. No, it's not. If it was chasing your tail, then I wouldn't be asking for results. I would be just giving them, correct?
Now, Sly Sparkane asserts that we're not chasing our tail because if we were chasing our tail, he would be giving us the results like he said he was just going to do 5 seconds before.
You can't get results without a hypothesis.
Right.
So now Sly Sparkane agrees that you can't have an experiment without the hypothesis first.
And I'm going to be comparing this to a known observation.
So you're going to, yeah, but that's not a hypothesis.
Oh yeah, it is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Well, let's hear it. Hold on, John.
No,
so
hold on,
let's hear. He's asked you. Now I'm asking you, Sly. So if you've got a hypothesis, let's hear it. The cause and effect relationship, the if and then, the independent and the dependent variables. Can we hear those, please?
When I produce the video, sure.
So now, Sly Sparkane is going to give the hypothesis after he's completed the experiment and when he produces the video.
No, we need to hear those before you do the experiment because an experiment is a hypothesis test. Are you deaf as well, like Brenda? Did you not hear what was just said to you?
Nathan.
Why? It's just been explained to you.
Okay,
yeah?
I've heard your question. If you produce a like this is.
Now, Sly Sparkane feebly attempts to shift the burden of proof fallacy via a red herring fallacy by asking us for our direct hypothesis. Direct hypotheses don't exist. He just made it up.
A direct hypothesis, my word.
As opposed to an indirect hypothesis?
No, direct meaning concise. Excuse me.
Now, Sly Sparkane corrects himself. He didn't mean a direct hypothesis. He meant a concise hypothesis. What the hell does that even mean?
Okay, so are you saying that an experiment is not the test of a hypothesis? Is that your position?
No, I didn't say that at all.
Excellent. So let's hear your hypothesis,
let's hear your
please.
hypothesis then, yeah.
Why, so you can just nut on it?
Apparently now, Sly Sparkane has the hypothesis. He's just withholding it from us.
No,
we haven't heard it yet.
So we can write it down. We're going to write it down.
What if I told you I'm going to be comparing, okay, the observations of however many people participate with an observation that is widely used, honestly, by flat earthers and believed to be 100% fact and true by flat earthers.
Now, Sly Sparkane is cleverly going to employ a stereotype fallacy, then invoke his special Evo mind powers to divine hundreds of thousands of complete strangers' thoughts.
As well as global earthers.
No, you can't speak to all flat earthers. How do you know what I believe?
Actually, Eraser, I can't, because you don't know anything else.
What does anyone's beliefs have to do with your experiment?
Right, we've got it. It's all right. We've got a few minutes left. Sly, try to pay attention. Sly, try to open your ears, close your mouth, and open your ears. Right. An experiment is a hypothesis test. You are saying that you want people to help you in your experiment. Before they do so, and before I can put my stamp of approval on your experiment, we must first here try to shut your mouth and open your ears. We must first hear your hypothesis. So, hold on, Sly. I know you're very eager. I know you've already got to the experiment stage before presenting your hypothesis. So try and open your ears and listen. We need, for a hypothesis, an independent and a dependent variable. Can you tell us what those are, please, sir?
Sure, when I make the video.
Now, Sly Sparkane is going to give us the hypothesis after the experiment and before he makes the video.
No, that would be after you've done your experiment. Before, Sly, try to listen closely. I'll speak slower. Before,
Nathan,
try to listen. I'll speak very slowly for slow Sparkane. You need your hypothesis before your experiment.
Yeah.
Now, Sly Sparkane again agrees that we need the hypothesis before the experiment. Yeah.
So can we have it, please?
Well, this is the resistance I was expecting from flat earthers anyway. You all have a nice day.
Not resistance, an adherence to the scientific method.
Yeah, goodbye.
I think that's a concession.
Let's just clear this up. Let's just get it clear for the audience. Sly has just rage quit. Goodbye, Sly. Good to have you, you coward. Let's just make it clear
That was
for
a
the
rage
audience.
quit, wasn't it?
You know, with a name like that.
Do not participate with Sly. He is not adhering to the scientific method. He is a retard. Pretend a clown, and you will be wasting your time.
So they contain carbon-14, don't
Yeah,
they?
you don't know what carbon-14 is.
I don't?
No, you don't.
It's an isotope of carbon.
It's an isotope of what?
Carbon.
What's an isotope?
It's a different it's a different number of electrons.
The lackadaisical loser, Larry Scott, Fantasist Geodesist, 20 January 2021.
Your instrument, your laser level, measures from gravity. It doesn't try to look out to across the water.
Measures from gravity? You mean space-time curvature? Where's that at? And you do understand that space and time are mere concepts. Combining them's not going to help you. You're just going to get the space-time concept. You can't measure from, dilate, bend, or warp non-physical concepts, fantasy boy. It's a reification fallacy.
It measures from gravity, as does every other instrument, carpenter level, geodetic theodolite.
Really? So if I ask a carpenter where he measured level from, he'd say, space-time curvature? If so... Or does he measure from his station in life? Like, maybe he can measure from freedom, or perhaps poverty. I know, let's have a measure level from taxation without representation, with a truancy chaser. Clown! Ball-tard bozo biodual, 16 January 2021.
Hold on, I think I see it now. So,
Okay.
Are you saying that there is a big difference between 0.1 and 0.000001 as far as pressure differential?
I think
I had
we
to
see
mute
it
the
now,
bot
along with
because
every fourth
I don't
grade
know how to
mathematics
stop it.
graduate in fog a mirror. And yes, it's gonna be a colossal differential.
I queued the entire
You see, your
playlist.
0.1 is 1 over 10 or 1/10, and your 0.0000001
type in
is 1 over 10
stripe
million.
stop.
What do we need to find the difference between them?
And I
You
know nothing
guessed
about
it.
how to use
The
it.
least common denominator. 10 million. So your 0.1 or 1 over 10 is converted to 1 million over 10 million.
See?
There we go.
Ta-da!
Okay, let me unmute it. Oh, that's cool. Now I get it.
Okay.
At least I know how to stop it. I'm going like, what do I do? Is he gonna play?
Okay, Boomer. Okay, Boomer.
That's funny as hell. That's the way I roll, though, man. I'll fumble over shit and then I will figure it out pretty quickly. What do they say? Necessity is the mother of invention. All right. That was fun. I like these clips. I can take notes on QE's information.
Well, we do have a new member in the room called Mahogany. I don't know if there's a mod or a Gold Plus that can unmute him.
Yeah.
Hey, so Crypto, what happened with the astrophysicist, the drunk astrophysicist? I had to step out.
Oh, what? I mean, that was quite a while ago, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was nine hours ago, something like that.
Well, yeah, I don't believe that it was actually. Most of these people are just liars, aren't they?
Right, and he was drunk, man. He was slurring.
Sorry, who am I looking for?
Mahogany. Sorry.
Roger, that guy say anything that made you even an inkling that he might be an astrophysicist?
No, he just machine gunned everything.
Mahogany, I think you've got control of your mic. Just test that for me. Okay. You sure Mahogany's with us?
I see him on my screen muted.
It shouldn't be at our end though. It should be at their end. Right, VC verified's been given to Mahogany, but obviously if they don't talk, I'll take it. Come on, Mahogany, we want to hear from you. What have you got to say?
Or we can go to Coco.
Okay, let's do that quick. Coco. Hello, Coco. Oh, I see they've both got library pictures there together, which means they're trolling together. Fantastic.
Okay, talk to you later, guys.
That's a presupposition, Crypto. That's a logical fallacy. You're
Later, Roger.
not giving them a chance to troll before you call them a troll.
That is a very good point. It is a logical fallacy, however. I'm playing likelihoods here.
Playing very high odds there, I understand, sir.
Notice how when getting called out on my logical fallacy, unlike most Globers, I just went, yep, that actually is one.
Yeah, it's an educated logical fallacy.
I mean, all I'm saying is you have to be aware of when you're making them.
Yeah.
Or at least admit when you do.
I think it's time for another High Sky promo, Sonny. Hit the button.
We're going to have to get her to do half a dozen of those so we don't get bored of them.
Did all the Globers get wrecked? Is that why they're not here?
Yeah, more or less.
They generally seem to be less enthusiastic about their globe beliefs these days. Sorry, go ahead.
So nobody came on? What's up with that?
They're hiding.
Come on, Globers, don't be sad. Join the Flat Earth Radio Show here on Discord 24/7 live.
Discord 24/7 live.
We need everybody to make one of those.
I don't know, was it someone came up with a really good slogan for that, like the best place on earth to talk about the earth.
Right.
I can't remember. I don't know who came up with that, but that was genius.
I think it was Helio, the first person I heard it from.
Helio, yeah, that was good.
Yeah. We should definitely make that into a kind of like promo clip.
Yeah, I want to make like a backing track. Wow.
So if we could get Luluka to talk right now, we would literally hear the sound of silence. Hello, darkness, my old friend.
Hello, Leluca. Are you there?
Hello, Leluca.
Guess she's not by her mic.
Okay,
Just messing with him.
I'll go ahead and play the song by me and Devoy. 3 minutes, 49 seconds.
Go for it. Nice guitar work there. Is that you, Sonny?
Yeah, that was fun.
You grind that X pretty well, my man. So with that musical interlude, did any new people join us? But they did not. Back to the Sonny show.
Another promo. Someone was saying that Miggy's stream is down. Can someone verify that? Is that true?
I'm driving. I can't look up YouTube right now.
All right, no problem.
Somebody can.
No problem. I'll play the promo.
You're tuning into Mickey's 24/7 live stream, broadcasting you a play-by-play of the latest flat Earth debate. You know how it goes. If they don't bring the facts, wigs get snatched. Enjoy the show.
Truth. Empirical evidence. All the subliminal message in them. It's okay. I said.
I'm saying to myself, I'm like, where's that subliminal message coming from?
I said flat smack. Yeah, they're gonna get it. Truth. Empirical evidence.
Empirical evidence.
That's right.
So, Dan, was that like an overt subliminal message? Is that even a thing?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Hell yeah.
So, Chocolate saying it's down. Thank you, Chocolate saying.
Oh yeah, he's got a new song. If you're allowed to play.
Yeah, just to say, guys, the live stream is up and running. I've just went onto it as well.
Yeah, it's on.
On Miggy's.
Cheers, bro.
It was playing.
From you, man.
Okay, good.
I don't know about Miggy's, but it's on like the regular 247 live.
Yeah, we were asking about Chocolate said it's down.
I got to shout out Chocolate saying he dropped a new track. Check it out on his channel. It's awesome.
Could I play it, Chocolate?
I did a parody with Twister's song last night, Overdose. That's funny.
Should
record it.
In a world. What are you saying? Oh,
I can't remember the name of the Chocolate song, but I think you can play it on here. I don't think it's copyright. I don't know. You have to ask him.
Denmark.
Here right now.
Denmark, give us the best in a world that you can do.
In a world. This mic's kind of shitty, but in a world.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. Chocolate saying once again, he's saying he hasn't dropped it. Okay. That's what Chocolate saying is saying.
I watched it this morning somehow. It was on my feed.
In a world where FE tracks are truer than facts.
Maybe I was listening to an old one.
I like that, Denmark. See, just record that stuff and we'll just get it on here and we can run these different little clips like that, you know? It's perfect. I have a vision.
Maybe I was listening to one of his old ones and I thought it was new or something. My bad.
What you talking about, Globers?
About that vision thing, you're all part of my vision, even if you don't know it.
In a world where the word world means world. Don't make sense.
Where world means flat and stationary. And anything else is uncivilized.
Jimbo, give us your best in a world.
In a world where you can depend on nothing being true.
Oh,
You want deeper, Babasa?
That's groovy. That's groovy.
In a world where nothing is actually true, fiction reigns and people believe it.
Okay, write that shit down and get it to our
In a world where gravity is not a force, but can be thought of as a force.
Let
Pseudo. Pseudo Menudo. Don't believe it.
In a world where gravity is not a force, and the greatest force is the flat Earth.
Get back on course. Gravity is not a force.
knows what flatness lurks beyond the shores? Flat earthers know. Ha 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 ha.
The score. With flat earth knowledge, you can't be poor.
In this
Where's
world,
the core?
Try to get it straight.
In the heliocentric model, appearing only in theaters near you.
Yeah.
We have found the stick in the mud from 2,000 years ago that was used to prove the measurement to the Earth core.
Keep it going, you guys. The DJ needs to make some toast.
Sissy Global haters say that I'm too blunt with it. But y'all dig it because I keep talking shit and y'all say I'm cold as hell. Fuck what the Glober's talking about. I want to get up with that flat earther. I'm feeling what he's on as well. Got my mind in the zone. Rocking all the truth. If it's me, hell, you can tell by the truth on the phone. Glober's crying in the...
Get down with the swan or be gone.
Got Globers rolling me bees just so they can debate.
Get with the swan.
Can you figure out the cause and effect? Globers yelling threats. Poncho Pete even called in a bet.
In the vacuum of space, in the middle of nowhere, a table with 4 legs. Variables include the length of the legs. Brenda Science. If there is a shoe on the table in space, you have more to science.
Dog bones.
I like this one thing with the
Hold on, Jim. It's 3 dog bones past the hour. Go ahead.
Well, I got, a hair past a freckle over here. But there was an interview with this guy who worked on Ant-Man and won an award for solving some type of Bitcoin or unsolvable formula, And his name and a goofy guy named Michael Malakakakakakakakakakakis. Well, anyway, in one of these interviews he did one night with these flat earthers there, he said that you could look at an object in space and tell how much it weighs by looking at it. You can't tell how much something weighs by looking at it. And this guy is supposed to have solved one of these impossible to solve equations and won whatever Nobel Prize in fucking math or bullshit like this. And you can see this goofball con, when he came into the flat earth realm. And, he had a GoFundMe for a plastic wearable anywhere lab coat that would be fashionable in the public. Well, the whole idea of a lab coat is to keep toxic chemicals and other stuff in the lab where they belong and not to, wear it outside the lab and contaminate everything. So right there, the idea of a lab coat you wear really outside at the Starbucks is ludicrous and dangerous. But him and this chick had a GoFundMe and for $75,000, I think. That obviously didn't go fucking nowhere. Now this guy, he's one of these actors, but he looks a lot like what's that? Goldblum? Jeff Goldblum. Got that look to him and shit. But anyway, he's a fucking clown. And he's supposed to be this mathematical fucking genius and shit. And he knows we can weigh something out in space by looking at it, and we can figure out its density by its color and all kinds of bullshit. Anyway, he got tore apart by flat earthers, and his shit with the lab coat made of plastic and the GoFundMe is still posted and stuff. Anyway, more fiction out there and more bullshit than you can shake a leg at. And, you know, finds its way right under our noses. Just like, again, Mad Mike meeting fucking Neil deGrasse behind a building. Bull fucking shit. Like his niece being all scared in one of his warehouses in Arizona. Bull fucking shit. Anyway.
Picking up his own teeth with the microphone piece. Neil deGrasse. Neil
Hey,
the
Mad
snake in the
Mike,
grass.
I hope you enjoy frickin', you know, all these holidays, including Valentine's, etc. 'Cause I know you ain't dead, you old prick. It was your last show before your fucking retirement. So enjoy it.
Man fakes his death in a rocket made of steam in a garbage can. He goes up. He comes down.
Laughs at every fucking one of us with the YouTube producers groups, which other members of his family are very much part of. And they do work together to create all this fucking fiction and ghost hunters and explorers. They're all work together. It's just like all this flat earth was started by a corporation called Meta fucking Tron. Another one that fucking dealt with, you know, just fucking piss drinkers and Satanists. It's fucked up. But it's not that anymore totally. But all those fucking Satanists and fish drinkers, they're still out there. They got a bunch of followers. But I say fuck them anyway. You know,
Yeah,
they open the floodgates. They can't control what's going on.
I don't even know if I can say this. NZ, JW, CIA, pricks.
Crypto
cartoon actors. It's the Hollywood CIA. They got us by the balls, man.
Illuminati, Freemason. You know, give them letter company names. It's all controlled by these Freemason Illuminati. German Nazi.
ATF. FBI. ISS. You know when you go to class, you go to CIA, SS? Isn't that cool?
Pretty much.
It's like the CIA actually has openly admitted they won an Academy Award for telling us that they are involved in Hollywood.
Well, in Montreal, I work for the FBI, but it's a fruits and beverage company called Fisher Brothers Incorporated. And they go by the logo FBI. Canadian company. You probably couldn't do that in the States, but here.
Well, be wary of any new people from any new countries, too, setting up shop, too. They're all usually in with the CIA or FBI, too. Like any people that we're supposed to go to war with, or we do anything with, or like do trade with a lot, or anything crazy. If a lot of groups of different people come and different cultures come and set up shop, a certain percentage of them are CIA or FBI. Guaranteed.
Well, absolutely. Wayne Computer, it was all headed by CIA agents and stuff. Time Magazine is edited by a CIA agent. There's no media that's not censored by a CIA trained agent, liaison officer. There are a lot of people trained as liaison officers that aren't even in the CIA. It's a very important, like, well, it's not supposed to be a spy level, but it's basically coordinators of information and people, and, well, some take advantage being in the middle of that. And, well, liaison officers can do a lot of good or do a lot of shit. Depends who they are, where their morals are set. Did that word silence the room, liaison officers? It is scary stuff, actually. You think of it, how do they recruit and who do they recruit? Look, if you're a librarian and you know ISBN, book stacking, numbering, and thousands of books and whatever, you have the type of brain that the CIA, FBI, all that stuff need. So almost every, highly placed, director of a library, librarians and stuff, they are agents. In one form or another, they do liaison work for the agencies, the alphabet.
AIC, AIG, CIA, AIC, CIA, ACI,
MI5, MI6.
Any
Look,
way you
that
can put it.
Pathé Films, like I say, what a amazing propaganda from MI5 at the time. And their propaganda, well, helped to, get rid of the Hindenburg, that beautiful, well-staged film and script of, the humanity, camera perfect position for everything. It was scripted. There was an intent to making that little piece of film. They knew, like when they did, the BBC did that, spaghetti harvest joke, that there was a shortage of spaghetti and prices would go up.
Yeah.
People actually believed spaghetti grew in trees and tried to hoard some spaghetti, buying up what was on the market. It was, and you can still do that today. What's Corona about? Selling vaccine.
It grows in masks.
Through fear and ignorance. And like I say,
buy your mask today.
I know how they play these games. If you look up CVID and the treatment for CVID, you'll see that's what they're just rebranded Corona.
Drink it. It's refreshing.
CVID's a parasitic infection that they treat with a subcutaneous injection. And it causes the same symptoms and death as the old people are suffering now with the shit. If you look, the parallel between the two is uncanny. The CVID and the treatment for it, and the COVID and the treatment for it.
Oh, man.
They're so parallel, it's scary. But I keep saying it, no one seems to want to look into it. Well, it's possible. It's, correlation and equating things might not necessarily be the case, but it might be too.
The COVID text, the Vedic text.
It's like when the polio epidemic so-called hit. They were injecting every man, woman, and child in the USA with DDT.
Yeah.
Well, which was which? Was it really a virus and polioitis? Or was it DDT? I tend to suspect the DDT. So I have no proof.
So, sorry, this is awesome. Wait, what are you saying? So, where was the DDT injected into people? What year did that stop? And what was? Yeah.
It started 6 months before the outbreak of polio, and I don't know if they ended it before the so-called conclusion of the polio or whatever. But nonetheless, they had started injecting every man, woman, and child in the USA with DDT, subcutaneous. A shot in the arm. Everyone.
Do you have a link to something like that? Because that's fantastic. Like because everyone always says, "Well, about polio," and that would be a perfect rebuttal. Be a perfect rebuttal. Just like they talk about the sudden infant death syndrome, right? They have SIDS, and there's literally no correlation to when those babies got vaccines or whatever for the to be on the whatever schedule.
Most of this information is in a book called Inventing the AIDS Virus, with a foreword by Kary Mullis. It talks about Koch's postulates. It talks about the whole entire chase for the elusive virus or viral cause. Talks about the whole industry around it and the people involved, who are just coincidentally the same people involved in this latest little debacle.
Do you guys know who the highest paid federal employee is?
No, I don't.
Dr. Fauci.
Oh my God, that's who I was just talking about.
Yep.
He takes it right up his Fauci.
Yeah, he does.
Why are we talking about that arsehole?
I don't know. I just found that out yesterday. I was like, what?
Found what out?
I see what you did there, though. I like that. That was funny.
So what were we saying about Fauci?
He's the highest paid federal employee in America.
Oh, really? Oh, that's a surprise.
How much does he get? $1 million a year?
That's probably not.
$2 million? What's he get? Like, he has to get a lot because there's a lot of federal employees. A lot.
In Montreal, an ER physician gets $1 million a year as a base salary.
It's just unnecessary, isn't it? I mean,
Fauci must get 10. What does it say the amount he gets, or just say the highest?
The four top administrators of the SHUM hospitals have a collective salary of $25 million a year. So he's over that average per person. He's 10 million or more at least. Some people are well paid.
I mean, there's well paid and then there's exorbitantly paid.
Yeah.
Overly, because here we have this thing, the lotteries, and the director of the lotteries is changed out every couple of years, basically, or for whatever reasons, prevent whatever.
Don't forget,
anyway,
300.
Don't forget about kickbacks, and incentive payments.
They give him a parting pay of at least $20 million. So we pay out, for a new director for every couple of years in the millions. Just for the
What?
Damn, Canada. They're generous up there, man.
I'll do it for the third of the price.
Yeah, it's mad when you think about it, because what's a $10 million salary? That's what? 200 grand a week?
Well,
dude, I'll do that shit for like 50 grand a week.
If you get elected here to a county as an MLA for 4 years, you get a lifelong pension thereafter. Well, back in the 80s, it was $45,000 a year pension for life.
I'll do it for $5,000 a week. Bottom offer. Come on, guys, back me on this shit.
But can you imagine?
I don't see why you need to pay anyone 200 grand a week. Just doesn't make any sense.
I'll just do it for $5 a week.
Bill Gates has $5,000 an hour lawyers.
Come on, don't underbid me by that much. We can split the 5.
Okay. Yeah. All right. But for 200 grand a week, you could get probably 20 very capable people for the same money.
Right. I'd pay someone else to do it. I'd be like, here's $500 a week. Get your nephew in there. What the hell?
I mean, I understand when it's like sports people for two reasons. First of all, they've got sports people do actually have unique skill sets. That you can't just become.
They're brick walls. Yeah, they're super huge. You can't really.
But also they have short careers. I understand that these people, they have to earn a lot of money.
Well, they're paid for a return too. Yeah, you get a return on that basketball player. Yeah, you don't get a return on some guy sitting on his ass.
When Michael Eisner,
it's different, isn't it?
When Michael Eisner got fired from Disney, the courts awarded him $10 million a year for 10 years because, it'd be hard for him to get another job. It pays that level, etc. Covers damage from losing the job.
Yeah, they do. They look after themselves, don't they? These elites. They don't
very well, apparently.
Why in the fuck didn't they sue for me So if I don't have a job, I get to go sue the job place and then be like, oh, well, since you guys paid me good, I need to get paid more and you need to give me this much. How does that work? If that was the case, then how could any job fire anybody? Because they'd all get sued.
Well, one of the professors in South Carolina had a party on his boat with, students and stuff, and there's no nudity, but they had wet shirts and, whatever, bikinis on, and there was some alcohol. He got fired. But I think they got $300,000 settlement he got for being fired for having a party and whatever. He got paid $300,000 after he was fired.
A smart man could live off that and triple it. Yep.
Well, look, in all over, they'll pay millions to a college football coach and cut music, cut culture, cut other programs just so a bunch of guys can put on jock cups, get sweaty, and give each other brain damage. You lose your music department, you lose everything. So, a Steve Spurrier can get $5 million a year to coach. Amateur
Hey guys,
football.
Mahogany is back. If there's a mod here who wants to try to unmute him again.
Yeah, I can do. I'm just driving in the moment, but I'll be 30 seconds and I can do it.
Cheers, Crypto.
But we did get Gatorade out of it all, so cheers. Hats off.
Let's see if Mahogany's got anything to say.
Let's try round 2. Here we go.
Is a tank of Gatorade flat and level?
Yes.
Oh, wrong question. Yes.
Hello, Mahogany. How are you? You are unmuted. I mean, you're going to have to slow down. I can't get in a word in edgeways.
That was anticlimactic.
What about Dude?
What'd he do?
Hello, Dude.
Dude's OG Flat Earther that was telling you that she's the highest paid.
Well, he's talking, but you have to be a dog to hear him.
He's a cracker. I don't
We
know.
need to have another member called Sweet.
What about Gasso just showed up?
Well, who?
Gasso.
Gasso. Gasso, what up?
Get your gas on.
So, that's Trent, I think.
Any new people? Open your mic.
No, it's not. Sup, Gasso? What is going on, my G?
Hello.
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 I just
Hello,
wanted to ask, is this sub legit? Like, do you actually believe in the flat earth?
It's not a belief. It's a fact.
Not a belief.
Belief. Fact.
Don't laugh just yet.
You don't bring the facts, wigs get snapped.
Okay, I'm sorry.
What
I
is so
hope you
funny?
came to bring your knowledge of and proof of why you believe that you're on a spinning ball. What do you
A ball
see
of
that
liquid.
spins,
Okay.
that it curves? Just those two. Start.
Okay, so
Have you ever hold on. Have you ever had like a measurement or since from day one that you've ever been born or day one you've ever found out in the history that they've ever measured this
it's
planet?
actually from 600 before Christ that there was a guy in Greece who measured the curvature of the Earth and the diameter of the Earth by
There
going
was a guy.
to
What's his name? Bernini?
I think it's
No. Baruni.
wait.
Carpuli?
Wait a second.
In the 1400s? Is that when you're talking about?
600
The
BC.
cartographer? Oh, 600 BC? He measured
He's
the
talking about
Earth.
Eratosthenes today. He's talking about Eratosthenes.
He's talking
Yeah,
about
he's talking about
Eratosthenes?
Eratosthenes. Yeah.
Okay, so
what did Eratosthenes do? Please tell us.
So he took a well in one city.
Yep.
At the same time, and he measured the shadow. Okay. Now he had
So he
a
did
friend.
this with one well?
No.
Okay, how many wells?
he had another guy, a friend, in another city.
How far away?
Measure. I think one was okay. I don't know the measurements. Okay.
We know this story better than you do. Let me just stop you there. We know this story far better than you do.
Okay,
So let me tell you what you're meant to tell us. Yeah. So you've got two wells. Yeah. One's 500 miles north of the other one, and you're looking at it at midday to see what the difference is between the shadows, right? And so when you take the shadow, you take the degrees of the shadow and you multiply it by the distance between the two wells, you then get a radius value for the Earth, right? You have to do a bunch of calculations involving 360 degrees of a circle, yada yada. However, look, you can already tell that because I know this story better than you, I know what the rebuttal is as well, right? So the problem is that you have to assume that the surface is curving in the first place. So you get the conclusion that the surface is curving based on the assumption that the Earth is curving. Therefore, it doesn't actually prove anything.
Okay. Then how about this? You know rockets, right? Now.
Never met one.
You can say they're fake. I know some of you guys say they're fake, but okay. How they work? They go up to escape the atmosphere, okay? Then they go sideways so that they don't come down. Because let's say you're on a sphere, okay? Just for a second.
Let's say you're on a sphere.
So who said
if you're on a
rockets were
disc,
fake? Who said rockets were fake?
Someone I talked to said rockets were fake.
No, I don't think anyone has said that. I think you might be misunderstanding what they've said.
I'm not telling you guys said that. Just someone said who I talked to.
No, I don't think anyone said that rockets were fake. Everybody knows that rockets exist. No, I think you're lying.
Okay.
You're either lying or you've misunderstood what you said.
No, I talked to someone in real life who said the rockets are CGI.
Come on, nobody said rockets don't exist. That's retarded. What they might have told you is that rockets don't go into space. Very different statement.
Someone literally said that CGI. Don't cling on to that, okay? Do not cling on.
Did you have you reproduced that Eratosthenes test?
Have you reproduced the test that the Earth is flat? Have you ever been?
That's not what I asked you.
Have you ever been? Have you ever been? No, it's a rebuttal to your
question. So you did a test that proved the Earth was flat? So you did a test that proved the Earth was flat? Is that what you're saying?
But I did. Okay.
When did you repeat
I was talking about something else. Okay. I was talking about something else. Okay.
No. We were talking about Earth curvature and how you proved it to yourself, right? Or how you believe it or not, whether it's a belief or a proof or an evidential fact, like empirical. That's where we were on. So have you ever redone the test? Because you don't know the distance and he had to retell you how it was done. So why do you believe that somebody did something you don't even have a clue whether it was actually done or not?
Because I read it, but
you read
don't have the best memory, okay?
You can hold on. Just reading stuff doesn't matter. I got a comic book you can read too. What's that mean? All I'm trying to say is have you ever seen the results or did the test yourself to say, hey, I actually got the same result. What that guy told me was true.
I didn't do that specific test, but
why wouldn't you?
So hear me out.
But listen, hold on 1 second. Wouldn't it make sense? You don't have to do it right now, but I'm saying, wouldn't it make sense if you're gonna dog someone's work or say someone did something or prove something? Wouldn't it make sense for you to substantiate that claim yourself?
It would, but I didn't have a way to do it.
So you don't have a way to see what a shadow looks like in a well?
not right now, okay?
No, not this second. I know, but I'm talking like, within the next 5 months or so. You think you could like test out some shadows?
Good.
But go ahead. You told the truth. You should substantiate your claim before you go on acting like it's true or not, or whether you disproved or proven something, right? I mean, that's all. As long as we know you haven't substantiated it yet, and it's just a belief so far. But go ahead.
But okay, I want to ask you something. Have you ever proved the Earth is flat besides just
Well, you are right now.
Feelings.
You are right now. You haven't substantiated any curvature. You haven't done the test. Hold on. You haven't done the test yourself. You admitted.
You are in the minority.
You admitted you haven't done the test, so you don't know what you're talking about right now. You haven't seen a curve. You haven't seen anything that resembles a globe anywhere. You haven't seen this Earth bend. This Earth has a radius of 39 to 59, 24,901 miles around, right? 1.22 miles times the height of the observer squared, right? We have a measurement to go by. So if I say this basketball is 3 feet, 1.5 foot on one half, 1.5 foot on the next half, it's 3 feet. No matter what you do, when we come back to this basketball, it's always going to be 3 feet. And we can remeasure, and it's always going to be 3 feet.
Yeah, I agree.
So where's the curve at that you've measured of the globe? How far out do I got to go from my house to start curving from a straight line?
It's actually like wait a second. Okay, but you are in the minority, okay?
No, you're in the minority of belief. You're telling me about your religion.
Flat Earth first.
No, you're telling me about your globe religion that you have substantiated. I'm asking you about curve. And if you can't substantiate curve or give me any evidence how you could, tell or how it's been measured, 24,901 miles. Hey, do you know anybody that's measured that? Do you got any videos or evidence of anyone measuring that?
But what about astronauts?
No, hold on. So it's a belief. Yeah, I know. I got you. I got an estimate on your backyard. So you're going to pay me for this big estimate.
Someone needs to take him through the rest of it. So on first point, the curvature is just a belief, bro. If you can't verify it, someone needs to take.
Yeah, that's what I told him.
The 3 steps and just get done with that, and then we can have a discussion.
Right, I took him to.
Okay, wait.
Yeah.
You can literally go to a board
because he can't substantiate it.
No, you can literally go to a
one is axial rotation. Do you have any proof of axial rotation?
It's so simple. You can literally go to a port and see a ship go down. The curvature. Explain that.
Can I ask you a question, Gesso? Are you being intellectually honest with us right now? Are you sincerely trying to find out what we know about things?
No, I'm trying to find out. Why do you believe it? That's what I'm trying to do.
Well, like
what is the motive? What does the matter if
facts? It's facts. We believe facts. It's pretty simple.
The Earth is measured,
water's level.
Observable. It's measured, observable, and practically used as a flat, stationary level plane. That's a fact.
You haven't asked my question. What is the point? Why would anybody lie about the flat Earth? What is the point? If NASA, if the Earth was flat, what is the point of hiding it? What is the point of? That's what I don't get. Why do you believe it?
You're asking for the motive instead of the evidence of the crime.
Go ahead, Sonny. You're doing.
Hold on. We're giving you evidence of the crime itself. What are you more interested in? Why someone did something, or the actual evidence that something was actually done?
But that's what I'm trying to say. It wasn't done. Why would it be done? There is literally no fucking sense. Why would anyone hide?
Okay, guys.
No sense that you have a belief.
Hold up. We're perfectly willing to entertain all these ideas and these questions. They're valid questions. They really are. I would like to just walk you through the rest of the 3 questions that we generally ask when they come in to find out what you yourself actually know this globe. Okay, so we already went to curvature. We were very vague. There was no actual specificity was done as far as curvature. So we're going to go on to the second point, if you don't mind. And really, this is just, there's no right or wrong answer here. It's just to find out what you know yourself, okay? So the second point is axial rotation. When was axial rotation actually detected? By who? And what method was used to detect rotation of Earth?
So the rotation of Earth, okay?
Yeah. When was that detected?
You can literally look. Well, look at the stars, okay?
Wait a minute.
Over the night.
Hold up.
Yeah, that's how you detect it.
Wait, don't lose the...
The stars don't move, you move along.
Calm down. Gasso, I'm asking you about the actual rotation of physical body. The Earth is supposed to be moving, so
that's what I'm trying to say.
The surface of the Earth is what we're talking about. Don't go up into the sky. We're talking about what you're standing on. When was it detected that the Earth you're standing on is rotating? Was that detected in what method?
That's how you prove. You take an anchor point, aka the stars, that are so far away.
Wait, stop. The stars are not an anchor point. It's something up in the sky. You have determined their source, their location. So you can't use it.
No, they are an anchor point because...
We're talking about the Earth, the ground you stand on. It's supposed to be rotating. Was that detect a motion of a physical body? A physical object has physical traits.
That's what
I'm asking you when the physical trait of rotation, when was the physical rotation of Earth detected? Anytime in history.
Literally in ancient Greece, when they looked at the stars, saw that they move, okay?
You know it's okay to say you don't know if you don't know.
You're looking to the sky, so you just you're looking to the very source. Hold up, you don't sense.
Very simple.
Stop interrupting me. You don't sense the rotation.
No, you stop interrupting.
Stop. You don't sense the rotation. Nothing in your senses tells you that you're rotating. So unless you have some physical evidence, you can't that you can verify yourself of this rotation. Then it is just a belief.
So you're telling me that I can literally
belief, or is it not?
He's asking you for your evidence so we can all go do that. We can prove that the Earth is rotating. Do you have any? Yes or no?
Verifiable, validating evidence or proof that the surface of Earth is rotating. I just need that detection. That when was the detection method?
You can say you don't know.
Just say you don't know.
No.
So if you say,
well, then we just want to test.
Wait.
I'm going to ask you everything. I'm going to ask you the exact specifics, how they did that technically. So you're going to go with and you're going to tell us the exact specifics.
So one way.
No, not one way. I need the way. The way.
Show me the way.
We need exactly how they did it.
We need the only way.
Or say you don't know.
There are satellites in near rectilinear hail.
No, I'm not going up into the sky. That's secondary. That's a secondary observation. Surface.
From the Earth, buddy, on the ground.
Stop interrupting me. It's a physical object. I need to know how the actual physical motion of Earth's rotation was detected. That's it. Just show me that. If you don't know, just say you don't know.
Okay, so.
What, do you know or do you not?
Hold on.
No, not hold on. You either know.
I'm telling you.
That's a yes or no answer.
But then you're telling me.
Move on.
Yes or no.
But then you're telling me that how I know. I literally know because it is so simple.
Wait. You believe that it's rotating because somebody said something. They told this information. You don't know the specifics of it, so you can't verify it. So it is just a belief.
No, I can verify it, but the way I can verify it,
that's what he's asking.
that it's not
we need no. You saying a whole bunch of words. We need substantiation. How you verified it's spinning for yourself.
Here's the way that
cars have speedometers.
You're going to put the proof in the live stream voice text. I'm going to give you 10. And then at that point, you're just going to be muted. So, ready?
Wait,
10,
so
9.
This whole thing is just you saying I try to say something.
6.
You told me that my way of doing it is wrong.
Last chance, you can say you don't know.
And then you censor it.
3.
I won't say I will know because I know, but
2.
how I know, you're saying it's not valid.
1. You're going to be muted.
So go fuck yourself.
You're gonna be muted. Someone mute him until he provides the evidence. Puts it in a
Yeah, I
DM.
simply asked you to tell us how you verified. So what do you mean you know, but we don't? We're asking you to tell us.
You're still on the second point. You never made it past the second point because you can't relinquish your ego in connection with this fairy tale, spinning globe in space. So you're only on point 2. You make it past point 2. So you either provide the proof of this. You said you know. So we're going to ask you to provide that actual evidence, or are you going to just stay moving right along?
Yeah, there's other new people in here. Good luck with them, though. The names
Guys,
look kind of sketchy.
I want to tell you something about this kid. I bet you that he didn't know also the way a speedometer functions, like auto car speedometer. And that's a mechanism to detect motion, to show us speed of a car.
It's because 2 sticks in the ground.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I shit 2 shits in the ground.
It was nice. Yeah.
I took 2 poops, and 1 poop measured 3 high noon. One poop measured 4, 5 low noon. 1 porta potty was at 12 o'clock. The other porta potty was at 2 o'clock, 500 miles away. And then we measured the angle of the turd. We got the curvature. Oh, I'm sorry. That's nasty. I shouldn't say that.
Yeah.
Come on. That was great, Demarc.
Did you just say the turd angle?
It's a turd angle.
Felt him. I felt this young man like he was the A+ grade in his school. He spent his whole childhood studying this religion, you know, and he was trying to give it to us all here.
Yeah.
And he doesn't know. Yeah. It doesn't work
I
with
just
us.
think it's funny when you ask them if they produced it or they can produce it live anytime. They're like, not right this second. I'm like, no, I'll give you a month. You got a month.
5 months.
Right. Give them enough time so they can go walk outside and look at a shadow.
So there's other new people on here. I don't know if y'all want to try to talk to them. BBB, Purse, Rookie Cookie. That's all I see.
Yeah, we're supposed to be asking them how they measured the curve, the radius, and axial rotation. And then you ask them about the gas pressure.
And if you ask them like basic knowledge, how does a speedometer mechanically function of a car, they have no idea. They are clueless.
You might get to the point where you have to ask them
They probably
circle. Do you know what a diameter is? Do you know what a
They probably don't even the speedometer or the radar detector. I'm sorry, works.
I don't know about this, man.
You know, when the cop sees you speeding on the side of the road and he hits you with that radar.
The
Yeah, it's your tire.
Laser, yeah.
Yeah.
That is based on rangefinder technology. There are
Well, it's
also
rotation of your tire too. It can go by. It can shoot your tire and it sees your tire spin. Zzz. But it's all time and distance. All any speed or calculation of distance is time and distance. It's all.
Yeah.
Like the idea of speed of light. It's just time and distance for whatever they think they can calculate for whatever medium that it's attenuating through.
those are based on the interferometer principles. Laser diode and receiver.
Hey, Glover's one step up. It's high noon. Calling yeah.
Bring us your best because we've destroyed all the rest.
Do you guys actually really believe it's dirt? No, we do not believe because it's not a.
Often imitated,
Yeah.
but never duplicated. Flat earthers.
What's that, Demar? What? What did you say?
Holding the fact in your hand is gold.
I don't like it.
Hey, flat friends.
What's
Hello.
up, our sister?
I thought that was the promo. It's really her, isn't it?
It's really her. She's a star. Oh.
Are you having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane?
Yeah.
Oh, that's kind of creepy.
It
Funny.
snowed here in the desert. It snowed. It's so weird.
Wow. I've seen pictures of that before. So I saw pictures of Palm Springs with 3 feet of snow
Oh, wow.
in 1927.
I want to, if I had social media, I'd post it and be like, where's global warming at?
Oh,
Yeah, I saw a meme somewhere earlier. It said, problem with global pandemic is both of them are false. Something like that.
Yeah,
Funny.
the scientists can't go to office and work. They
Oh,
must stay home.
That'd
Have we
be.
had Glovers? Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Sonny.
Oh, no, I was going to say that'd be cool to go up there and where you're at, where it's snowing somewhere. Just get all your gear and go up there and like pitch a tent, make a little fire. Like as long as you got everything you need, you're like set.
Heat, man, right this minute.
Yeah.
Sounds like fun.
Yeah, it's kind of nice, like having cold weather in a small dose. It's like, ooh, how fun. But after 3 days, I'm like, okay, son, where are you at? Come back out. Have you guys had any Globers?
Yeah, we just had one.
Very funny one.
Kind of
Mostly trolls and not serious people so far. But yeah.
Oh, you should have seen the truckload of evidence that he didn't bring. He had a truckload of evidence he backed up and then was like, beep, beep, beep. I was like, put it here. And it was like nothing in the truck. I was like, what the fuck?
Oh man.
He started spiraling and getting really dishonest, and that's why I had to put a stop to it. So sorry, guys, I took away your little play toy, but you know they gotta go. They gotta go. Like,
but he sounded like a young freshman that came out of the school system, indoctrination system, and finished with A+ grade. And he wanted
he's you don't know what I know.
Yeah. He wanted to recite all his stories, you know, and stuff, but using
there's a song.
All those.
Can you hear what I hear? A globe, a globe. I heard it all before.
Spinning in a vacuum.
He was trying Yeah, he said about Eratosthenes' experiment.
Yeah, Crypto had to explain the experiment to him before he debunked it, though, as usual.
It ended up Miggy telling him that experiment.
Oh, it's perfect.
I just asked him if he could reproduce it, and he didn't want to stay there. He didn't want to go. He was like, no, let's talk about cornbread. He said, look, Superman. I turned around like, you motherfucker, you got me.
He used Superman as evidence of the globe?
No, I'm being funny.
Oh.
You know how, like, if you're going to punch somebody, you're like, look, Superman, and they turn around and you hit them, you sucker punch them. Yeah, I was just joking like he got me. He made me look at Superman. I was like, damn. I didn't really, but, you know. No, he was saying, look at the stars, look at the sky. You know, they all do. Hey, look, a star. Earth's a globe. Look at that Earth globe up there we're looking at.
Yeah, you gotta
Never gets old.
You gotta hold their feet to the fire. You're asking the motion of a physical object. If they want to keep looking up, I'm not gonna let them do that anymore. They're gonna stay right there. The conversation has to stop if they look up to the sky.
Okay.
They're so.
If I was a Glober, I would have said water, the tide. I would have just been like, man, I see that water shaking. That means we're moving, man.
Yeah.
And then you guys would have been like, lakes, bathtubs, ponds. And I'd have been like, fuck.
Even when I was a Glober, I felt it funny saying that proof of the motion of the Earth will be the sun, the moon, and the stars. You know, I knew they are moving, but I knew that is not an evidence.
Man.
The Earth, the globe.
When they told me sticks and wells, I laughed my ass off in class. I said, no, you didn't.
Go digging.
I mean, I big fuss about it, but I was like, bull fucking shit. Bullshit. I asked the same thing. I was like, bullshit, let's do this shit right now. Somebody went 500 miles back in the day. Bullshit. I don't even like taking out the garbage when I was a kid. You telling me some kid or some dudes are just, I'm just doing this for fun. We're just measuring shadows for fun. Hey, little Billy, go 500. Today, motherfuckers getting paid lots of money to go do types of shit, right? So you think these half-naked guys back in the cloth was going 500 miles to measure some well they didn't know existed somewhere? And then how do you know whether the well was even level? Doesn't your well have to be measured to be level first? Don't you have to make sure you're like, I don't know. Like, how can you trust an angle?
Communicate.
Right, that too. Right, like I said, if I tell my kids when they're young or when, if they don't want to, they'll be stubborn. I'll be like, go take this garbage out. I look back later, it's still sitting there.
Yeah.
And then I tell them again and they take it out while I'm looking. See what I'm saying? So I highly doubt some guy's going to go 500 miles on horseback just to tell you what an angle is or some other shit.
Yep. So you gotta make them stick to the thing about like, so there's a couple that you could. How did they measure the distance? And then how were they telling what time it was in both places? Thank you very much.
Yeah. They didn't have digital clocks nor mechanical clocks in that time. Yeah. How did they knew? Like those solar clocks? You cannot tell very precisely the time.
And that Biruni guy, how many times he was on mountain?
Mm.
And how many times was extreme reflection when he was on the mountain?
600 BC. They had Rolex.
Just so funny that the same people that bitch about religion will literally bring up Eratosthenes, like some dead guy who wrote something down and said he did something. This is the same thing. It's the same thing.
Worse.
If Aristoteles had the Nikon, he will change whole idea.
Yeah.
Sticks.
You're actually worshipping a man as a god. Science.
Black Swan.
Does anybody want to try to talk to BBB Perth? Only one I see here.
I will.
Bring him on.
Can they unmute? What up, BBB? Or does someone have to unmute them?
Looks like they need to be unmuted, so. already then.
Yeah, they don't have any roles.
Justin just showed up. Maybe he can do it. You there, Justin?
Just in case.
We also have Negatic.
Oh.
He is unmuted right now. Or she.
BBB Bird.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
I just want to understand why you believe.
Believe? We don't believe. We don't believe, first of all. We don't have beliefs. We only use scientific evidence.
Okay. Then how?
By the physics of our reality in our physical world. We measure things.
Testably, observably, practically, usably, flat. Everywhere.
Water.
Demonstratably.
The physics of water, first of all.
Yeah.
You know the Earth's pretty big. You know that, right?
Oh, do you know how big?
71% ocean.
And you know that the gravitational pull is huge too.
Wait,
and
no,
also
we
the
don't.
other planets are also round
No.
too.
Yeah,
So
wait,
how would the
you're
Earth be
spiraling.
only?
Yeah,
Okay,
you're
One
spiraling.
person at a time.
When you're spiraling,
Hold on.
okay?
One person talk to him at a time.
You don't just spiral like that. Sorry, that's not how
My
it goes
bad.
here, BB. You can't just, overload us as we're overloading you, of course.
We're just having a conversation.
We're just having a
It's all good.
conversation. So one question at a time, please. And then we answer it with facts that we can provide each other. Okay?
Gravity.
That sounds nice, but
Gravity.
the thing is
Explain it.
explain what? What you're supposed to do is explain how you ever, from any past time till now, measured any curvature or have any evidence, or how you have measured or proven to yourself that there's a curve of this planet.
Which gravity are we talking about?
The gravitational pull.
Pull. Okay, so that is a larger object pulling in a smaller object. It's a Newtonian gravity, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Well,
In
that
1914,
means that it's able
and
to
in
keep us-
1914, Einstein came out with the theory of relativity, which is erased Newtonian gravity, and they replaced it with Einstein gravity. And Einstein's gravity is bending of space and time. That's the official gravity as of today. How do we verify the bending of space and time?
I just posted some sources, BB, in the live stream voice text that back up what is being said about Newtonian gravity being replaced by Einstein gravity. We just want to make sure that you're parroting the correct pseudoscience, because the current gravity that you're invoking has been replaced. So,
Overrated.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, plus, hold on, BB. Hold on. There's supposed to be 3 questions that are asked to you, and then you get the floor to ask us questions. And the 3 questions that are asked to you, you're supposed to either present empirical evidence that how you know, or how you've proven to yourself empirically, right? How you came to understand, or the demonstration we can all do, or you can say I don't know. So if someone wants to go over the 3.
Yeah, I can ask
You cut out.
We're going to ask you
Go
3
ahead.
questions, BB.
Go ahead, Kai.
Just to kind of, because it's and then any questions you want to ask after, go for it. But we kind of just want to understand your level of knowledge about the globe. So we ask every guest that comes in here just 3 simple questions and see if you can provide us evidence for the questions. Does that sound like something you want to do?
I guess. I guess.
Okay. So the first question is measuring Earth's curvature. And there's two parts to this question. The first part is, how in olden times did they measure the curvature of the Earth?
I do not know.
Okay.
But
and that's fine. That's a fine answer as well.
But I kind of don't see how that is kind of irrelevant right now. I just want to ask the question right already. Okay.
Well, the relevance of it is, with the heliocentric model, they give us a specific story that we're on a ball spinning in the vacuum of space. These are the three fundamental components to the whole globe model that you've been taught. That it's a ball, it's spinning, and it's through the vacuum of space. So before we should even be talking about gravity or talking about the things in the sky like the sun and the moon and the stars, we need to cover the basics. So the curvature of the Earth is a major component because you're thinking it's a spherical ball. So that's okay that you don't know in ancient times. What about in modern times? Do you know how they've been able to measure the curvature of the Earth?
You can't declare gravity if you haven't even proven curvature yet, right? You got cart before the horse.
Space. No.
How
they use satellites? They use what's it called? Sorry, I'm tired right now. What's it called? Give me a second. I forgot what it's called.
Are you looking for surveying? Geodetic? What are you looking for?
Well, and satellites can't work because before you could even send a satellite up in space, they would have to know the shape of the Earth. So that's kind of the cart being pulled before the horse. So that one unfortunately doesn't answer the question. Any other guesses?
Can I just ask my question already? I just want to
Let's just get. We got two more questions. And then you can ask whatever you want.
Yeah,
okay?
we just want to establish whether you have a belief of a globe or you can substantiate the claim. That's all. That's all we're doing real quick for 3 questions, and then you can ask.
So for the first one, how they measured Earth's curvature, your answer was you don't know, and that's fine. Second question is axial rotation. How did they measure that the Earth is spinning on its axis?
Can you ask that again?
How did they measure the Earth is spinning on its axis?
How did they detect?
Yeah, that's a better word, detect. Thank you.
How's it going?
It will work faster if you just say that you don't know.
And you don't have to.
Wait a minute.
This is not a contest.
Yeah. We're just having a conversation, seeing what we all know, and that's it.
Axial rotation, spin. How could I go outside and say, do this, and you can prove spin to yourself?
At the equator on the globe, it spins at 1,000 miles an hour.
Pretty fast.
Where I'm at, according to the globe, I'm spinning at 850 miles an hour. That's just the axial rotation spin. Now we're also traveling.
Big difference.
We're also traveling around the sun at what we've been told at 66,600 miles an hour. 66,600 miles an hour.
And our solar system.
We are hauling ass, man.
Our solar system is moving through space at like 1 million miles per hour, right? So we got tons of
1.5
motion.
million.
Yeah, we got tons of motion.
We're
going on.
spinning, we're tilting, we're wobbling, we're bobbling.
All we're asking for right now is the spinning part, right?
We're just asking the spinning, right? Just the
Just even talking about all this spin makes me want to pop a Dramamine, guys. Like,
Look, she really
But
wants to
Phoebe,
get.
how-
She really wants to get to her question. So, it sounds like this is an I don't know if we don't have an answer. So, do you have an answer to? Do you know how axial rotation was measured?
No, not right now, because I forgot.
You forgot? Were you ever taught how it was measured?
Yes, I have. I'm just brain dead right now.
I'm sorry.
Because I can assure you, it's never been measured.
We'll get to. What's the last question?
Vacuum of space.
Vacuum.
That it's, yeah. That
All
it's a
right.
medium that we can travel to.
And it exists.
Well, the gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for clarifying. Thank you.
That's physics 101.
Can you have a atmosphere next to a vacuum without a container?
Of course you can't.
Do you have any account?
Beep beep. That's for you.
Such a yeah.
Yeah.
Can you say that again? Because I'm confused what the question is.
All right. They tell us we have a vacuum of space. That's the stars, sun, moon. Between us, we breathe air, oxygen. Yeah, I'm here at sea level. I got about 14 pounds of air pressure where I'm at, 13 something. And there's space, a vacuum of space is out there. You can't have air pressure without a container, right? Something has to contain the air, the gas, the pressure. You can't have a open gas system with just open air. You know, just there's no pressure. It's there would be nothing there. Just the gas.
Or high pressure.
Sorry, I got one question. The gas pressure lessen the higher you go in your
Yes.
view?
Yeah, it's lighter gases float up. Heavier gases are down low. Right? You still have to have a container to have any pressure at all. That's scientifically provable in your living room.
Is there a limit to how low the pressure can get?
Well, then you go to negative pressure, which would be
No, you don't.
vacuum.
There's no such thing as negative pressure.
Well,
it's not even about the amount of pressure. We're talking about the vacuum and the lack of the container.
Right.
Vacuum actually is lack of atmosphere. Zero atmosphere. Atmosphere is a unit of measure. International standard
You're right.
unit.
No negative.
One atmosphere.
You're right.
Zero is vacuum.
It's pressure.
And there's nothing below.
You do not accept that if you get high enough, the pressure is so low that you would call it vacuum?
That's what I'm saying. That
Still pressure. It's still pressure.
You can have a vacuum in a chamber, and that means zero atmospheric pressure. A vacuum.
How do you hold the gas on the outside of the object, basically, in a vacuum? It's not going to happen. If you guys have a demonstration of that, where you have a vacuum and you can put the gas on the outside of the balloon and let it stick to the outside and conform to it, then we'd love to see it.
I mean, if you see that the higher you go, the lower the is.
No, no,
might
those are just
be conceivable
No,
that
no,
at some point you have a really low
You guys, this was actually directed towards BB.
Right, BB.
Like she's got so just one at a time here. We're going through the 3 points with BB. You could just wait your turn, please.
See, I guess the question is, We have gas pressure here on Earth. We're breathing, and it's uncontained. How is this possible if we're next to a vacuum? That's the question for you, BB. Did you say something? I didn't hear you.
BB, you're on mute. Jason, yeah, there you go.
This is the gravity. It's holding it down.
Have you ever seen
The bendy space
Gravity.
holding it down.
gravity affects gas? Is that your claim? Your claim, BB, that gravity affects gas?
I'm saying that gravity is holding down gas, so that's why it's not escaping.
So when do we see gravity holding gas? Because we have the law of entropy, which tells us that gas will expand in all directions. You can replicate this yourself. When you pop a helium balloon, the helium inside the balloon is going to disperse in all directions. High pressure always goes to low pressure. So gravity does not have enough, even smoke or water vapor, evaporation, that's going in an upward direction. So gravity does not affect gas. So do you have another explanation?
The kinetic energy of the molecules and the molecules that go together, it creates a more of a gravitational pull of the energy. That's why certain vapors rise and some.
What did you say? You cut out?
She said molecules colliding, so sometimes water vapor rises and sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, what did you say exactly? Because
I didn't catch either, but water vapors
Yeah,
rise.
be specific.
The kinetic energy of molecules is more than the gravitational energy. That's why certain vapors rise.
Oh, are you reading this from a script or?
Sounds like it, right?
Yeah. We can get into that, but we should just wrap these three questions up. Clearly, you just don't know. Clearly, you don't know. You're just Googling this. So we can get into that as well. But the point of this was to just kind of show you that you don't really know that much about the globe model, the three fundamental things, and that's okay. We just need to show you that you're operating on a belief. So you don't need to feel like you got to defend the globe. And now we can have a conversation and maybe answer some of your questions.
I just want to understand. If the Earth is flat, then why is other planets round?
Well, firstly, we're not a planet. You're looking at things that you see in the sky that you've been given a story about that you can't validate, and you're told you live on one of those. That's it doesn't follow. Okay, I believe that's called a non sequitur. It's the same as saying, like, on a pool table, all of the balls are spheres, therefore the table itself is also a sphere. One doesn't mean the other. We would consider this to be more of like the floor, the ground level of the universe, of everything that exists. It's stationary, and it's a plane. It's the table, and everything else is literally just above it, and they don't mean anything about what we are or what we are on.
And those little lights in the sky, which you
What do you
see
consider
and call
planets?
them planets, those little lights, you call them planets in the sky, amateur pictures, they show that they have different shapes, the colors than NASA pictures, CGI.
You're
Most,
roboting. Good.
oh, sorry. Go ahead, someone else.
What was the question again?
Luke,
Then she said.
Luke covered that. Get another question. Sorry, Luke. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, what you asked us, like, what we think planets are? It doesn't matter. They're lights in the sky for all we know. After that, like they could be spheres. They could just be lights. They could be. We have no way of getting up there to test that. We don't make any claims as to celestial objects or anything like that. It's about flat Earth is about looking for, demonstrating that the Earth is in fact a ball. Every time we try to do that, well, we see like these 3 points that we went over. Have these. If it's a sphere, a ball, then there has to be curvature. If we're in the heliocentric model, as they claim, we have to be spinning. And we have this gas problem also, like with entropy, the second law of thermodynamics. None of these things have ever been proven. They're theoretical. So we go out, we want to, let me start this way. We have this base axiom that we start from. Nobody has ever seen curvature. Nobody has ever experienced motion. And you guys can go ahead and say, well, that's because it's just too big, or it's just, the scale of things. You just wouldn't notice it. Fine. That's a possibility. But the axiom that we're going to start from is something that's, just, it's obvious. It's apparent. The positive, we see flat. We feel there's no motion. If you're going to say it's something else, you have the burden of proof. You have the positive claim. And until you can actually establish through proof, that this is true, we don't have to accept it. So really, you could think of us more as globe debunkers. And if you don't find any curvature anywhere, let's just hypothetical. If you search out to look for curvature and you find none, what's left? The Earth is flat.
There is a Earth curvature calculator, online calculator, which states that we have a 8-inch curvature per mile square.
I think she left.
She didn't like having the burden of proof, I guess.
Luke's too mean. He's scared her off.
It's a
There
heavy
you go,
word.
Luke.
That was really great, though, you guys. That was awesome.
Yeah, there are a few more new people in the room. Brookie Cookie.
Today in
I guess
this
it's my
era,
turn then.
So what's up?
we have this Skyview app today, which is, you take your phone, point it to the sky, and it shows you the stars, the constellations, the planets, supposed planets. But this app is using a database with pictures of those planets, and it imposes over the image of your phone camera when it detects those constellations. Because the phone camera does not have that capability to see that far away. When you take a picture with your phone, you barely see stars in the sky. If I were a glober, I would have used this.
I mean, in the end, it's some algorithm written by some guy. You don't even know who's behind this.
Yeah.
Looks like we got someone else just pinging me. Oxycontin? Laughing at us?
Oh shit!
Yeah.
You guys are fucking idiots. I'm sorry.
Yeah, bye-bye, you faggot
You guys-
fuck.
Oh man, he got us good there.
There. Yeah, that's slow approach. Shut server down.
Ooh.
Wow.
Gleb, say what?
I mean, clearly he was super smart, right? He got us.
Smart.
Yes.
Too smart, man. Yep. Got us there, bro. Whoa. I guess those flat earth with all that proof and shit.
Anyway, we could talk a bit about the gas pressure from before.
Yeah, you need curvature, right, for it to be a sphere.
For the gas pressure, I don't think so. I mean, you gave me that
I was
the higher
talking
you
about
go,
shape
the
of the
lower the
Earth,
pressure, right?
Sorry?
But again, it's not about the amount of pressure. It's about the fact that there's a vacuum and a lack of a container. So that's what we're getting at. How can you have gas pressure without a container?
I mean, vacuum is just a very low pressure, right?
Yeah, infinite, right? Infinite. It's expanding
Yeah,
still.
but
Infinite. So there's nothing keeping it from
be a
going to low
perfect
pressure, right?
vacuum.
Sorry.
I mean, there is no perfect vacuum anyway.
Right.
You can't
So
make
that's
it
just
with science. You can't
saying, well, it is a little bit less than a perfect vacuum. So that's why we can have gas pressure without containment, right? It's just a little bit next to perfect.
I mean,
but,
you don't.
right?
I would just say it's really low pressure.
Right. Next to high pressure.
The question,
right?
The question
next
would
to high
be,
pressure.
What? The question would be, how low does the pressure go? The higher you go, is there a limit in your model?
There's no model, right? We work with the really is the reality. So, but
Did you measure how small the pressure gets?
But we keep changing it to how much pressure from how do you have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah, I don't really go to how you have gas pressure without the container because, I mean, you could say the whole planet is the container.
You can't.
At what?
Yeah, you can't get gas
Really,
pressure
not
without a
in this
container.
sense. But this is but this whole thing is meant to make you answer you can't. I mean, in the Earth, you have.
So it's a trap,
Just
right?
looking for a little honesty there first.
So we flat earthers point to natural law, and then you say it's a trap or something. No, it's just your cognitive dissonance that doesn't want to accept that we need a container for gas pressure.
Yeah,
so it's not a trap, right?
He's right.
It's just
He's right.
reality.
He's right in a way. I mean, it is to get him to admit that, but I mean, that's the truth. You cannot demonstrate this. The only thing that you have for an example is pointing at this presupposition that we're on a ball and that outer space is a vacuum. You say, oh, you know, that you're saying that is your demonstration. But if that's true, then you have to prove the ball and you have to prove the vacuum.
I want to go a bit different. Like before, already gave me that we have a certain pressure at ground level and that there's lower pressure the higher you go. Isn't that the fact?
Yes, there's a gradient. Yeah.
Okay, so how is it possible that there is even a gradient?
Because you have the antecedent.
Because you have gas pressure.
Yeah, because there's a container. That's why. If you didn't have a container, there would be no gradient.
Yeah, but the container would in your model be the whole planet, right? There's still a gradient inside the container.
Which model?
We don't have a model, and
Which model?
we have pressure without a period.
So yeah, it's the globe that claims a model, right? Show it to us.
perfectly working.
You also have temperature gradients.
Is the air, to your belief or your knowledge or whatever, contained?
We know it is because you have gas pressure. It has to have a container because you can't have gas pressure, period. Pressure
without a solid
you
container.
cannot even have this.
The gases are produced at ground level. If there was nothing, like let's say when things got started, right before there was any gases here, when they first started, because of entropy, they would just constantly be evacuating out into the lower pressure of your space. They would never have a chance to build up any kind of pressure.
I just want to get to the point. We have different pressures. We have a pressure gradient. But according to your knowledge, the whole thing is contained. So you have a pressure gradient that might even go to really low pressure inside this containment, right?
Could you show the container in the globe model?
The globe model doesn't say there's a container. It says that gravity basically pulls the air to the ground.
You have a problem with
the
that?
More mass.
Yeah, you could have all the gravity.
I know that you have a problem with
you
that.
could have 1,000,000 times like gravity. You could have times bendy, and it wouldn't affect the gas laws one iota.
Yeah, the gravity in your model says that like the gravitational force should be strongest, nearest to center of the Earth, right? So at ground level, that's where the gravity is the strongest.
Yeah.
Well, the gases, again, as I mentioned, they're produced at ground level. Gases spread out and move out, seeking equilibrium in all directions, omnidirectionally, including up. So these gases go up, 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 up when the gravity is the strongest, and at some point when gravity is the weakest, you're saying they just decide to say, fuck it. They don't go any farther. They stick around. Gravity pulls them back.
Not really. I mean, the further you go up, the stronger the acceleration downwards. Meaning the higher you go, the stronger is the pushing force that pushes the molecule downwards. And if you have, for example, really heavy molecules, gas molecules.
So there's a pushing force. No, hold on. There's a pushing force. The higher you go, there's a stronger pushing force. That's what is that what you're saying gravity is?
No, sorry. You have a pulling force. The higher the mass, the higher the pulling force.
What's the source of this force?
It should be the mass, but I know that you don't want to go there.
Be the
we
mass.
can just stay with your container and your model.
Well, it's not our container. It's not our model.
I mean, you said there can't be a really low pressure, or let's say a vacuum, without a container.
Correct.
But in your container.
No, it's not our container. We didn't make it.
It's not a vacuum without a container. It's gas pressure.
We really need to go into detail about these words. Okay.
Yeah, you're making it like
you already accept that there is a pressure gradient. The only step you need to take is to say that, okay, there is a really, really low pressure at the top. This is everything the globe model basically would need.
Yeah, belief, right? That would be a belief.
High pressure go to low pressure.
Already
Does high pressure
say
go to
that
low
it's
pressure?
possible.
And you don't have
Already
only
It
the
always
that it's
does.
possible, right?
It's a law.
You don't
It's a law.
listen. The pressure gradient also varies according to the temperature, and your temperature gradient also.
That is correct.
And in your globe model, you cannot explain why hot gaseous mercury rises above the helium gas. why does it float on top of it, which is one of the heaviest metals?
Okay, I would need a source for that because I don't really know, what you're talking about.
I know you need.
I already gave you the source. It's for DM. If you look at your gas pressure, it's right in your DM. I've been driving text all the time. I guess you're just avoiding that, or you really don't see.
What? I just want to stay on this one point with the pressure gradient.
Without a gas pressure without a container. What is the cause?
Sonny, you're cutting out. Unless it's me.
No, Sonny, you are.
I mean,
but the antecedent
according to the
gas
Globe
pressure
model,
gradient is gas pressure, and the
we don't need to
antecedent
go
of
there.
gas pressure is
I mean-
a container. So
Not the gas pressure is the container. I mean, according to the Globe model, the gas pressure would get lower and lower the higher you go. Meaning, the further you get away from the planet, the lower the pressure. But it would basically never be zero because there is no absolute vacuum. You always have some molecule flying around somewhere.
Yeah, infinite, right? Infinite vacuum of space, still expanding, and
that's
the
different
globe
story.
still holds all the air, sticks to the ball, right?
Yeah, what keeps the vacuum of space from sucking all the air off? That don't make no sense.
That's all.
That is the same. It's the same question. Gravity.
No.
What's gravity? Hold on. What's gravity?
Bendy space-time is going to keep the gases sticking to the ball.
Indicated.
Bendy space-time's worse than gravity.
Here's all you need to do. You need to just do this, and we'll shut down the server. So I'm going to tell you what it is. All you need to do.
I will be unable to convince any of you.
I didn't even start. All you need to do is show the practical demonstration of gas pressure without a container anywhere, anytime in history. When has it been demonstrated? Just tell us that.
The demonstration would be the planet, but
I want to know what the demonstration would be. What it actually was. They had to have measured this to go where they're saying.
I mean, you are asking something that is impossible on the globe model and on the flat Earth model.
Then your model is impossible.
I'm going by your model.
No,
You're the only one that has a model.
And again, there's no flat Earth model. There's the globe model, and then there's reality.
Yeah.
So
reality is you cannot have gas pressure without a container.
Yeah, because the antecedent for gas pressure is the container itself. That's how they measure gas. You can't measure gas pressure in any way, shape, or form at all without a container. So you would have to show us a practical demonstration of gas pressure next to a vacuum without a container. Show us when that's ever been demonstrated. So you got to just put up or shut up. If you can't show this, then it doesn't exist in reality. That's all.
Exactly. Exactly.
The problem is that the globe model doesn't even need a container for this gas pressure. I mean, they have their consistent explanation for it.
You're not going to violate the second law of thermodynamics, no matter what you try to say.
Okay,
until you show it this,
how
just
do you violate
our religion.
You can't show this.
How do you violate the second law of thermodynamics if you have gravity pulling this down? I think
gravity. You haven't even demonstrated that.
Gas go down.
Bendy space-time.
Yeah, you're just saying a word, and you're not giving us anything. I mean, we could say fairies. Let's go with fairies instead of gravity.
You can't demonstrate gases containing gases. Then you're just silly.
You don't need to demonstrate this. This is something.
Yes, you do need to demonstrate things.
Whoa.
In reality,
you demonstrate it. Then we just have to accept it and believe it. No. Sorry.
Yeah, again, so
that's
fairies.
not me.
So that's your belief. You have a belief system.
You don't need to believe and accept anything.
No, you're spouting.
Yes.
You just said that you had to. What are you talking? You don't even know what you're saying. Then.
You know, he reminds me of those people who are always trying to push their beliefs on you. He's like trying to push gravity
Just
on us.
listen to me. It has to work my way.
Just accept it. Don't worry about where it comes from. Just it's a thing.
Yeah,
That's religion. That's a religion. If you're asking people to believe something without any scientific evidence, it's just a religion.
I can't believe you even just said that, dude. You even just said that out of your own mouth and are believing it. Like, wow.
Just a zealot, another zealot, defending their religion, like they're mid-wit level religious zealots. They don't even know their own fucking religion.
Truly don't even know these people that are telling you this, and you have to accept it. You just said that. You just said it, man. You don't even know these people, but yet they have a degree, and everyone else says they know them. You have to believe everyone.
They have a parrot degree.
Talk about a hive mind. Idiot.
Is he still here, or did he leave?
Yes, I'm still here.
Okay, I have a question for you. What direction does gravity go? What direction?
Okay.
Can you answer
Let's
that
explain
question?
this way. If you have two objects, then gravity goes basically from one object to the other and from the other to itself.
What's the vector?
That's not the answer, though. That's not what she asked.
What's the vector of gravity? What direction does it go?
It should be 90 degrees in every direction. It should be circular from the point of origin.
But that would be all over. That would be it would have to go every single direction than what you're saying.
Correctly.
It goes one specific
From
direction.
every object.
What is the direction? It goes one specific direction. The direction is down. Down. Okay? Now what about gas? What direction does gas go?
You mean gravity, the gravitational pull of Earth, you mean? Yes, because...
Yes, causing things, in your model, causing things to go down.
Wait, I think he's trying to actually say that all objects are producing gravity.
Yes, that's the heliocentric model and everything. Everything pulls everything to each other. That's what gravity is.
So I'm pulling my coffee to me? Like right now, I don't have to hold my coffee. I can just pull my coffee with my gravitational force. Is that what you're saying, sir? Is that what you're saying?
So we're back to Newtonian.
Don't you guys know the Cavendish experiment? You have masses attracting each other.
What was the hypothesis?
You should know that, right?
What was the experiment? What was the control variable?
Cavendish experiment. The Cavendish experiment.
What was the independent control variable and the natural phenomenon?
The natural phenomenon should be gravity, and the control variable is that you basically move around the masses, and other masses.
You're so ignorant. You're the dumbest person in here. You don't even know what Cavendish was trying to do. That was not.
Cavendish was trying to measure the value for G, but there's basically an experiment named after him, which is there to basically show gravity. You can use this to show the gravitational pull between them.
Bro, go back to school. You don't even know what Cavendish was doing. He was trying to measure the density of Earth.
But to measure that, you needed G.
And it wasn't an experiment because there's no naturally observed phenomenon.
Yeah, they haven't done an experiment where gravity is the independent variable.
All you have is a mechanical phenomenon. It's not a natural phenomenon. You can't do natural science on it.
So back to gravity. Gravity goes down. It's not mass attracting mass. That was debunked by Einstein. Gravity goes down.
Einstein didn't debunk it. He expanded the...
I have a source for that, so we can just nail that coffin shut. Because, yes, it was toppled. Newtonian gravity was toppled from the throne.
Yes, it was toppled, but
Einstein, yeah.
overall, it's basically like you have this theory that works on most cases, but it was then fine-tuned for cases where it normally wouldn't work. That's
what?
Yeah.
I was talking before you told me that my coffee is attracted to me. Okay, so gravity goes down. What direction does gas go? I don't want any other answer. I don't want any other experiment.
Gas doesn't go any direction without any force.
Omnidirectional.
Yeah,
It goes
it depends.
all directions. So how is it being controlled? How is it being like gas being controlled by downward force?
Could you repeat that? You're really breaking up for me. Please repeat that. You broke up a lot.
Yeah, Kai, you were roboting pretty bad there for a second. Kai, you might want to drop out and come back.
I didn't get any of that.
Mic check.
Yeah, I hear you. Kai's breaking up. Yeah, so gases go omnidirectional, right? And bendy spacetime is keeping it sticking to the ball, right?
I mean,
but you say, well, we have Cavendish, so Newton still works on the Earth. But when we look at other wandering stars and we cannot figure out with equations why they do what they do, then we use the other stuff, right? Then it's okay.
I mean, Einstein's theory basically contains Newtonian theory. It's like having
it's different. It's a 4D world, right? It's a 4D world. It's fundamentally different.
It explains this the whole phenomenon a bit different, yeah. Yes.
Sure.
But it contains the Newtonian physics inside. The Newtonian physics should be something like an extreme for.
Yeah, that's all fine. You can use that mental gymnastics. The only problem for you is that great physicists just tell you that it was debunked by Einstein, right? So.
Yeah, but if you listen to these physicists,
you want to believe those boys, right?
Yeah. Okay. What I'm saying is basically what I've seen talk about.
Sorry?
Okay. Those physicists, I'm not arguing against them. What I'm saying is basically what they are saying.
Okay.
Newtonian physics always worked, and it still works. The problem is just that in extreme cases,
it doesn't work when they want to equate something they see in the sky, right? It doesn't work.
What do you mean? For example,
Newtonian. That's why Einstein came in. Newtonian. So
yeah,
it's.
I mean,
it's been
you could take the relativistic effect.
I'm not saying this, right? It's those physicists that are saying it's been replaced, right? So I don't know what the argument is right now. You're trying to use something that mainstream, right? I think you're pretty mainstream. So mainstream would agree upon that it is the warping of bendy space. It's bendy space time, right? So I don't know what the argument here is. You're trying to. Tell us that it's okay to use it because it's practical. It can demonstrate what you want to show in this case, right? It's okay because it works in your observation of whatever.
the argument is that, like mostly in physics, bunking something doesn't mean you just get rid of it. It means that you found something that encompasses everything you already knew so far. I mean, the Newtonian physics,
but it's a whole different
special
thing,
case
right?
for the relativistic physics from Einstein.
It's a whole different thing, because in bendy spacetime, gravity is not a force, right? It's the effect of the curvature of spacetime. So it's a whole different way of. It's a 4D world, right? They made up this world.
Yes.
They made it up and try and explain things with this non-reality. So it isn't even a force now. It's not attracting to anything else.
Yes, but this is basically the explanation they found. The explanation is that basically the mass warps the space-time. But the effect you see, the calculations you can do, the formulas you use are still the same. The math encompasses basically the Newtonian math.
It's different. No, it's 4D. It's space-time. It's not Newtonian. It's different, right? You can think of it as the same, but it's not. It's 4D.
This is not completely correct. It's different only in extreme cases, like with black holes.
No.
The current theories hold.
No, they calculate it differently.
But in the extreme case,
they calculate it differently. So whatever you pick, right? If you want to calculate the moon, then you do that, or black holes. It's just another way, a made-up world where they try and explain things in. It isn't reality, right? It's just a language that they made up. You have no empirical evidence of bendy spacetime. There's none. It's never been validated, right?
Yeah.
So you can make up a story and then...
Science has been validated a few years ago.
Sorry?
According to science, it has been validated a few years ago by the measurement of the LARGO, or what it was, where they measured the gravitational waves from two black holes colliding, I think.
Yeah. I also read somewhere that there was a dispute about that. So, right?
That's a great story.
Yeah.
I mean...
Assuming gravity waves, assuming you can measure them, I mean...
You're just using something that... I mean, we're talking about the vacuum. I mean, the vacuum of space is in question. So you can't be using black holes as your evidence, because that's a part of what we're questioning right now.
Okay, if you want to go back to the vacuum of space, all I'm claiming is that there is low pressure the higher you go. The higher you go, no matter how high, there will be lower pressure and lower pressure and lower pressure. That's all I'm claiming. I'm claiming nothing else. I'm claiming nothing about absolute vacuum or anything. Just that the pressure lessens the higher you go.
Okay. So high pressure, if we have gas pressure here, high pressure, the high pressure is going to go to the low pressure. It has to. It's entropy. So that's great. If you're saying there's a low pressure system outside of our Earth, that's great, because that literally cannot be happening if high pressure is going to go to low pressure.
Then why isn't it happening?
Because we have
then
a
why
container.
Isn't it happening?
We have some kind of physical container that's keeping the air pressure, the gas pressure here, and creating a pressure gradient. The pressure gradient can only happen if there's a container. We don't have to tell you where the container is or what it looks like. There's an analogy that people use. So like if I'm looking at scrambled eggs, I don't need, the antecedent to eggs is a chicken. I don't need to know if the chicken had a yellow beak or a purple beak, or if it came from Canada, or if it came from Asia. It doesn't matter
May
where
I
the
say
chicken came
something?
from. No, but let me finish, dude. So all I'm saying is so if I see eggs in front of me, it means it had to come from a chicken. Period. If we have gas pressure, it means we have some kind of container here. Period. It's not even up for debate.
Right.
You just said that high pressure goes to low pressure. Do you stand by this?
Absolutely. It's the second law of thermodynamics.
Then why is there a pressure gradient?
Because we have a container.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You
but
still need a container.
Why can there be a pressure gradient in the container if the high pressure should go to the low pressure?
How do you get pressure in the first place?
Exactly. Come on, stop beating around the bush. You need a container for pressure.
And even-
Stop it.
No, all the oxygen is being produced down here. You don't see any trees up in the sky somewhere, do you?
No.
Yeah, so where is the oxygen being produced? On the Earth's surface, isn't it?
Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, so that's the reason why.
You mean because the oxygen is produced on the Earth, you have a constant pressure gradient. The
Well,
air
pressure
cannot.
changes. The pressure changes due to temperature. You don't have the same constant, gas pressure. I mean, an actual gradient all the way. I mean, is always different depending on the pressure on the gas. I mean, on the temperature.
Yeah, that's okay. But you still have always a pressure gradient, and that
Right.
should be impossible.
No, it shouldn't.
Pressure
Why?
should move upward.
If you have a cylinder and you keep pumping gas from the bottom, there's no reason why that's a problem.
Hey, listen, I just popped in, but just let me ask you a question. Demonstrate gas pressure without a container, and we'll listen to you. Until you demonstrate that, buddy, that's it. Everything else is the waste.
He's assuming that it's everywhere the same, right? So it's not everywhere the same pressure, even on the surface, right? It constantly fluctuates. The gas is being produced on the surface of the Earth. The pressure, even on the surface of the Earth, fluctuates. So
Listen, you have different pressures in a bottle garden.
I mean, the problem is, how do you get pressure in the first place without a container?
Because we have pressure here. We are breathing. We're alive because somewhere, I don't know where, but we are contained.
I mean, can you demonstrate gas pressure without a container? Even a gas pressure gradient.
No. Can you demonstrate a gas gradient inside a container?
Oh, definitely. Most definitely, I can.
Yeah. All you got to do is input energy into the system, like heat, for example. Just do that. Change the dynamic within the system. The difference in density between the two gases. Manipulate them with energy. Yeah. All day long. The container will keep the gas in that space. Remove the container, the gas will fuck off. All day long, bruv.
How you doing, Jedi?
For me, I was going to say that too. All day, bruh.
All day, man.
What's up, y'all?
Hi, Jedi.
Hey. How we doing?
Miss you, right, Jedi. What you been doing, man?
Been doing things, man. Been doing things.
Jedi, you ain't no Fat Albert.
That's right, my friends. How you doing, Al?
How you doing? Hey, guys.
Gas pressure hasn't been fucking off without you here, man.
That's right.
We want to hear the Jedi tune.
But back to this man and this idea that you can't demonstrate gas pressure gradient inside a container. Yeah, you can. The very thing that's keeping that gas there is the container. Manipulate the system, gas pressure gradient. You understand that, right?
I think he does, but he wants to try and wiggle himself out of it.
It's that pregnant pause.
Would a soda can be a good example as well?
Yep.
Like a shaken up soda can? Yeah.
That's what came to mind immediately.
The tire.
How about a spray paint can? That's pressure gradient in there too.
Actually, soda cans are engineered very precisely to contain more pressure at the bottom than at the top. In fact, the metal thins as it goes from the bottom to the top. They're absolutely.
Okay, we answered your question.
engineered that
Now
way.
demonstrate gas pressure out of container. We've demonstrated that you can have what you ask for anywhere: soda bottle, spray paint, bottle garden.
Water bottle.
Now it's up to you to demonstrate gas pressure
I
without
disagree
containment.
that you demonstrated this. Just a no.
Disagree. No shit.
What?
I mean, what I'm asking for is that you have a bottle with lower pressure on the bottom.
Dude, your
higher
question's
pressure
been
on the
answered
bottom,
already,
lower
guy.
pressure at the top.
Dude, all
Measure
day.
it at top.
You can have gas pressure gradients
shouldn't
in
be too
containers,
big.
guy. Hey, guy. The question is, how do you have
if you
gas
take
pressure
a soda bottle,
with?
you increase
Can
the
you
overall
hear me?
pressure of the whole flask, not
He's
just
wrote this in here.
reduce
Yeah,
pressure at
bro.
some point. If you heat the whole bottle,
do you hear
also
me?
increase the overall pressure.
Drop us in your chocolate, get him.
It's one of those slow spirals.
No, he Googled something. Now he's got some information.
Negatic. Are you feeling all right, bro? Because your question was already answered. Can you have gas pressure gradient in container? Yes, all day. We demonstrate that. Can you have gas pressure without a container is the question.
Inside a propane tank, there's liquid and gas.
Yep.
As long as the valve is closed. If you have the tank upright, gas comes out. If you invert the tank, the liquid form comes out. That's why you fill your gas lighters by turning the lighter upside down and your can of the, propane or butane upside down.
Tanker trucks.
Keep that can right side up and fill your lighter right side up. It doesn't work.
Tanker trucks with thousands of gallons with different gases in a liquid state.
Funny thing is, all our demonstrations are inside of a container. Hello?
All of them.
Even open containers like aquariums and sulfur fluoride or carbon dioxide, it's still a container.
Are you there, Negatic? You're gone quiet. Did the mass
I'm
of
here.
of a
Cool.
tree suck you to the tree? Isn't that why you can't talk? The gravity
No,
of the
he's
tree?
Googling something else. He's got to get some more info. Give him a
No,
chance.
I'm Googling nothing. I'm just listening to you guys. I want to understand you better and everything.
Okay.
Of course,
I mean,
you do
right now
understand.
you're making fun of me. I understand that.
Yeah. Consequent of containing gas is what we're talking about. So that happening means you will now have gas pressure. The the antecedent is the container. The gas is pressure on the consequent is gas pressure. So how do you have?
Information.
Pardon?
I mean, just as information.
How do you calculate
on the round,
without
you still
area?
have containers with
You see,
pressure
you can't-
gradient,
you
but
can't-
it should be a really small gradient, unless you have a container that's really, really high.
You have a container because you
What are you
cannot
talking
have
about?
the gas pressure law without an area in your calculation. It'd be impossible to calculate. Even, listen, NOAA, when they calculate weather, they create an unreal barrier at 15,000 feet, 16,000 feet to do calculations because they need a surface area for a container to calculate pressures. And they can't do it without it. So they make up one. But in our world, we have a real one.
That means space is fake.
The area that the amount of gas is in, that amount of gas in that area contains whatever pressure, because the amount of gas in that area is exerting a force on that container. and consequences. The gas pressure we're talking about, we're asking you how you have it without something to press upon. Right? You understand this? You with us? You got it? Can't calculate this shit without the volume. Right? The amount of gas in this area pressing on a surface. Like a tire.
Negatic, do you know the definition of gas pressure?
It's in a word.
I put this in his DM on gas pressure.
What, the definition?
The whole citation from QE on gas pressure.
Oh.
All of the
Could
citations.
he read one of them out?
Even the measurements
Would that be
contain
cool?
an area like pounds per square inch.
He didn't.
That's the volume.
He said it was changing the subject and avoided it.
Oh,
Really?
no, that's definitely on subject. So
That's what I think.
I'm going to need you to get on that, buddy. I need the definition of gas pressure. Negatic.
Instead, we'd have pounds.
And it
per
shouldn't
square
even be hard
nothingness.
because I was just
Open
told you were
space.
just DM'd it.
No area.
Hey.
So it's like an
Sorry,
open
Jimbo.
test.
Without an area, a number for the area, you don't have pressure. You can't have a pressure formula. You have to have an area as a value to input to do a calculation. It's these people who say, oh, it's a vacuum and all that stuff. Well, that's an impossibility.
Is Negatic
Because
still
there's
here?
no value on a, so-called like infinite space and stuff.
Hello?
It has to be a digit value.
Yeah,
I
he's
said,
still here.
Can you hear me?
per square inch. That's a volume.
Jimbo,
per
hear
square
anybody?
inch. Square inch.
Holy shit!
Is Jimbo still talking?
Yeah, bro. I'm not trying to cut you off, Jimbo, but we're on this dude right now.
Maybe
Negatic,
not
are you
holy,
here?
but hot.
What the hell?
Jimbo, can you hear Chocolate? Can you
I
hear
don't
me?
think Jimbo can hear anybody.
You have,
Sorry,
you
Zero.
have me
I'm sorry. I
deafened?
didn't see him turning green either because I don't know.
Ground control to Jimbo.
So sorry, I'm going to refresh.
Jimbo, do you really hear anyone, or do you just hear
He's gonna
yourself?
refresh.
All
I
right,
don't know
all right,
what's
all right.
wrong. Sometimes, like I say, I can see some of the icons flashing green.
Okay,
but
guys.
Sometimes I don't.
Let's
like
get
now,
on the break.
I don't
Sometimes
know
it
what goes
All
on.
right, no
Sometimes it is.
doubt, no doubt. So back to Negatic or Negatic. I don't know how you say your name. Is he still here? Do I have to look at my phone? Do I have to look at my list?
Do I have to pay more fucking attention?
Serious?
Now I can hear everyone. I'll shut up.
I still see
All right, Jimbo,
Awesome.
no problem, man.
I don't see a mic next to him, so I still see him, but no mic is.
He's on here, Chocolate. He's not saying anything, though. Negatic, you there?
Probably just listening.
Yes, I'm here.
Right.
Yeah,
Hey, Negatic.
I find this interesting.
Say that again?
Yeah, I mean, you're making fun of me, and
I'm not. Hello, I'm not making fun of you. I was told that you were DM'd the definition of gas pressure. Can you read that out to us, please?
Yeah.
yes, I did.
I've been listening the whole time. I didn't hear anybody make fun of you. I don't know what he's talking about.
Will, though, if you're going to start bringing feelings that you ain't got into it. I'll start making fun of that.
Yeah, I don't want to have to.
What feelings?
No feelings.
Where
Man.
these feelings come from? Shit, man. Seriously, don't give me feelings. All right now. Gas is going to fuck off unless you physically keep it there. Innit? Hello. And when we do contain it, gas pressure, right? Right, this is just happening. Just agree that this happens. Please.
What do you mean?
Yeah, I agree and stuff. That's cool.
Bro,
I mean, from my point of view, nothing has changed.
I didn't ask for your point
you
of
don't
view,
need to
man.
just
Hey, check it out. I need you, my friend,
gas pressure without a container.
my
It's
friend.
basically not going anywhere.
Negating.
Because,
If I have to mute you, I'm going to be very upset.
explanation would be gravity, but gravity is not accepted.
Holy fuck!
I mean,
show it to me.
I don't think he
Sorry,
can hear
you,
sorry,
Chocolate.
Chocolate. I hear you.
I don't think
got
he can
you.
hear me.
My friend.
Yeah, go ahead, man. I'm shopping.
Show me gravity acting on gas. Show it to me. Show it to me right now. Well, hold on. We've got gravity here on the Earth. All right. Here it is. Here's the gas 2. Show me gravity acting on gas. You said gravity, mate.
It would mean that gas with a higher mass would be stronger attracted to the Earth.
You can't have it both ways.
Gases with high mass would be...
Hold on. Are you now saying high mass? Yeah. I'm giving you the amount of whatever fucking thing you need to do this magic trick. All right. The thing in nature you say that's going on, the mass attracting the gas. Yeah, cool. Show it to me. Show me somewhere in nature where...
mean that CO2 is closer to the ground than, let's say, oxygen. The heavier the gas...
No. I don't want to know what it means. I know what it means. I've given you what it means. I'm asking you to show it to me. Give me a hypothetical where we go somewhere in nature.
Show you because you already know it.
What do you mean? No. This is where we most definitely disagree, and I'll tell you why. Gas, as we know it, is free to disperse randomly in all directions. That's why we would contain it all around it. The gas inside is pressing outwards in all directions, upwards as well as downwards and sidewards, outwards, because the gas is free to disperse in all directions till it's physically stopped. So gas, all directions. Gravity, though, you say down. So just one vector.
Okay.
So observably not affecting the gas then, is it? Come on, my friend, right?
I give you an experiment. Fill a balloon with oxygen, fill one with nitrogen, fill one with helium, and then see what happens if you let them all go.
I'll tell you what will happen, right? A relationship between whatever gas is in whatever container the balloon and the atmosphere or gas that it's in, the environment, whichever one it is, that will go up and down. That's a relationship. We can call that relative density. I'm not asking you for that, though. I'm asking you for a big, massive object pulling gas towards it, stopping it, increase in entropy. Come on, man.
So this would not increase entropy.
But I want you to show it to me. All right, take me somewhere hypothetically in nature and say, here. All right, here is mass stopping gas going away because mass and gas, because gas is mass according to you, will attract each other. Even though mass, when gas, disperses in all directions and doesn't attract each other. Come on, man.
I got an idea for an experiment. Do you know the
Hold on. No. If you're going to have an experiment, you need an observed phenomena. That's the thing happening. The thing I want you to show me, the gravity acting on the gas. Right? But you haven't got that yet, so don't get to experiment. You haven't got observed phenomena.
The phenomena is that gas is moving towards stronger mass, right?
Where?
The higher the mass, the faster the gases move towards the mass, right?
Where? One gas, one mass, where?
Okay, now we get to the experiment. Do you know about the...
No.
Don't do it to yourself, bro. You're not about to say Cavendish, are you?
Yeah, and I won't let you go there because we're not going to start skipping off to the experiment based on your presupposition of what is going on in the physical and natural world, or without giving me the observation of what actually is going on in the physical and natural world. All right, you're just saying, yeah, if we can agree to this idea... No, not idea, mate. Science, natural science. What's happening? Show it to me. You can't show this to me. It doesn't exist because gravity, vector of down, gas in all directions. Well, obviously not then.
Okay.
I have you sideways, my friend. I have you sideways with this. Please.
What?
I have you sideways, all way over the table, round the bed, in the bathroom, outside, wherever. With this particular argument, you have no place to go but concession.
You forgot in the middle too.
Possible experiments which could
all around the place,
show you a certain effect.
You need to see your priest.
Okay. You guys probably know the Cavendish experiment where you have something hanging from the ceiling. You basically have a long stick and you have two masses at each end.
What is it, 2015?
What?
Yeah, I know. This guy is just going off.
Yeah, you brought this up like an hour ago.
With the gases, please.
You brought this up an hour ago, right? The Cavendish experiment, and we reacted the sky.
Yeah, now I'm modifying the gases.
Negatic.
Same problem.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me, Negatic?
Okay, if you
can you hear me, Negatic? What in the fuck is going on in this motherfucker?
I can hear you. I can hear you.
I hear you fine.
So he's the only one who can't hear me?
That's the thing I've ever.
Can you hear him?
So fucking weird. What the hell is that?
Chocolate.
All right. Well, if he can't hear me, Sonny, you said you DM'd him.
You didn't.
Yeah, I'll tell you when. I'll tell you what. Hold on.
One question.
I DM'd you the definitions and citations that they're right in your mailbox in your message. Read those. Then we can move on.
Just read one of them out loud and it destroys your entire argument. Go ahead.
My argument, I just wanted to propose an experiment.
See?
I mean,
you're
the
definitely
Cavendish
not proposing
experiment
any
is...
experiment. Listen, I need you to go to your DMs and pull out the definition of gas pressure that you were posted to by Sonny. And I need you to read it out.
The definition of gas pressure was the intensity with which the molecules hit against the container of the gas, I think.
Oh,
you had the container.
Thank you very much. Do you understand what you just read?
Yeah.
The measure of the forces the gas exerts on the walls of the container, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So if that's the definition of gas pressure, it makes the container the necessary antecedent for the gas pressure. Because if you don't have the container, you don't have pressure. Do you understand that? Being that you just read it out yourself.
Yeah, do you agree?
I mean,
just be honest, man. That's all we're looking for.
If you go so into detail about this definition,
why are you starting with
No. This is what it does. This is what it means. Do you read with what you've read out? Do you agree with the statement? Yes or no?
Yes, I agree with the statement.
Awesome. So understanding that means space the vacuum of is a violation of this obvious law of nature, because this is what nature does all the time. We all agree. Unless you can demonstrate, show me, not come up with an idea, show me anything in violation of this. To do so would make this statement untrue, wouldn't it? Yes or no?
It depends.
It depends.
I mean,
you either violate it or you don't. You can either prove it or you can't. Right?
I mean,
it depends.
You got too much into detail about the words used in this definition.
It's not, the detail is you can't show it to us. That's the detail, because it's in violation of everything we know about nature in this regard. What gas does.
If you go outside, you can still measure the pressure on you. If you go outside, you have this gas pressure everywhere.
That's gas. Yeah. Well done. Sorry. Sorry. Thank you for pointing out that there's gas always pressing on us, because that's what gas does. Now, if you weren't there, the gas would occupy that space. The only reason it's not there is because there's something physically stopping it from being there. Solid shit. You, me, mountains and stuff. Right? The gas would otherwise occupy that space, wouldn't it? Not a vacuum chamber is, right? Don't you? Yes? Vacuum chamber? Yes or no?
This is a vacuum chamber.
Yeah, you know why the gas on the outside isn't inside? Because there's the container, the chamber, the physical barrier separating the two. That's correct, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yes. When you open the door, right, you open the door, no energy, just a removal of a surface because the gas is pressed on that surface. It then occupies the area where there wasn't any gas inside the chamber. You've opened to the environment, an open system. The Earth's an open system, so we're told. We've got gas pressure. To have gas pressure, you need a container, something to press upon as you just started jumping around and saying, yeah, yeah, yeah. Without something to press upon, there's going to be no pressure. And there's a vacuum out there, and the gas will fill the space. You agree or disagree?
Infinite vacuum, right? And it's ever expanding.
Agree. How do you, for example, see explosions? Explosions are you have
no, not a red herring. No, a red herring about explosion.
What?
Right, no. I'm asking you a question. It's a agree or disagree. Right, do you agree or disagree with what I said?
I didn't fully understand it.
You didn't understand it. This is a summary. The Earth is an open system. We had a container, a vacuum. We opened the door. The gas filled the space. The Earth is an open system. The gas will fill the space. There's nothing for the gas to press upon. We wouldn't have any gas pressure. The gas would fuck off. We wouldn't be breathing. It's very simple. You understand this, right?
Okay, I agree.
Awesome. It's a space. The vacuum of is a story. The Earth is not spinning around in it.
What?
The Earth isn't moving around in a
we
vacuum.
are still at
Jupiter being a giant ball of gas. Well, that's not that then. Sun? No, can't be what they tell us it is. Mars? Atmosphere over it? No. Earth, a ball with atmospheric pressure uncontained from that vacuum. No. You get that now, yeah?
I still didn't change any of my beliefs because it still makes complete sense if you go with gravity.
Yeah, exactly. Your beliefs are something that you can't show me. Do you get this? You started to do science in Cavendish. Yeah, let's do the science. Where's the observed natural phenomena? The thing happening in the physical natural world that we want to question. Well, there isn't one because your gravity's not observably acting on the gas. So, yeah, belief, my friends. Come on. You couldn't show this to me.
I wanted to explain to you a possible experiment where you have a container with gas.
Why?
Then you try to see how much the gravitation affects a container with different gases, or if you basically have a vacuum in a ball.
What do you mean?
You have
what's gravity? Are you still talking about mass attracting mass? All right, everyone was jumping up and down on you earlier. They simmered down a bit, but really, this dead horse, you're gonna flog this one. Why? Wasn't scientifically proven in the first place. Normal doesn't affect gas.
What?
Sorry to frustrate you, but it doesn't affect gas. But it's not even the current scientific rhetoric. So why are you talking about it? You
the
think
current scientific
based on a belief
theory says that every thing that has mass attracts every other thing that has mass.
No. So who's Einstein? Sorry. No, it's not. Who's Einstein? Who came first? Who came second? Who's Einstein? What's his idea? Is that mass attracting mass? Or is that the amount of mass bending the fabric of space-time? Is that the current scientific rhetoric?
Basically the same thing.
No, it isn't. They happen in completely different. No, you're incorrect. They happen in completely different geometric spaces. How can they be anywhere similar? What do you mean, yes? No, it's the same effect. Yeah, but you're implying your cause on the effect. Of course, it's the same effect. It's the question you're trying to answer. Why do things fall? Well, it's mass attracting mass. No, it's the bending and warping of space-time. Well, it's both of them because it explains the same effect. You fucking idiot.
This guy just came back full circle to what he was saying 15, 20 minutes ago. It started on Newton being the same as
That's
Einstein.
normal behavior
even
for
though it's
balls.
not. It just circled back to it. Listen, like why? I mean, really, this whole gravity discussion isn't showing you that the Earth is a ball. You need curvature to show that the Earth is a ball. Did you do curvature with him?
One question. Am I another person coming here and talking with you, or am I somewhat different?
What did you say?
What?
The normal people coming here and talking to you, they should all be talking basically the same stuff I'm talking, right?
What does normal mean?
I mean,
what we're told.
If you average people coming,
most people come in and ask your questions that you are asking. Yes, they do.
And then they are telling the same stuff I'm telling.
We have to, of course, tell them to research it themselves.
You can imagine it's quite nauseating.
Guess what,
So
Nick Lake?
even if
You're
they came here and told us, even if they came here and told us the same thing that you tell us, if you and them are wrong, how does that help you? Because all this time you haven't been able to demonstrate anything that you've been claiming. You actually just agreed that you can't have gas pressure without a container. So I don't even know what we're talking about. We should have welcomed you to Flat Earth. Snacks in the back.
I mean,
bathrooms to the left. DJs taking requests and smoke them if you got them. Because you have no curvature, you have no axial rotation, and you have no gas vacuum space.
For a promo.
Yeah, I mean, he did. He agreed with Jedi when Jedi said, "Do you agree that we can't have gas pressure within a vacuum without it filling the available space?" And you said you agreed to negate it. So you actually agreed that the entire heliocentric model is wrong, but you're still back here arguing. This is just circular.
I mean, the container would be... I mean, it comes back to gravity. The whole shit.
Yeah, it comes back to this thing that you can't show, prove, demonstrate, or do anything.
There you go.
It's not...
It just comes back to story, negate it. We're not doing story time here. We're looking at what actually is. So let's move on from your stories that you can't demonstrate, because that's not getting you anywhere. Let's go to the curvature, which you would have to have for this to be a ball, right?
There's a really simple thing. I mean, I claim something, you claim something. Why not test it empirically?
Yeah, and it all comes down. Yeah, that's what we're doing, Negatic, right? Your claims come down to the Earth is a curved surface, right?
If I didn't claim that, I claim that mass.
No, wait. So you don't believe that the Earth is a curved surface?
Yes, I believe that the Earth is a curved surface, but it's not. What
proof have you seen to confirm to you that the Earth has a curved surface?
Okay. First off, most of my proofs are second-hand proofs. Like, for example, I watched someone on YouTube set up a fancy telescope watching the movement of the stars.
So it's second or third-hand information, right? It's not something that you've experienced yourself, correct?
That's not something I experienced myself, and I understand that you guys.
It's not even to do with it. Sorry, it's not even to do with it. You said you can watch a YouTube thing where somebody's looked through a telescope. Yeah, you can look through a telescope and watch something in the sky happening. Why look in the sky? We're talking about the thing is standing on. Talking about curvature at the moment. Even if we're going to go with gravity, apparently that makes balls and stuff. So let's find the ball if you want to go down this one. But don't look at other balls in the sky and say that this one is too, just based on that inference.
You asked me about my reasoning. My reasoning is not just one point of data. It's a giant mass of data that's interconnected. I mean,
that's fine. That one that you just gave us, no, that one's not good enough. What else? That's not dealing with curvature. That's something else in the sky. So irrelevant to this conversation, this data you think that you're throwing at us now. So throw something relevant, curvature. Where have you seen it? You.
How about, I trust the society is not lying to me.
Right,
But
that's
that's a
just an appeal
problem then.
to consensus, and it's we're not talking about trust again here. It's not stories, it's not trust. It's like you said, empirical evidence.
That's the
we want the
seriously.
empirical evidence.
You asked me what
Sorry.
my evidence is.
I know.
No,
I
you said
know. I do
empirical
apologise.
evidence.
I do apologise.
My
But that's
evidence.
is ridiculous. Is ridiculous. All right. People lie all of the fucking time, my friend. Right. But you're gonna believe them what? Because let me listen. Because they have what, some kind of authority over you. So because they have an authority over you, you're gonna blindly trust whatever they say. Man, this is the start of an unfortunate but most obvious, I can see you a mile away, abusive relationship. Right?
I bet he has
Because
a mask on.
You're just blindly trusting, right? With not critically thinking for yourself the story that you are given, you're just trusting it as true. This is what psychopaths hope that you do, right? Just trust them. Just believe the words that come out of their mouth. My God, man, you're going to get fucked in the ass one day. Seriously. This is a warning bell for you. That's ridiculous because I believe that they're not lying to me. How? Why? Have you tested what they claim? Oh, you just believe it. Again, you're going to get fucked.
Yeah, Negatic, that's the point that you need to be taken away, Negatic. Do you understand that when you're saying to us that it's not some evidence that you have, it's just that you trust that someone's done it because they say so? You understand that's just a belief, right? That's not knowledge that you have.
I mean, for me, knowledge is defined as a belief you hold really strongly.
Well, that's not what knowledge is, I'm afraid. It doesn't matter how you define it.
Wow, that's insane.
If I really strongly believe that I am actually a Super Saiyan, do I actually become a Super Saiyan?
Yeah, right.
No,
if you really strongly believe
no. So that doesn't work then, does it? Come on, bro. Use a little bit of logic, a little bit of common sense, brother. Because I'm actually starting to feel kind of bad for you.
You're asking a lot for that. You're asking a lot.
You just misunderstand me, that's all.
Okay, no, but you understand, Negatic, that saying having a really strong belief in something is not the same as knowledge, or I could say I have a really strong belief in Santa Claus. That doesn't mean I have knowledge of Santa Claus existing, does it?
Mm.
Did you guys ever hear someone say, I know Allah is truth, I know Jesus is truth, I know this, I know
hear lots of people, hear lots of people say lots of shit all the fucking time. This is why we don't get anywhere.
So you're saying you've got a religion, Negatic? Is that what you're saying?
No, I don't say that. I say that the word knowledge is often misused and means basically that you're so convinced of something that nothing in the world could ever change your mind.
Right,
and I simply take the word knowledge as means exactly that.
You're just
you're convinced of something.
No. Negatic, you can't say that if you have a stubborn belief in something that no matter what evidence is presented to you, you will refuse to change your mind. That doesn't make it knowledge. That makes it a zealous belief. That makes you a religious zealot. That doesn't make you someone who has knowledge. Knowledge is when you can empirically test something and demonstrate it to be true repeatedly, right? You're talking about a belief you hold that you're saying, no matter what evidence to the contrary presents itself, I will refuse to change my belief.
I think he's claiming that trust.
Knowledge.
In this case, I would claim that what you claim to be knowledge is a fact in my universe.
Seriously.
Hold on. Oh, yeah, like laws of nature and stuff. Yeah, facts in our universe. Yeah, in the physical and natural world. Yeah, laws of nature. Yeah, we're claiming them because they're what we can demonstrate to be true. We all know this. You've got an idea based on a belief that you can't demonstrate to be true. So because you can't physically show it, you have a belief. But where's your curve, though? Right? Stop pointing fingers at us. Right? We're still asking you for where you see curvature with your own eyes.
Do you think it's possible to detect curvature?
Get tired. Get tired and weary.
Do you think it's possible for us to detect curvature of the Earth?
Yes.
So who's done that?
It was someone in England a few hundred years ago on a river. So they had 3 points, not just 2 points.
So another flat earther. Why is it that they always use flat earthers for their proof of the globe?
It wasn't a flat earther, it was a round earther.
Well, there's two sides to this story. Here we go. There's two sides to this theory.
Used 2 points. The one who disproved him used 3 points of measurement.
Yeah, but he brought them back in the end, didn't he? Courts ruled in Rogotham's favor in the end. So.
No, that's right. Yeah.
But
the wager that had to be returned and reset, and they tried again, but couldn't happen because the weather was bad. But I mean, at the end of the day, you weren't there, so. But ultimately, two sides to this story. Which one can you improved anything, really, at the end of the day? Definitely didn't prove the claim of curvature. So, no.
You just need to repeat the experiment and you can prove it for sure.
So, who's repeated it, let's say, recently, right? If that's the case, someone would have done it in the last couple of years, few years. Who's done it?
Most people don't even bother because they don't care about this. Because
no one's repeated it.
Matter.
So no one's repeated it.
I'm not sure. I don't know.
So you've never seen anyone demonstrate it. So why do you believe it?
I just know this was teach as the reason for why the Earth was round till they got the pictures from space.
No, but you just said that no one's ever measured it, so that means you don't know that there is any curvature.
I said they.
Did he say pictures from space?
Experiment. What?
He said pictures from space.
Yeah, more beliefs, but we're talking about things that people have actually done that can be reproduced in reality. So you're saying you don't know of anything like that?
I mean, there are plenty of things, but you don't even let me speak out anyway.
I'm asking you directly. Show me who measured curvature of the Earth. I mean, you're saying it's here. You're saying people are doing it. So give me something from like the last 10 years or something.
I don't have any of this, but there's a simple experiment you can do if you really want to take your time. You don't need laser, you just need a telescope and you need 3 points of observation.
Telescope? How are you measuring curvature with a telescope? How are you doing
what happens when... What happens? What are we comparing it to?
That's pretty assuming a ball, buddy.
Yeah. Thank you. So
you're not measuring.
What happens if I show you an observation when this obviously isn't the case? Well, if I've got a telescope and I'm just looking at something that I shouldn't be able to see, what will be the problem then? My goodness.
I've seen enough pictures of this and the exact opposite. So I do not trust that this is a completely trustworthy experiment, let's say.
It's not an experiment, but why are you now classifying it as untrustworthy? What, are you now the arbiter of what is or what is not trustworthy? Why have you defined this as not trustworthy?
You guys probably know Soundly, right?
Say that again.
You guys probably know Soundly, right?
Yeah.
You're going to give us Lake Pontchartrain.
So, I mean, if I watch the videos of Soundly with him showing that you see the curve and stuff, I take it as evidence. If I see your videos, I take it as evidence. But both videos show the exact opposite, which means that one of you is lying or misrepresenting the facts or whatever.
Yeah, no.
So I do not trust either of these experiments.
What a horizon is.
It's just different explanations for the same observation phenomena. Right. So you say, right, soundly, curvature of the Earth. We have and always have said, no, you're looking at an observation through the atmosphere, so light's going to bend, there is refraction. You're saying that horizon still is the physical curvature of the Earth. We demonstrated the Black Swan that no, that's not the case. The horizon is apparent, and still the atmosphere is in existence, the light moves around. So obviously, everything is what we can most definitely say is light phenomena. It's optical and not physical. If it was physical, the horizon would always... What?
The picture you just showed is the exact wrong run. You need to from front to distance, not the distance.
What are you talking about?
You've probably seen the videos from Soundly. I mean, just recently I looked at this with the drone where he moved upwards with the drone and the what?
Yeah. This is the thing with Soundly. Yeah, we've all seen it. This is 2015. This is like old shit, and anything that is done is still old shit. Right? This isn't anything other than what I've just stated. Right? Arguing over phenomena that you see at distance, what you need is actual physical geometry, which you don't have. The geometric horizon must always be where it should be. Everything else is optical.
Yeah, sure, but I've seen a website together with Soundly's where they have everything. You have a calculator with this. You can set everything. I think you can even set the radius of the Earth. You can set the refraction and anything.
Yeah,
And
right.
Radius.
Right. Pretty
That's the problem. That's the problem. Right. You've got a calculation based on the radius of the Earth. Right. If the Earth was a ball, most definitely you've got a model because circles and balls aren't hard. And then you can add refraction to it, and then you've got a fucking model based on a ball, refraction on it, and light. Our question is, why you want a fucking ball in the first place? How did you prove that to be? Right? Where's the R direct physical measurement coming from? Not backwards engineered observations to a presupposed calculation of the radius of the Earth. The question is, how did you get the R in the first place?
I mean, I could say look at the picture from some of the stationary satellites that look at the Earth from the sun's
do you have gas pressure without a container? How do you have gas pressure without a container? I can't verify those images. I have to trust those images from an authority. Right? Not a good standard of evidence at that stage.
Yeah.
Right? I can't verify it. I have to trust it's a yeah. So not something
Wouldn't you have needed that radius before you put those satellites up there?
Yeah.
Wouldn't you have needed to know the size of the Earth and do all the mathematics, all the mathemagics, so that you can put these little tin boxes up there?
I think you need the.
You're not sure. Did they not figure it out first before they put satellites up there? Did they not figure out the radius of the Earth before they had little boxes floating around?
Yes, they
would have to.
Oh, they did. Oh, they did. So that's what we're asking for. We're not asking for the second hand. We're asking for the direct measurement of the radius of the Earth. Do you have that?
I've seen videos of a guy doing this in Canada. You've probably seen it too.
You've seen the guy in the video? He measured the radius?
Yes. He sticks.
Oh, he did. He measured 3,959 miles down.
Sticks in the ground.
Bro.
I seen King Kong on my TV. Is he going to be climbing the Empire State Building?
Negatic, why is it that you think that Soundly, this individual, can see curvature of the Earth from the Earth's surface, but you never have?
I mean, I have it in pictures and so on. So.
No, but you haven't seen curvature of the Earth. You already agreed this. The model says that you don't see it.
Probably didn't care enough. I've seen this shit.
You probably didn't care enough.
Right.
Yeah, but the horizon is flat, isn't it?
You see a certain curvature if you look out of the windows from planes, but like you will say, this is just an optical illusion.
Yeah.
Have you seen? Sorry, my friend. Have you seen the Black Swan argument or the observation of the two Aurigs in reference to the horizon? Have you seen that?
No, I see that not. But
you haven't.
But it's the same. It's the same argument about the distance. It's basically the inverse thing of Soundly. I mean,
no,
it's the same argument, just the opposite.
Yeah, do the Black Swan with them. That'd be funny.
All right. Do you see the observation of the two Aurigs I've just posted in live stream voice text? You see that image?
Yeah, I see it.
Right. Just above that, there's an argument. It's based on geometry, right? If the radius of the Earth is this big, then the geometric horizon for a known, altitude or height above that curved surface will be a mathematical calculation away. It's going to be there. For 1 foot observational height on the shape of ball, geometrically, because we know how big it is, for that 1 foot observer, the horizon is 1.225 miles away. So that's what we're looking for when we're talking about curve of the Earth. Physical obstruction for things beyond it to hide behind and obscure our view of it. So if you're at 1 foot laying down with binoculars, the horizon's at 1.225 miles away. You know those oil rigs, right? Do you see those, yeah? Can you tell me where the horizon is in reference to the 2 oil rigs, before, between, or after the 2 oil rigs? Where's the horizon, mate?
Should be after.
After. You notice that the oil rigs have got distances underneath them. One's at 9.4 miles away, one's at 6.2. You said the horizon's after the 2 oil rigs, so it's at least, what, 10 miles away, yeah?
I can't tell. I mean, I don't know what distance the horizon is at.
Yeah, all right, let's put it like this. Is it closer than 9 miles away?
No.
Right, so can we safely say it's 10 miles away?
Greater than 10. Should be greater than 10 miles.
Yeah, it could be greater than that, right? But at least conservatively, right, 10 miles away. Could be 20, could be 30, whatever, but at least 10. It's observation, right? We're talking about, you know, trusting observation. This picture, right, is taken from a video, right? You can get a video, you can get a camera, and you can go and do this, right? So it's still shot from a video. Observation height is 1 foot above the surface of the water, and the horizon is clearly at least 10 miles away. If the surface of the Earth is a ball curving, and we're looking for physical obstruction, the horizon has to be, if we're talking about geometry and maths and shit, 1.225 miles away. Horizon's not there, is it? Do we ever see the horizon in its physical location? No. The horizon's always an apparent location, right? I could, this guy could, you could go back and take this observation on any day, and the horizon could appear anywhere in reference to those oil rigs, before, between, after, because it's apparent, but it's not physical. This is what we mean. You've got no observed phenomena, nothing in reality to base a measurement on in the first place. Nothing's curving, nothing's physically obstructing anything.
This is not good enough, just saying.
No.
This video,
I understand what you...
Then you're hopeless.
Hold tight. I was with you, and when you said what you did in the first place, and then you followed it up by this video could be fake. No, that's not good enough. All right, this video is clearly of man, and we can get it for you. Putting a camera on the floor and zooming in into these oil rigs and the horizon beyond. You can do this yourself. Verifiability, right? Go and do it yourself. All right, you want to claim it's fake? If you want to claim it's fake in this instance, this isn't good enough.
I just said there's a possibility.
This video isn't good. It's a possibility, yeah. So not that one then. So without that, what else have you got?
Would you want me to finish the whole thing? Okay.
Well, just tell us why the horizon's seen beyond the rigs. If it's a ball at the size they tell us it is, it's supposed to be well in front of the rigs. So why is it seen behind them?
Honestly, I don't know.
Well, there you go.
The Earth is flat.
Welcome to Flat Earth. The horizon is not geometric. It's not the edge of a ball.
This is not enough to make me a flat earther.
It doesn't matter. You've just agreed. You've just agreed that the Earth is observably not matching the globe model. It doesn't matter what you think after that.
Yeah, but
you've agreed that the model is wrong.
But you see a slight curvature in this, and you see that it's
listen. If there was curvature,
refraction problems.
If there was curvature, the horizon could be no more than 1.2 miles. It's seen beyond 10. That's it.
Yeah, that's heliocentric math, my friend.
I mean, you guys probably know about refraction. If you see the run crane of the later
horizon,
really,
bro. It's about the horizon, not the rigs. And as soon as you say refraction, it is again a concession that the globe model is wrong, because the globe model says it's a physical horizon that can be no more than 1.2 miles. And that's the model. That's not us.
The
You're not
globe
arguing with
model
us.
also says that the horizon can be farther away. You can see basically farther.
Doesn't say it can be 10 miles
if you
for
have
1 foot observer.
Refraction.
Do you know what the radius would be for a horizon at 10 miles for a 1 foot observer? It's over 260,000 miles. That's
there
miles
goes all
off.
your observations of stars.
It's not a small discrepancy that you can explain away with refraction. Nope. It doesn't work.
That's correct. That would be far too big. But these numbers come from you, and I don't know if they're correct.
No. That's the 3,959 mile radius. That's their claim. You don't know they're correct.
I don't mean
they're
the
not correct.
3,000, but the 120,000. You
can check the numbers. Check the numbers yourself. This is just what the globe model says. We're just looking at Earth, comparing it to the globe model, and finding that they don't match. So why do you want us to ignore what Earth is showing us in favor of this imagined model?
I do not want you to ignore anything. I mean, I've seen videos with the exact opposite thing.
It doesn't matter.
I don't trust
you can have as many videos showing the opposite as you like. If there's one that shows what we're seeing here, it means the horizon can't be physical, unless you think the globe is growing and shrinking day to day, which I assume you don't.
That's why it's called the black swan, right? If the claim is that all swans are white, all it takes is one black swan to disprove that.
Yeah. I mean, you can say, I've seen it the other way. Okay, that just proves our point even more.
Yeah.
So where do you go from there? The horizon isn't physical, like the globe model says. So how could it be the globe?
I simply go to the point where I say, I don't understand the whole thing. I don't know every fact about this. So I take it as one piece of evidence.
You only need to know where the globe model predicts the horizon to be for a 1 foot observer. That's all you need to know. And then you need to see where the horizon is actually observed for a 1 foot observer, which is what we're showing you. And the horizon isn't 1.2 miles, it's beyond 10.
I mean, if the Earth is flat, you can basically see infinitely if you have a good enough telescope.
Why would you see infinitely? Do you think your eyes can see infinitely?
Can you see a fly?
I said if you have a good enough telescope.
Oh, hold on. Oh, hold on. No, that's not even. That's nowhere near good enough. You're literally saying, if the Earth was flat, we wouldn't need binoculars because the Earth's a ball, and we need binoculars to see round corners. Or telescopes to see round corners, right? You just see as far as your eye can see. And then the technology allows you because you're seeing angles. And when that angle reduces, your eye can't resolve that, or the optic can't resolve that information of light. Right? Not happening. So you can see as far as you can see, not because of Earth curvature. Come on, man. Stop fighting this.
He's already agreed. I mean, if you can't explain why the horizon is seen beyond 10 miles, you're agreeing that the globe model is wrong. Earth is showing us something different to what the globe model predicts. So, Earth is not what the globe model says. It's very simple.
I understand all of this. But I also understand that if you just take this one piece of evidence, it's not good enough. Because you can be wrong, the measurement can be wrong. The understanding of this
there are many
measurement
more. Right?
Yeah,
I mean, if you see a black swan, it could also be that someone painted the swan black.
What?
You really need to check that the swan is black.
Yeah, this is why
that's throwing the Mulder Tollens argument, the consistency under the bus.
If the Earth is a ball with a set radius and other geometric horizons of mathematical calculation the way it has to be. If it isn't, then it can't be a ball. Or it's not, then it can't be a ball. Very simple. It's just logic, mate. In geometry does fit the observed reality.
I've seen videos that show this and the exact opposite.
What do you mean this and the exact opposite? What, the horizon in front of the oil rigs that I pointed out on a different day that will happen because the horizon.
You see the curvature in these videos. You see basically proof that the Earth is round in these videos.
Where? What videos?
And if you have videos that show beyond the fact of beyond everything that the world is flat, and videos that show that the Earth has to be round, then something is not okay.
Yeah, go and post a video that proves it's round. You've said
that one
1 million times you've got the videos that show curvature. Could you show us that?
Yeah, that one there. Go get that.
Yeah, but an hour and 36 minutes ago, you couldn't provide any proof of curvature.
Yeah,
or actual
for that a while ago, but
Yeah. Or axial rotation.
I just got an image of those Urrex which shows the curvature. I mean, this basically explains this image. It explains that this image was taken under certain circumstances under which you get a certain effect which would disprove the round Earth. But if you go another time, you get a picture which shows the round.
You're living in a fantasy world.
I just look at the picture where you see the curvature.
Can't disprove it one day and then reprove it the next day. It doesn't work like that. Negate
Where
it.
did you
That's
find
not
this picture?
how
Drop a
logic
link in the
works.
chat.
Where did you find
Someone
this
just
picture?
posted it to me.
Oh.
In DM.
Wait.
Oh.
Who posted it to you in DMs? Who was that?
Why do you need to explain this? I mean, this person probably wants to be anonymous.
Yeah, he wants to put you back in the globe live.
Yeah, this person can come in and debate us if they've got. Why don't you message them back and say, come in and present your evidence?
If they're getting DM'd by somebody in the background, then if they don't tell us who that is, they will get banned. That's a server rule. So now he needs to tell us who it is, Negated, or you will be banned. Thank you very much.
Negate, you need to understand, right? When we're speaking to people in here, we're speaking to the people that we're speaking to. We're not wanting to have a conversation third party, right? So could you tell us who it is that's sending you the DMs?
Let me check. I close the DM. 1 second.
I'm guessing Zanuck.
Professor Sunman.
Yeah, just post a screenshot or whatever, or send a screenshot to
Professor Phil.
He just said it. Yeah.
Professor Phil, you fucking
Professor Phil, you little weasel.
You are a little weasel bitch. Absolutely fucking weasel.
Right. So
Get out of here, man. You're not wanted anymore.
What is
You're just a liar. Not you, Neglect. The Professor Phil that watches the YouTube channel. He's such a pathetic faggot.
Yeah, he's just a slimy little build.
Just Phil, no Professor.
He's the #1 fan of this channel. What are y'all talking about?
Imagine being as pathetic as Professor Phil, that you know that your only success is because you were boosted by this algorithm and placed after every Flat Earth video.
I mean, it's hilarious that this is a supposed professor who spent his spare time DMing strangers on Discord to try and debunk other people on Discord. I guess he can't debate for himself.
I mean, from his perspective, he is probably saving some people from believing something that is
No.
maybe
He says he teaches this in a classroom, dude. He teaches in front of people the same shit he posts to you. He sends it. He teaches in front of a class. That's what he says. Okay.
Yeah, sure.
So what? He showed
So
the
the
picture
stuff
of the
that he's
horizons in
sending
front?
you is what I'm trying to say. Professor Phil is what he's sending you is stuff that he teaches.
Sure.
Why isn't he here defending the globe?
Yeah.
He's
I would
DMing
suggest
you. See, if he had the evidence, why is he not here?
Anyway,
probably banned. I mean, it's really easy
he's
to
not
get banned here.
Surprisingly, although after this, considering he's breaking server rules, I'm sure he might well be. So anyway, is he the only one DMing you, Negatic, or are there other people DMing you?
Yeah, he was the only one.
Okay.
He just posted one picture.
So what? He sent you a picture where the horizon is in front of the rigs?
He posted me a picture where you could see that the second rig is basically a lot
That's
lower.
his cherry picking on
So the
the
horizon's
weather
moved.
and the waves, how the waves are really, really high. Yeah. He can't tell us anything about that picture. He just shows us. He just says, this is it. He doesn't say anything else. He doesn't say where the camera is, how high the waves are, what the weather is, how hot it was, how cold. All of that matters, especially when you're cherry picking like that picture is.
There's still the fact that you have multiple pictures showing basically exclusive things.
Yeah, but there's several more pictures showing the opposite. And you can go there right now and do it with your eyes. Those pictures are morphed, are manipulated, are changed within the camera or fucking CGI. You're not getting it. That's not reality that you're looking at, dude.
And pictures aren't the evidence, right? It's what you can actually test in reality and prove to be true. And we have countless examples where people are testing this, like the black swan that can be repeated on Earth, and they're showing there's no curvature. So,
and it's basic common sense that
when I
on
asked
a
you
clear
for those
day,
examples, sorry, Flat Earth Solar, just to finish this, when I asked Negatic for examples of people on the globe side who were conducting these tests, you said you didn't know of any. So it's not just about eyeballing a horizon and declaring that flat horizon I see is actually curved. It's about actually being able to demonstrate this in reality, Negatic. Otherwise, you're just sort of believing stories, right? Which you admitted to doing not too long ago.
For me, it's rather simple. If you have conflicting arguments and conflicting pictures and so on, just throw it out and look at other evidence.
No, you can't get past the curvature though, because all of your evidence requires the curvature.
But
there's also you don't have any of those other bits.
For example, you can look at gravity.
No, you can't look at gravity because gravity says that you'll have curvature, but you don't have the curvature.
But there's also a fundamental common sense thing here. When the air is clear and crisp, you can see further. When there is optical distortion, such as refraction, it appears like the horizon is closer or your visibility is reduced. But for some reason, you globers think it's the converse, that when it's a clear day, that's the day we see it, that it's a ball. And then somehow there's a magical optical distortion, but it doesn't impair the image. It actually improves the image by 10 times as much. And it's the most illogical thing to think that any kind of distortion could improve something. It's like saying if an airplane encountered turbulence, it's now going to go another 400 miles further. No, if there's turbulence, if there's disturbance on that route, you are not going to get an increased distance. So when you guys say, oh, but on that day when we saw too far or it completely disproved the radius, you have to hand wave dismiss it, saying there must be optical phenomena at play causing me to see 10 times further. And that's never been proven.
The simple fact that you can have such explanations makes it for me really hard to look at this kind of evidence seriously. I just look at other kinds of evidence, not this particular stuff.
What kind of evidence are you referring to?
Right.
I mean,
so when you say this kind of stuff, when you see this kind of stuff, what, like I said, what have you ever experienced that could improve your visibility by 10 times on a day when distortion is occurring?
I don't need to explain this if I find it really strange and I don't understand it. I don't understand this, which means I cannot really use it as a big piece of evidence.
Somehow I understand.
Something in these pictures which I cannot explain.
But I understand somehow.
I go at other pieces of evidence.
Man, I understand somehow, like a normal human being.
I mean, even you guys come.
I understand what I'm seeing.
Lenses. I've seen pictures.
Man, what are you seeing? Be honest.
Straightened, where we have
the
horizon even in reverse.
Yeah, but be honest.
I mean,
be honest. What are you seeing?
Bullshit. Why even trust people?
Man, what are you seeing?
Untrustworthy. If you see pictures that show the one thing and other pictures that show the absolute opposite.
So, Negative, listen. This is what it makes it so beautiful, right? You can do this yourself, right? Don't come here complaining about pictures. You can make them yourself. go to a large body of water and trying to measure some curvature, bro.
And Black Swan picture is made by video.
But even if I measure it myself, there are still these phenomena, refraction, for example. Basically, where you have this warm air which refracts the light in rays where you can hardly tell what it should be like. So
it's just
I wouldn't even trust it if I take a picture myself.
And how looks like?
Well, that sucks. I cut off in the middle of my sentence, huh?
How looks like on that Black Swan example? How looks like air?
What are you actually observing?
What I'm observing, I take second-hand evidence mostly.
Did anybody give my? I'm sorry, because I got cut off in the middle of my sentence when I was my internet went down. Did anybody get my point across about why is it called a black swan?
Right, exactly.
I do.
It's called a black swan because.
Did you get my? Because I was in the middle of a sentence, and all of a sudden my internet went down.
Yeah, we don't.
I know the black swan fallacy. I know that
fallacy.
Back in the past, people always thought there are only white swans.
Did you miss Professor Phil sending him messages about the other picture of the black swan?
Yeah. I heard that.
Okay,
and then he said something else that it was different. And this is when I said, why it's called a black swan. And that's when I guess I got cut off because I was saying the reason why it was called a black swan is that because everybody before used to thought there was only white swans. And when they went, so I believe it was China, somebody saw a black swan. It only takes one Australia. It only takes one black swan to disprove there's only white swans. And that's the thing. It only takes one change of the horizon changing, meaning in other words, it wouldn't be a physical location. It would change from one thing to another. That means it isn't an actual place. It isn't curvature. It's just an optical illusion.
I do understand this, and I find this a really rational thing to say. The problem is just those black swan you're showing me. I don't trust that it's actually black. I mean, from my point of view, it could be painted black.
It doesn't matter. It could be a different color. It could be a different color. It could be yellow, green, white, or blue. The whole thing is, it's not the horizon is not where it's supposed to be.
He doesn't believe the black swan.
It is in a different location.
Picture. He doesn't believe
and that's okay.
And he gets sent that other picture by Professor Phil, and it shows the water all high and shit.
That's perfectly okay. But you have multiple observations in the same place where it shows it different in a different location. So you could definitely go do this for yourself and stand out there with a camera and start taking pictures of this. If you don't believe us, you don't have to believe us. We don't want you to believe us. Actually, that's where you are where you are right now. You have beliefs. We want you to go there and check it out yourself.
What you mean? It's not. I want to.
That. Sorry, man. Can I ask a question about refraction, where the image is?
As soon as you invoke refraction, welcome to Flat Earth, my friend. Because the horizon isn't a physical location; it's only an optical illusion.
Negati, can I ask a question?
My point is that I do not
Negati, can I ask a question, please? Can I ask a question, please? Can I ask a question, please?
I don't think he hears you, Sasha.
Hold on, Sasha.
I don't think he hears you. I don't know why, but I don't think he hears you, Sasha. Negate, do you hear him? Do you hear
Sasha? I reconnect. I don't think so.
Okay. Sorry, Sasha.
So again, with that said, regardless of how many pictures you have, they're all in different locations.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you hear him, Negator?
Is this correct, Negator? Do you hear Sasha?
Can you hear me now? Hello?
That's him talking.
Negator?
Hello?
You don't hear him, Negator. Okay, something's wrong with you two connection-wise. So I'm sorry. You probably can't ask him your question, Sasha. Sorry.
So again, Negator, you understand what I was? He's not. Is he not here anymore? I think I see Negatic.
No, he's here. He's here. Yeah, that's.
Oh, is him. So
you don't have to agree or disagree with modus tollens.
I mean, he could definitely have disagreements, but yeah, right, exactly, it isn't. But when he's saying there's different observations with it being in different locations, that's our point. You understand that?
I guess the main thing is whether we're going to allow it to be a black swan or try to paint it white to go back with the globe theory. That's a big crossroads. Basically try to keep the old theory in light of countering it, or drop the globe Earth like a bad habit for something flatter.
And I think it also comes with the discernment when you watch how a flat earther usually collects evidence. It's an entire video. He shows you where he's standing. He shows you his distance from the water surface. Then he'll zoom in and out multiple times to show exactly how he got to what he got to. And then we use a static image to make the point of what we observed in that observation. But on the ball side, like with those soundly bridges and warpy Pontchartrain and all that nonsense, the real raw file is never shown in that same scrutiny of this is where I was standing, watch me zoom in and out. It's usually a very short segment or a still image on a specific time where the barrel distortion is just adequate to show a specific effect that they're looking for. So it's really, it's up to you as the individual to decide. If someone's willing to show you where they're standing and zoom in and out multiple times to show that this isn't a one-off occurrence, a freak event, this is actually what you are observing, versus someone who will take a still out of something where it really looked distorted and then they punt that for 2 years. It's like quite a stark contrast, but so many people can't see it. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That was loud and clear. I think there's a nice pregnant pause there. Yeah, hopefully he's soaking it in.
I thought I was speaking to myself.
He says we can't hear him or something. Seems like you can't hear me now.
Yeah, if Negatic's talking, I don't hear you.
No. Maybe reboot your device or reboot Discord. I don't know.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, good.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I could hear you the whole time.
Oh, great. Did you say refraction happening on Black Swan example?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, great. I have a question now. How do you know that it is extreme refraction or normal refraction?
The point is that I don't know, and I can't.
It must be extreme because it's 10 miles horizon behind it for sure.
The only thing I know is that I don't know what exactly is going on, so I can't really trust those pictures and myself to judge.
But that picture is from video.
Yeah, I mean. Most evidence with pictures and looking at the horizon and so on, I don't really take this too serious because there are too many things I don't know what's going on in this exactly. So I basically look at other kinds of evidence mainly.
Okay, I have a question because refraction, because you don't know what is happening. Nobody knows what is happening. Can you imagine Second World War, the battle on the ocean with the ships? They don't know what is going on, man, on the sea level. They cannot shoot another ship. Submarines cannot shoot another ships because all that refractions every day. I don't know. And plus rotation.
You could never trust anything on the horizon, like you say. Everything would be completely optically not where it should be.
Yeah, of course.
But just can he address my point about his conflicting evidence that he has against the black swan? I've only ever seen a static image from a level where it seems like the water level is obstructing a portion of one of the platforms. Now, we all know if you drop the camera all the way down to water level, you can create obstruction at a much nearer level. So with the black swan, the person showed where he was standing and zoomed in and out. And then we've taken a static image from that video, but he released both. However, the opposing evidence, which the ballers like to use, and like this guy is saying now, as his counter evidence, is just a static. And that's just discernment. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that. But, I mean, you guys probably know how being convinced of something works. There's plenty of stuff going on in your I don't know the word in English, but there's many of things going on in your unconsciousness where basically lots of parts of evidence are weighed against each other, and you can't really choose what you believe. And again, all these pictures, they are not enough to convince me. I can't even choose if I'm convinced or not.
Go and do it yourself. Go do it yourself, man. Don't depend on others or pictures. I mean, I did it. I live in the Netherlands. I saw a windmill park at 39 kilometers away. I mean,
do you have some pictures or videos of them?
I have my binoculars. I don't have to prove anything to you, right? I did it for me. So
I think that nobody even wants to convince him.
Why do you want pictures if you don't want? If you say a picture, you're not gonna convince me. Something you'll do yourself, man. I mean,
that's a good point. You shouldn't even have asked.
Yeah. I mean, we gave you some evidence. Now, I mean, it's up to you to go actually verify if you do live in a ball or you live on a flat and stationary Earth. So, I mean, yeah.
I mean, I tried to explain this earlier with gravity and stuff. I know that it sounds ridiculous to you, but
does it sound ridiculous? Sorry, go ahead. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
To you guys, it might all sound ridiculous, but to me, it basically makes internally sense. I don't really see a flaw in the globe Earth model, because if I see something that I find odd or strange or that might be a flaw, I look it up and I see, okay, how stupid of me. Of course, it's working like this and this. I mean, you guys see plenty of flaws, like the movement speed of the Earth inside and the galaxy and so on. I mean, this is simply...
Hold on, before you go there. I mean, Santa makes sense to a kid until they explain that this isn't real. Same with gravity. Until they explain to you it isn't real, there isn't any actual evidence for gravity other than the stories they tell you. It's you grow up.
There is evidence.
There isn't any evidence. Can you show me some evidence of that? Validate it somehow?
I mean, the Cavendish experiment, which I named a few times.
The Cavendish is not an experiment. Does it go through a scientific method?
I mean, it shows a visible effect, which basically shows that masses attract each other.
Do you understand that that's not even the current rhetoric at the moment? First of all, it isn't a scientific experience because it doesn't go through a scientific method. It doesn't even have a hypothesis. It doesn't have, any prediction. It doesn't have even an observation, an observable phenomenon. So how can it be no, it does not. It has an observation, not a naturally observed phenomenon. Where do you see this in nature?
I mean, this is nature. Nature is basically in physics everything that exists. You don't say just because I use a bowling ball that this is not nature anymore.
Where in nature do you see this? You understand that for you to see, you have to see something in nature, meaning the effect. You have to observe it in nature. The naturally observed phenomena is the effect you notice in nature, and then you try to figure out what's causing that effect.
Yes, and if you do the Cavendish experiment,
so where in nature do you see balls touching each other?
I mean, it doesn't need to be something that is outside of us. The nature basically includes. Do you ever hear supernatural? And nature basically means everything.
No, supernatural. I'm sorry.
People, if you want to come back in 2015, 16 and a debate about Cavendish, okay.
And it's been debunked since like a really long time ago.
Okay. If you want something in nature,
man, I'm listening 5 years about Cavendish. You don't have hypotheses, and that's it. You can go on however you want. You don't have hypotheses for that experiment. Bye-bye.
Okay, calm down. There isn't a hypothesis. There isn't a scientific experiment. They want to call it. It's called pseudoscience. If you want to trust in pseudoscience, it's up to you. But it isn't natural science. It's an experimental. They conjure up an apparatus and they just say, "Here, this is what's happening." And then what happened is that it isn't even the current rhetoric. The current rhetoric is.
You guys ever read Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality?
Harry Potter? You just say Harry Potter.
And the Methods of Rationality.
Are you seriously going to the scientific a fantasy book?
Did you just hear what I said exactly?
I just heard Harry Potter. Sorry.
Harry Potter and the Methods of Rationality by Eliza Jutkowski.
I have not read it.
He's basically telling you, he shows a lot of examples how the scientific method is best applied. And the Cavendish experiment is perfectly in line with everything. I mean, this book
that's mass attracting mass, meaning because it's like the cause and the effect together, dude. You cannot have both the cause being the effect. You're going back to Newtonian. And Newtonian has been debunked by Einstein. So,
Newtonian, this debunking does not mean that it's not valid anymore. It means that
if you debunk something, that means it isn't valid anymore.
That is not completely correct in science. The extreme cases are different.
If even Newton didn't want to have anything with gravity, why you want to connect Newton with the gravity?
Debunked.
Newton did have something.
Debunked.
Newton didn't want to have anything with the gravity, my friend, and he wrote a letter about that. Did you know that?
Yeah, yes, exactly. That's actually true. Debunk actually means to expose the falseness or hollowness of a myth, idea, or belief.
Newton was also a believer into some, I don't know, pseudoscience or
actually Newton says he doesn't believe anybody with philosophical any little bit of philosophical mind would believe this inert
alchemist also and blah blah blah, occultist and blah blah blah.
Anyway,
to say only Newton didn't want to have anything with gravity. Thank you.
Yeah, and again, it's debunked because Newton saw it as a force, and then Einstein said it's an effect. So it cannot be both a force and an effect.
That also
doesn't need to be both. It can appear to be a force, and it does appear to be a force.
It can appear to be a force. If it isn't a force, then what's pulling?
You think of it as pulling.
Einstein just...
You see how your mental capacity is just going all over the place with this? Your mind is just playing mental gymnastics, my friend.
He's saying it's not a force and giving Cavendish.
Yeah. I mean, Cavendish is supposed to be a force, meaning it's supposed to be pulling, right? So if it isn't one, What's doing what?
I know. It is not a force, but you can think that it's a force, like a force. I learned that from Nathan Shaw.
Einstein also said it's impossible to measure how fast you're moving. You can only measure your speed in
Oh my god.
the difference of your speed to another object. But if you are moving at all, that's impossible to measure. And it's true.
Oh yeah?
You cannot measure how fast you are moving. You can only measure how fast you're moving in contrast to something different. It's a fundamental law of physics.
Is the floor moving?
Yes, the floor is moving.
How can you tell?
The Earth is rotating.
How can
but
you tell?
do not notice.
I mean, you are a different something else from the floor, so you should be able to tell whether the floor is moving or not.
Not if you're moving together with the floor.
Oh, so now you're moving with the floor.
Of course, you're moving with the floor.
So what if you're floating?
Then you are still inside the air, which is moving together with the floor.
Now you're hold on. So now you're saying the floor is moving. Now the air is moving with it too? So why do we have east, west, and north and south winds? They're definitely moving in different directions. I can see that happening. But
do you guys understand the conservation of momentum?
Conservation of momentum. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, you're talking about globulus.
I'm like reading the global book like the last 40 years. Can I ask you a question about rotation? Atmosphere, it's rotating together with the air.
Phone's all fucked up.
Okay, we have a drone.
Oh, anyway,
Hello?
just a minute.
Okay.
Hello, guys. Good morning.
Hello.
How are you? Guys, please, I want to ask you one question. Let wait.
I mean, speaking kind of cutting off.
Hello?
Hello?
Are you hearing me?
Yeah?
The floor is yours.
Man, I have one question, please.
Yeah? Sure.
Please give me a reason for the Earth is Earth flat. Sorry, my microphone.
Can I give you a reason?
Yeah, please, one reason.
It's flat. That's the reason.
Give me just one reason.
It's flat. That's the reason.
Okay. How you know is the Earth flat?
How I know?
Yeah.
I go up on the building, and it's curving, everywhere. But because of refraction, it's flat.
I love that one.
Do you have a cup of water near you? Do you have any?
I go in aeroplane, and it's curving even there. But because of even more refraction, I know that it's flat. I go to the beach, and I look, it's curving even there. But because of refraction, I know it's flat.
Hey man.
Is it enough?
No, it's not enough. But
okay, let's try like this. I go on the beach and I see horizon and it's flat, you know. But because of refraction, there is a curvature, you know. I go on the building and look, and it's flat, you know. But because of refraction, it's curving, you know. Because of that, it's globe. And I go on the aeroplane and I look, you know, and it's flat. But it's because of extreme refraction. It's curving. There is curve. Because of that, it's globe.
Me too. When I go on vacation in the airplane, I saw the world like I saw a few the curve like
You saw the earth curving.
yeah, but along
Do you?
distance.
Okay. One story it's Windows. Another story it's you are the one of maybe 1,000 people who saw the curve from the curvature. Other 6 billion didn't.
Yeah, man. No.
You are special, man, because I don't know how, but most people don't see curve from airplane. You saw, and even the most famous astrophysicist said that you cannot see curve from the airplane.
When I go from me, I.
Did you hear me?
Yeah.
The most famous astrophysicist said that you cannot see the curve.
Why?
Ask him. Because
You're not high up enough.
It's not high enough yet.
Suzu man, you asked for one proof that the Earth is flat. Do you have a cup of water next to you?
Uh-huh.
What's the water doing?
The water
is flat in the cup.
Yeah, I know.
The surface is flat. Okay, same with everywhere. On the ocean, it's flat. Water doesn't curve. Period. Yep, that's a little proof right there.
That stuff is
yeah, but we have the gravity.
How gravity can make the shape?
Hello?
Hello?
Man, I want to tell you.
Right now, we need Neil deGrasse Tyson to say, "What is gravity?" I don't know. Next question.
Yeah.
That needs to be a sound.
What's
like
gravity?
That stuff is
Wait. One guy has. Okay. When I go I'm from Morocco. When I go from Casablanca, Morocco to Dublin, Ireland, I saw the curve, and I have the real footage.
Okay, again, your famous global astrophysicist said that you cannot see the curvature from the aeroplane. How it's possible that you saw that? Man, you need to get Nobel Prize for your eyes.
Okay, bro, please can you...
Bro, you need to debunk your astrophysicist first, then you need to go to on mainstream television and tell him that he is wrong first. Because you need to tell him that you saw the curve. Then after that you need to come here. Okay?
Thank you, man. And
you need to debunk first Neil deGrasse Tyson, and then you come here, and then when we heard that then he will say, okay, I was wrong, this guy is right, then we will speak about you and seeing curvature from aeroplane, you know?
Okay, man, thank you. Guys, we have here everyone live in Ireland.
I'm living in UK.
Nice. No one here live in Conor McGregor's country.
Can that prove the shape of the earth?
What?
Can that prove shape of the earth? That information, what you are asking now.
Me, I saw when I study in school, the books say the earth is not flat.
I know.
Yeah, man.
All my books also said same thing.
My parents are the teachers that taught you those books.
Why are books flat and not round?
Because you haven't taken into account refraction. Yeah, it's called
they are round, but they look flat.
It's called literary refraction. Get with the times, man.
Literary refraction. I like that one.
I get it. I joined in and I heard balls touching each other, and now I'm listening to it's like a Russian movie. What's going on?
It's not Russian.
What's up, Zaz, man? You got anything else, man? Come on, man.
He said he saw the curvature of the earth in the book.
In airplane. He was reading the book in the airplane.
Who was it? That's it? That was approved, bro? From the airplane and on the books? In the book. Bajito. Yeah. I think he's quiet now, I guess. We have a few new people. Sans Maeda, 101. Welcome, Sans Maeda. Are you there, Sans Maeda? Fija. If you're not gonna speak, I'll mute you back. Is that okay? Alright. Talking about books, Mahogany.
ديناكم في الاخر.
Mahogany.
والله طاقة الزمن.
Sussman, are you speaking to us in a different language or?
Sorry, bro. I talk with my brother.
That's alright. Just mute yourself if you're not speaking into the server, okay?
So I have a connection. I have a connection. After time I time.
Yeah,
out.
we know you're connected to the server. You have a connection or a question?
No, my connection. A few time is time out.
Oh yeah, that happens.
You know,
His connection is bad.
My count not bad. The latency. You know, I have the fiber optic, 100 megabytes, but the latency. You know, Morocco.
I don't know Morocco, but I know connections can do that. There might be a latency, yeah.
That. Wait.
Mahogany, welcome to the server. You can open your mic. We're talking about books, and you have a bookshelf. People scared of speaking. Again, if you want to open your mic, you can do it now, or just mute you in case you're a troll. Okay?
You're over 2, Jimsy. Keep going, man.
If you wanna be muted, just ping a mod or gold member.
Who are you gonna call?
Glowbusters.
What about Fia Sans Media 101? You already tried them?
What was that, Dave?
Fia Sans Media 101. Have you tried them already?
Oh yes, let's try it one more time. Fija Sans Maeda 101.
Yes, hello.
Hello.
Hey, welcome.
That's useful one.
Fingers in his ass. Fingers.
Sans Maeda, you have are you in a concert, in a cartoon concert or something?
Trying to troll?
No. It's not
Doesn't
that.
work.
He wouldn't do that.
No way. Nobody would ever troll this place, would they?
That's
No.
how they tell us. That's how they tell us what they're actually doing at the.
Sans Maeda, what brings you to the server? Can you tell us? Alright. He got the giggle syndrome. Can't speak without laughing or giggling, huh?
Yes.
Oh, we got ourselves.
She's gone. Bye-bye.
We had Bumblebee here, man.
Bye, Felicia.
Yeah, we don't take but just a tiny bit, and then we get rid of you. Bye-bye.
Yeah, that's some good Glow Pro for getting today. That's excellent stuff.
Wait, I don't get the funny part. This is serious stuff, guys.
Quiet, numbskulls. We're broadcasting. Dated myself with that one because that's Three Stooges from the 60s and 70s. Anyway. Back to the non-existence of this globular object that everybody thinks they live on.
I guess the best proof is non-proof.
Their best proof is NASA images and smart guys wouldn't lie to you. They figured all this shit out, man. That's all they got.
You guys should have been here like it was, what? Wolf hours ago, maybe? This guy proved the curvature of the Earth by looking at the stars.
Cool.
Was that the drunk PhD?
Yeah. It was a computer
He's
engineer.
claiming to be an astrophysicist or something. He's got stars proving curvature. That sounds legit, man.
His character precedes himself.
He's out to prove flat earthers are wrong.
His reputation, I'm sorry, wrong citation. His reputation precedes.
The Earth is flat.
How do you know that? What, you couldn't handle that question?
That was a very famous, one of the first computer games ever, Pong.
He said the earth is flat. I said, how do you know that? And he left.
Maybe that's all he wanted to say, I guess. He had a strong urge to join the Discord and say that. I will. I remember Pong, Sonny. It was my first video game, technically, I guess. 2 bars on each side with a little blip ball in between.
We used to connect it into one of those black and white TVs.
Yeah.
You had a little switch on the side. You could switch it to the game or to the TV. A little slider switch.
Yeah, when we were growing up, getting up and changing the channel was literally getting up and changing the channel. Clonk, clonk, clonk.
That's some workout.
Yeah.
You have to get up. You have to get up to change the channel? Oh my god.
Yeah. There was actually TVs produced like that. Do you believe that?
Yeah, I know. I use those TVs. I watched TV on TVs that didn't have a remote.
Sometimes when I was a kid, it pissed me off because the president was on every channel. We got 4 channels and the president was on every one of them.
Actually, that's why you had to have more kids back then, is because one of them always had to be the remote.
Yeah, exactly. Like
the president in all the channels, it's not like it's propaganda or anything, right?
You needed one to hold on to the bunny ears so that you could get a signal and another one to change the channel.
Yeah.
Then when you got really high tech, like 1972 or 3, you got some really cool ears for UHF channels. So you could get above like channel 413. Before then, you couldn't go any higher than.
I remember people slapping the TV.
Yeah, that used to work.
Funny enough, things it worked. Yeah.
Yeah.
Slapping the TV.
Ain't that for real?
You literally Fonzie the TV and it come in perfect. It worked. I did it myself.
Smack it. Smack it.
Oh, damn signal's going again. Go and smack the TV.
Smack those rabbit ears.
Replacing out your vacuum tubes.
The really smart people would like connect wires to their antenna and then drape them all around their basement.
And this is the same time period of technology that we went to the moon and back 6 times flawlessly.
Exactly.
So that checks out, right?
Full picture movie live streaming from the moon.
That's it. I also remember people using these metal or aluminum hangers, the clothes hangers. They will use them as antennas. Today, most of them are plastic, but the hangers used to be metal. And
Yeah.
that will
Yep,
work.
I
as
had
a-
metal hangers on my TV before. I know what you mean.
Oh, so the thing is, the technical broke your regular Hold on. Can you hear me okay?
You're cutting out a bit.
Okay, how's that?
Oh, better.
So yeah, so when you broke,
You're cutting out, bro.
check. Hold on. Go.
Sound like you just landed on a runway or something. What was that?
For real.
You're clear for takeoff, Sonny.
How's that?
Okay, that's a normal Sonny. Continue.
Okay, so the technical part is when you broke stick the hanger antenna in the broken hanger, the antenna, yep. Stick it right in there.
And then wrap it in tinfoil.
Yes, exactly.
Because you could spin it in different directions, you have more directions you can turn that baby. That's some weird stuff. And we all figured out that we were that existed by touching it. You could always get reception.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. You know, having a person or a kid, whatever, they make the best antenna. They just got to hold on to it like all night.
Stand there, Sonny. Hold that antenna.
Don't move, little Johnny. We're trying to watch the movie.
I said don't move. Put your right hand higher.
How many times I gotta tell you that, boy? I'll smack the smile right off that face.
I'll let you have a popsicle if you do this.
Yeah, that picture of that game controller. Mm-hmm. I don't see a place in there that says to space. What's up with that? There ought to be one there.
Dude, Gemsy, those are still the best stereos. Like, tube receiver amps, freaking. If you still got one, they're worth a lot of money these days.
Yeah, right. There's a whole revival in that now.
Yeah, I've got a 1970. I want to get it refurbished. It still works, but some of the contacts, like, kind of gummed up or whatever. But I've got I think it's a 1978 or something, I think, but a Pioneer receiver that, I mean, back in 78, it was a $600 receiver. Today, it's worth well over $2,000. Like,
wow, yeah, that's a good one. Even
Is that the one that used to have the ads with the guy with the wind blowing his hair back straight and all that? The same one.
I don't know, maybe it's.
You know what I'm talking about?
But it's the commercial kind of rings a bell, but I'm not exactly sure. No, but it's a 300-watt receiver. That's 2 watts, so it's a badass.
Dang. That could light up a small arena.
Does the Pioneer company still exist? I don't think they do they?
Yeah, I think they do. Pretty sure.
Really? Okay.
No way. Those are the more recent car cell phones. That's the slimline model. They had these other ones that were a brick. Literally, that's what they're called. The brick.
I'm gonna go check the actual model of this thing and then find you a picture of it. It's like the Pioneer SX 70 something 100. I don't know.
Time for a promo, son, if you got it queued up.
I can put it on. Yep. Hold on.
Whoever requested those NDD clips, I got them.
So you got the one that's what is gravity? No idea. Next question. You got that one.
You have no idea. Okay, next question. Like what it is? I don't know.
Here's the one that I got. This thing's badass.
Promo's coming up soon.
You know, I'm something of a scientist.
Promo in 3, 2, 1.
You've been listening to 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0. We hope you're having a fantastic day on this flat and stationary plane. If you too would like to join the debate, please click the link below. We'll see you there. You're tuning in to Mickey's 24/7 live stream, broadcasting you a play-by-play of the latest Flat Earth debate. You know how it goes. If they don't bring the facts, wigs get snatched. Enjoy the show.
So we spitting a couple bars on Kai's little intro there.
What was that?
Sonny, you should add like a little chorus to that song. Yep. Have Chocolate throw a verse on there, couple bars.
Well, see, we can just have Crypto make us a long version and loop it around, and then yeah. Yeah, $1,600 for that. That's nice, man.
Yeah, like if you look it up, like pretty much everything says like best receiver, like best stereo ever made. It's the holy grail, as they call it.
I know how to rebuild those suckers from. I could replace all the filter capacitors and upgrade everything.
Can you fix the flux capacitors?
No, we don't have that technology.
You have a DeLorean.
If you turn the volume all the way up, you go back to 1979 when it was made.
No kidding.
Yeah, they destroyed that technology. It's a painful process to build it back.
Yeah. That went away with the DeLorean. DeLorean was gone then. Yeah, sorry.
To be honest.
You know, that's funny. That was right around the DeLorean, wasn't it?
The DeLorean's the car from Back to the Future, right?
Yeah. What year was that? What was the first? When was the first?
2010.
It was set in '88, right, or something like that.
It was a long time.
You never know.
2010. No way.
My guy, have you ever seen the movie 2012? I wouldn't be surprised if that happens afterwards. You dig?
Back to the Future was in 1985.
I know. It was a while.
All right, sorry, guys. I gotta go to an appointment.
Oh, no problem. Don't let them do it. Okay. So I have some QE eraser numpty clips. QE eraser. Duh. I have some of. Okay, excuse me. Okay, I have a numpty clip. Bullet head Bill Jose Reed. Okay, wait for it. Wait for it. Wait. Wait for the boomer. Okay, 3, 2, 1, numpty.
Bullet Head Bill from Jose Retard Show, May 17th, 2020.
Okay, you can't prove a negative.
So you can't prove a negative, eh? How about this? 1 minus 4 is -3. That was easy. Also, Clown Show, the statement you made, you can't prove a negative, is a negative itself. That means, McFly, you can't prove the statement that you just made. You can't prove a negative true, you dumbass cracker. Moreover, I can prove that I'm not an amoeba. The actual correct statement is you can't disprove complete arguments from ignorance. That is, invisible three-toed gnomes throwing pixie dust in a black hole behind the Crab Nebula are responsible for creating dark matter. You can't disprove that because it's an argument from ignorance fallacy. That is, there is no proof for it in the first place to avail anyone the opportunity to disprove it. You see, Bullet Head Bill, this is what you get when you mindlessly parrot morons without due diligence or any scrutiny whatso-friggin' ever. It's also a window into how you arrived at that belly-laughing fairy tale of a ball and chain worldview you got wrapped around your neck. You're not only a dipshit, you're a demonstrated fraud, sir. P.S. If I catch you outside your retard echo chambers mindlessly parroting that belly-laughing fairy tale evolution cockamamie horsepucky bollocks, I'm gonna get medieval on your dumb ass and leave you with that just pump the neighbor's cat look on your face, son. We tracking Sally.
You guys can go on Miggy's channel and look through that playlist of the numpty clips and give the DJ request.
The one with the headless
can't remember what it's called.
Or if you even look, see the problem is they're not easy to search for because when I'm looking on his
it has
title until I click on
it has headless in its name. I remember that much.
Or if you go look on there, drop it in the text chat, and then I can put it in the bot.
Where was it?
Miggy's channel.
Oh, on YouTube.
Yeah, here I'll drop Miggy's channel. Yeah, one. I'll have a talk with Miggy. Maybe a big job now, but at least it'd be easier to do now than when. I'm gonna make me some guacamole. Okay, numpty clip coming up.
We have a new ball-tard bozo on the circuit, Edric. April 11th, 2020.
The whole thing is really in affirming the consequent formological fallacy of itself.
What, you're prepared to say that before you know anything about how they work?
No, I do know how they work. I just told you I've been researching them for months.
Oh, How is it an affirming the consequent?
Well, here's the argument, as I understand it. If the Earth is a globe, an EQ mount will track an object across the sky from horizon to horizon using only one axis of rotation. It does that, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's not the only conclusion you can draw from the results of using an EQ mount, correct?
Brandon, Brandon, the problem with doing it that way, and this is a Nathan Oakley exercise all the time. You could just as accurately say if an EQ mount will follow, a celestial body across the sky from horizon to horizon, then the Earth is a globe, right? You just transpose your P and your Q arguments, and then it's not an affirming the consequent, which is a fallacy. It's an affirming the antecedent or remote opponents, which is a valid argument. Okay.
Restate the argument for me in the way that you'd say it.
Your argument was, if the Earth is a globe, then EQ mounts work in X fashion, right? EQ mounts work in X fashion, therefore the Earth is a globe. Now you're right, that's an affirming the consequent fallacy, right? But you could equally say, if you transpose the propositions, you could equally say, if an EQ mount works in X fashion, then the Earth is a globe. An EQ mount works in X fashion, therefore the Earth is a globe. Now that's not a fallacy.
Really? So according to you, to save a train wreck formal logical fallacy, you just flip the P's and Q's and voila, Bob's your uncle, right? Great job. Now that you saved the formal, we can now check for soundness, right? Tell him what he's won, Johnny. Number 1, an informal logical fallacy called begging the question. Assuming the very thing you're attempting to prove with your EQ mount, it's a sphere fiasco. And number 2, a non sequitur fallacy. Because nobody with a competent faculty of reasoning skills would clumsily attempt to appeal to the motion of a man-made object, tracking the motion of celestial objects, to validate what they're standing on. It's tantamount to attempting to discern the shape of Cassiopeia by tracking how a motion-sensitive camera surveils a friggin' mud bog. You're an imbecile.
You got to be careful. I mean, an example commonly used is, to try and make it obvious, if you cut a person's head off, they will die, right? I cut a person's head off, therefore they're dead, right? But the problem is, look at line 1. If you cut a person's head off, they will die. That's not a factual statement.
Shit, hold on.
Ya headless bozo.
Well, it's not an argument. I mean, we can show you pictures showing you exactly how they work. I mean, look, Brandon, you've got to understand the only explanations, those of us who've been doing this for a little while, the only explanations we get to the South Celestial Pole problem are either, I don't know what the nature of the stars are, they're celestial, something or others, or personal dome arguments, which are ludicrous. I know you're saying you don't have an explanation, but none of us have ever heard an explanation for the South Celestial Pole.
Oh, really? So we have 3 anecdotal fallacies, which are straw man fallacies, and I have an explanation to your conjured South Celestial Pole problem from Cornell University. There is no South Star. It's just a coincidence that there happens to be a bright star, Polaris, close to the celestial North Pole. The southern hemisphere isn't so lucky. The only star that comes close is Sigma Octans, which is 1 degree away from the south celestial pole, but it's only a 6th magnitude, too dim to see at all except under optimal conditions. And from the 1 Minute Astronomer, Dr. Brian Ventrudo, in the northern hemisphere, the bright and easy to find star Polaris marks the position of the northern celestial pole. This makes it easy for stargazers and navigators to find north and get orientated in the night sky. But in the southern hemisphere, it is different. By sheer bad luck, the south celestial pole, the imaginary point in the sky directly above the Earth's south pole, coincides with no bright stars, and the southern polar sky has few other guides to find the pole. So, your conjured south celestial pole problem is your problem because it's in your imagination. You're a bozo!
The other circular argument, the other explanation we get is the world's worst circular argument. The Earth is flat, it works, therefore that's how it works. You know what I mean? It must work because the Earth is flat.
Did you query preschoolers for your 4th anecdotal belly-laughing straw man fallacy here? Headless bozo, perhaps you should consider returning post-haste to your cake decorating and whose favorite color is the best forms to ply your wares, son. You're a retard.
Another excellent numpty clip from Quantum Erasers Files.
I'm like, wow, did he really just say that? Like,
Bolt hard.
maybe call someone's head, you're dead. That's like, there's no coming back from that. Whoops. Did that person need that? Wow. Oh well. Guess not. Like my favorite line from episode 1 of Star Wars. Just because you can speak doesn't make you intelligent.
That's kind of like that famous one. It's better to be thought a fool and not say anything than open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
The next numpty clip called Spider Daddy Mass. Wait for it.
Okay, so mass is literally just how heavy something is.
That's weight.
How heavy something is?
Weight.
That's not mass.
Well, of course it's not mass. Okay, so mass is literally just how heavy something is.
That's weight.
How heavy something is?
Weight.
That's not mass.
Well, of course it's not mass.
Well, of course it's not mass.
So what's mass?
Of course it's not.
So what's mass?
Well, how heavy something is this weight,
That's weight.
inserted on the
That's
floor.
weight. That's weight, isn't it? That's not mass. You've just said it. You even just said a moment ago, like literally 25 seconds ago. Well, no, that's not mass.
Yeah.
So what is mass?
Wait, isn't Mass where the Catholics go on Sunday?
Yeah. Next one's blind sniper changing pants. Coming right up. 3, 2, 1.
The Blind Sniper, 4 November 2019.
I could change pants and not leave them.
Who is this idiot?
You can change pants and not leave the pants that you're in?
Okay, I did have to say, what the crap? No, that's really some numpty dipshit right there. I mean, that's some next level, changing clothes stuff, man. Yeah, I don't hear anything either. Did you mute it?
Geophysicist. No, I just stopped for a second.
Mic check.
Yep.
Yep. Next numpty clip coming up. 1 second.
Right after this numpty clip, we'll hear from Hank Hill and his propane accessories.
Piled higher and deeper, Tony Purcell, geophysicist, 22 July 2020.
Trees convert carbon dioxide, which is a gas, into oxygen, which is another gas.
No. Wrong, oh Rama. Plants don't use CO2 to generate oxygen. All the oxygen generated or liberated comes from the splitting of water by photosystem II during light-dependent reactions. We knew this 80 friggin' years ago. It's called the Hill reaction. Dummkopf. Apparently, you've been swapping spit in the shower with the photosynthetic redneck, aka Hillbilly Blue Balls, the redneck retard, that made the same stupid mistake.
So trees don't create gas.
But no, they don't. Be careful. I got yelled at about that now. So just to be
really? Who by?
Just to be very Quantum Eraser. Just to be very specific, QE. If you're listening, you little son of a bitch.
Hi there, numpty.
We're not saying that trees break carbon dioxide up into carbon and oxygen.
That's exactly what that moron said. Let's take a listen.
Trees convert carbon dioxide, which is a gas, into oxygen, which is another gas. Trees convert carbon dioxide, which is a gas, into oxygen, which is another gas.
Ergo, he is another photosynthetic redneck numpty like you.
For me, it boils down to a gas molecule at Earth's surface has finite energy.
What in the world did you get yourself into now, Dummkopf? Finite energy? What does it do? Reach the end of the line of finite energy and rip off its bra in rebellion of gas law and the second law of thermodynamics? Time to fall down, go boom boom, go splash splash. Hey, numpty, the average kinetic energy of gas particles is proportional to the absolute temperature of the gas or gases. My word.
Entropy is not a source of infinite energy that will give that will allow a gas molecule to travel an infinite distance in an arbitrary direction. Conservation of energy is the primary natural law that everything needs to obey, and even entropy is subject to it.
What? Number one, numpty, nobody said entropy was an infinite source of energy, because it's a moronic statement and an incoherent straw man. Number two, natural laws don't provide and are not sources of energy. And number three, the second law of thermodynamics isn't a conservation law. So to say a non-conservation law follows a conservation law is Dummkopf and batshit insane. Of course, entropy doesn't create or destroy energy. It doesn't have anything to do with the topic. This entire charade of yours is tantamount to claiming divorce law obeys the Bill of Rights.
So this is what I lack. So I believe I stated over and over again is, I'm a mathematician who has become a geophysicist. I am not overburdened with a technical understanding of a great deal of physical reality, as it might be termed.
So Biden or Trump? That's a real question. Am I right?
What's this? Shit, hold on.
Any new people on that you want to?
Hank Hill had something to say. What's up, Hank?
Uh-oh. Think he's going through an asteroid belt. Sure sounded like one.
On that magic.
What's that?
Better turn on that magic electrical shield.
I got a new question for you guys. I apologize if this is redundant. Do you guys still do those 1v1 battles, or is that on a specific time or day, or how do those work?
Yeah, they have the arena to disposal, and you just have to schedule it ahead of time, I guess. Right now, you have to ask Miggy or somebody like that. Oh, you got somebody want?
They just get beat up.
You have somebody that's wanting to do a 1v1?
Okay, so I always was like, I'm a flat earther, but I was like, hey, could I defend the Earth's position in a debate? And I was like, that'd be kind of fun to do, but I just was curious how that, if you guys let someone do that.
What, like play the globe earther?
Yes.
We've played around with the idea, but that would be interesting. I think it would need to kind of be set up like a show type format. You know, like see if you can stump a flat earther show, like those kind of things.
Well, that was just it. Like, do I understand both sides well enough to argue for the other side? But I don't know. It was interesting, and I do enjoy the 1v1, so I was always wanting to join in.
Yeah, that's a good thing because, like, what I find hard about playing the globe report, I could do it for a little while, but sooner or later, I am going to bust the fuck up laughing till my side hurts. And that's all you need to be. I get.
All you need to be a glober is NASA pictures, refraction, and gravity. There you go.
Right. Just keep going back and forth. Yeah. Go to Newtonian gravity.
The other thing is if you play
imagination
too well, all of a sudden flat earthers are like, I think he's really a fucking glober.
Yeah, it too brute. Dagger in the back.
It's like
it's too easy to be a baller. You can just make up any bullshit on the spot.
Uh-huh. It's like a one-trick pony. Like once you learn, that's why back to the circle. Circle back.
But it's gravity. Hello.
Gravity. You know, everybody. You know, we got pictures from space already.
You know, if their damn Coriolis effect wasn't fucking wrecked because it doesn't work here on Earth, they wouldn't have to stick so hard to that conservation of momentum bullshit that they're always talking about.
Stick so hard. Boom, boom.
Have another numpty clip. This one is No Name, David Rakia, Integrity. 3, 2, 1. Numpty clip.
No name, more like no integrity whatsoever. White knighting for Sean the Crackhead Hawkins with his Water Vapor is Not a Gas. Jose JG Retard Show, 25 May 2020.
Can I get No Name to read that definition again?
And that was a while ago,
huh? Well, I'd like to clarify if he could read it again.
Can you not read? Are you illiterate? I mean, it's right there in the internal chat and in the live stream chat.
If you could just read it out for the audience, that would be great.
Let's read it. Yeah, you gotta get good reading voice. No name.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. When water is heated, it undergoes a phase change and water vapor forms. Gas is a state of matter while water vapor is not. A gas is a substance above its critical temperature but below its critical pressure, while a vapor is a substance above its boiling point temperature.
Keep going. You have to keep reading.
Water vapor is
That's it. You have to keep keep reading because I'm reading the same definition I think that you're reading because you read it word for word and I'm reading along. And then okay, I will. Farmer's Boy, you ready?
Go for it.
Here's what the full definition ends with. Hang on, let me get to it. He just read the same thing. Gas is a state of matter while vapor is not. A gas is a substance above its critical temperature but is below its critical pressure, while a vapor is a substance above its boiling point temperature. Y'all would agree that was word for word? And then the end says, a vapor is a gas with vapor and gas highlighted. He forgot to read that.
Ding, 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 ding,
wow.
Boom, Jose. That's what you should have said, right? This is a real boom this time. Yeah. Didn't hear anything from you just yet. Shocking surprise. This is typical spinning ball-tard space monkey behavior, folks. Get used to it. Let's see if there's any more meat on the bone that we can gnaw into.
Wow.
Cherry pick to its best. By no name.
It's only you lot that are allowed to do that.
Trying to rub it in too.
Yeah, well, he just called me an idiot and said I couldn't read, right? Yeah, I'm gonna rub it in.
That's not cherry picking. That's
No, not you, Rocky.
It doesn't
matter. Brian, hold on.
I'm just pointing out. Yeah, it's not cherry picking to miss out part of something. Okay, but it's still a wrong thing to do.
You think it's not cherry picking to leave out a vapor is a gas when that's the
I need to say something.
It's not cherry picking. It's more like quote mining to pick out part of something. Let's get our fallacies in order. Yeah.
So we have Mr. Helper, the pinnacle of intellectual integrity, Miles the Liar Davis, letting everyone know that what just happened was quote mining, not cherry picking. Thanks for that. Did you know, Mr. Helper, from your Alma Mater Wiki, in argumentation, the practice of quote mining is a form of cherry picking in which the debater selectively picks some quotes supporting a position or exaggerating an opposing position while ignoring those that moderate the original quote or put it into a different context. So calling it cherry picking is a-okay. You see, baltards don't know what logical fallacies are, and they most certainly don't know what cherry picking is. In conclusion, all you have to do is let these baltard spinning space monkeys open up their incoherent pie holes. That's all you need do, folks. They'll do your work for you. Thanks again!
That's the truth, ain't it? So listen to what the words are coming out of their mouth. Listen closely.
Research flat Earth. Are you listening? Or is he in here? He's just in the text, isn't he? I'm playing a game. I don't feel like typing to him, but there's at least 3 different methods that I could tell him for if he's talking about like on their fake ISS shit and stuff like that. At least 3 different methods that they can use to make things float to fake it.
That's some shotgunning, seagulling in the voice text.
We've got a possible baller in here. Bambi, you have control of your microphone. Would you like to speak?
Hi.
Mute her. Don't
So,
let her talk.
No, fuck you.
She's a troll.
This is a cult. You guys are cult.
Let her talk.
Show me to your cult leader. Show me to your.
Let her talk. Let her talk. Tell us why you think it's a globe, huh?
We're gonna unmute you in a second here, Bambi.
That sounds like Bambi.
Yeah, Bambi, we're gonna unmute you in a second, and if you do that again, you're out of here.
Bring us that globe proof.
All right, I'm sorry, Dad. I'm sorry. So my globe proof is gravity. I mean, how can Earth be flat? Because of we have gravity, do we not?
I mean, like that's all we need.
Yeah, I mean, gravity is there. I mean, things. I drop my phone and it goes down and it breaks. So, our Earth wall.
She does have a point, I have to say.
Earth
All right, the cult leader's here.
Okay.
Everybody believes what I said about ether, right? Everybody believes what I said about ether.
Get ready
I'm the cult
to
leader, right?
Get ready to shut the server down.
Yeah, shut it down now, boys. It's over. Earth round.
That phone dropping clinch.
That's what it is.
Never would have thought of that pesky gravity thing. Nobody ever thought of that. Come on, guys.
Wow. How do we miss that?
And Earth is round because Australia exists, you know? So, Earth is round. Clearly. You know?
Okay, be careful with that Australia statement.
Research.
I'm sorry.
Research. Go ahead and ask your questions in here. What are you talking about?
Oh, me? You want me to ask questions?
No, this person researched flat Earth. His mic was.
Oh, fuck.
I wasn't getting any sound from him.
But Earth globe.
Yeah, research flat Earth. You get to talk to Bambi today.
Yes, talk to me. Earth globe. How do you prove otherwise? Research flat earther. Oh, he got muted for spamming. Oh, is that him?
No.
Someone got muted for spamming.
That's him, and he is spamming.
No.
Hey, baby.
Hello. How you doing, Earl?
I'm doing good.
I know. We need to pull that out. The live streams when Bambi was great.
Those exist. They're just like almost 2 years old.
I'm bad. Sorry.
You want to scroll back 2 years on Helio's channel?
I think
he's got a new channel.
Remember an episode, Bambi, where you were talking about curvature on air, and you thought that you were off
No,
air. I just
no.
remember that.
No. Hank, shut up.
Yo, I just had a question. How did they make the honey and the chocolate cake float in the video?
I haven't clicked your video, but there's lots of methods that they can use to make things appear to float. One, they can use. Have you ever heard of like the Vomit Comet zero-G planes? They use a parabolic flight to make to give the appearance of zero gravity. That's one way. Another way is like you mentioned earlier, like they do a lot of things inside of pools. As far as honey, yeah, that's probably not the method. They also, NASA owns like the world's largest green screen. They can just CGI the stuff into place. They've been caught doing that. In fact, not just caught, they like fully have like admitted and showed some of their camera trickery doing that stuff. Not to mention just classic old like hanging things from wires and stuff like that. They have lots of methods that they use to fake zero gravity.
Yeah, it just seemed very real, you know. Except it seemed like chocolate cake. Maybe it wasn't CGI, but maybe it was something else.
How did they make Sandra Bullock float in the movie Gravity?
Yeah,
Better
CGI.
question. How did they literally magic a little alien? Like the one where the woman is standing there and she like grabs thin air and the little alien Teddy comes out. Like that was that was supposed to be like how'd they do that? It's Like, come on.
It's special effects, bro. Hollywood.
Yeah.
In Lord of the Rings, why did everyone in Lord of the Rings think that they were in Middle Earth? I think the answer is because they hadn't founded a NASA yet to lie to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, with
So,
62.
do you believe that the? Oh, sorry.
I was just going to say, with 62, pretty easy.
62 cut out.
Oh, darn it.
Try again. Were you talking about the money they get daily? That's what I pieced together of it.
I think he was. So, research
did he-
Flat Earth, you understand that this can be done using special effects?
Yeah, they use, but the video it looked really very real. I don't
It looks
understand
better
how
than
they.
what's in the cinema because the military have technology that's beyond what's available to the public, right?
Yeah.
So they're always like a few decades ahead at least. So it's going to look better than whatever you've seen at the cinema, but it's still the same thing essentially. Blue screen, green screen, wires, harnesses. I mean, just look at some of the GIFs I posted, right? His hands phasing through a lemon. Coffee's clicking out of a
Yeah.
container. He's zapping a
I'm gonna
toy
save
out
that.
of thin air. It's all special effects.
Do you notice something strange about the dude's forehead? And then look at his forehead, and then
There's the veins and stuff, right?
look at his shirt. It's hanging there unnaturally. It's really weird. Like it's puffed out. He could be upside down.
Like, look at these harnesses.
So,
As a joke. Sorry, Bambi. Go on.
no, you're right. So, research Flat Earth, do you think that we're living on a ball, or what do you think Earth is? Because your name's a bit missing.
Nah, it's not. It's not a ball. I just had a question. It's not a ball.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I actually
What
have a
makes you
YouTube.
think
Are you really
what
a
makes you
flat
think it's not a
earther?
ball?
Sorry, what?
You don't sound like you're really a flat earther.
I am.
He's legit. He's legit.
Well,
we were speaking for like.
just let me ask him then. What makes you think it's not a ball? Since they tell us all that it's a ball.
I saw the 2002 Blue Marble new Next Generation, and I saw the Photoshop, and then I just kept digging.
Nice. Well, welcome to the server.
Thank you.
It's cool
It's
to
really-
discuss though. If you're new to it, right? You should talk about how you came to this and what it made you think and how you're feeling now.
I was into other conspiracies like chemtrails and stuff. So, I mean, it sounds logical because I also watched a Netflix documentary about Flat Earth Society and stuff, and they made it seem really stupid. It made Flat Earthers seem anti-scientific and stuff.
Yeah, it's
That's
like a hit
just
piece.
It's a mockumentary. Yeah, it's not really a documentary.
Yeah, it's a mockumentary. Yeah, exactly.
So, are there any other things that you've what have you come across that's made you?
Well, I mean, I was into like chemtrails. You know what chemtrails are?
Yeah, but I mean more specifically about it not being a globe.
Like the horizon photos, the calculation of the curvature.
Okay, what about the horizon photos? Do you mean?
Like you can't measure curvature.
Yeah, the horizon not being where it's supposed to be according to the globe model.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I also saw that I think the most viewed documentary by Odd TV, I think. The big one, like the most viewed, like 2 million views. YouTube video, not documentary. It's like a YouTube video.
About Flat Earth?
Yeah.
Said ODD, right?
ODD TV, yes.
Yeah.
I say odd. I thought it was odd.
Okay, cool. So you're kind of at the point now where you know it's not a globe, but you're not sure what it is, or
Sure. Yeah. No, I mean, I'm not sure. Yeah. I just know it's not a ball.
yeah. So, what have you told your friends, your family, or anything? Have you spoken about it? Or?
Are you insane?
Fair enough.
Why not?
Fair answer.
Dude, if I tell my family not to vaccinate, they're gonna punch my head.
Yeah.
Because I'm also into other conspiracies, right? So this one was easier to get into.
They punch you in the head, you punch them in the head back.
Yeah, probably. I don't know.
Research Flat Earth.
Yeah,
have you ever found any conspiracies that were false?
That would mean they were proven right. So I can't say they're false because I can't say they're right.
No, I'm saying like of all the research you've done and all the different things you've looked into, have you ever found out any that were not right? Is what I'm asking.
If I've like given up.
Q.
Let me think.
I think Q is the right answer.
Knowledge. I don't know. Like, I think everything. I think the only one is probably the microchips in the vaccines. They're not confirmed yet, so I don't know.
That's
That
fair.
one,
Okay,
I might
so-
have quit that.
Hey, so what would you say to the people who currently believe that they live on a globe who are listening?
Yeah, if they're
I'd like to
listening
figure
right
it out.
now, I can tell you 100% it's not a ball, and you should believe in creationism. But I'm not telling you to believe in a religion. Just that something had to create life, because you can't make life out of nothing.
Evolution.
Necessary antecedent for creation is creator, correct?
What? Creationism is believing there's a creator, right?
I was just saying the necessary antecedent for creation would logically be a creator, correct?
Yeah.
What's that called? Spontaneous life. It's like the first proof on QE's website for a god. Spontaneous generation. Is that what it is?
Like abiogenesis?
Yeah, but it's also called spontaneous generation, where like the belief that life can just spring up out of the rocks, right? This has been debunked like years and years and years ago, so they renamed it abiogenesis so that people wouldn't think about it, right? Because we've known for a long time that maggots don't just pop up wherever there's, a dead creature, right?
You just need a bit of rain on some rocks, and you're a complicated rock. Yeah. No, that's a fair message. So where would you tell people, new people, to start investigating? How can they figure out themselves that they don't live on a spinning ball in a vacuum? Sorry, who's the new guy that I'm speaking to? What's his name?
Research Flat Earth.
Oh yeah, Research Flat Earth. Did you hear me there, Research? Research Flat Earth, are you there?
I bet you all doubted that I was like a ball believer or something.
Well,
we get loads of trolls in here, guy. Just,
Yeah,
just so you know.
when you started talking about ISS stuff and questioning the way that they might be able to fake it, thinking that it's real, yeah, I questioned whether or not you're really.
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, it's not that we don't believe you. It's not that we don't believe you. We just get a lot of people coming in who say, "Yeah, I believe in a flat Earth," and they're just like,
Not
"Sure,
flat.
but-"
Your best info that the Earth is flat.
I'm still
That's the example.
surprised.
Hold on, 2 seconds.
We got a
Research.
challenger.
Is that Scrim speaking?
Yes, it was.
Yes.
What's up, Scrim?
It's popping.
Not much. How did you find the server?
I've been in it for a while now. Probably like a year.
Oh shit!
hopping out
Been here a while.
Yeah, for a
So
while.
you realize that the Earth is flat?
No, I believe the Earth is not flat.
Oh, you think it's curved?
Yes.
Where is it curved?
Where is it curved?
Where's the
Look at a
curve?
globe, I guess. That's my best. I mean, we were all taught, I
A
guess,
globe?
certain ways.
Do you mean like the plastic balls that they show you in a classroom?
Yeah, I think the Earth looks like that.
Yeah, but that's a plastic ball. That's not
It's a
what you're
floating
standing
orb.
on. Yeah, but that's a plastic model.
Yeah,
That's
it's a
not what you're
reference
standing
though
on.
of what the Earth looks like.
Right, but where's the curvature of the Earth that we stand on? Like, where's that been detected?
I want to just like understand how many globe earthers are in this, listening to this, because I'm hoping it's not really. Oh my god.
Yeah, there's quite a
Okay.
few.
Jesus.
Sorry, carry on, Scrim.
Yeah, I mean,
How
we got
does
a server of like 17,000 people and probably 1,000 flat Earth.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, Scrim, you're looking at this plastic model of a ball in the classroom, and that's curved. We agree. But when you go outside and you look at the horizon, that's flat. So how do you know that that flat horizon is actually curved?
Okay, an example. All right. So picture an ant on an orange. Okay. And pick
Yeah.
That's not an example. We're
listening.
not looking for. We're not
I'm an
looking
ant.
for some kind
I'm
of
an ant on an arch.
analogy. Like, if the Earth is a ball, it has to have curve. You have to. You should be able
You
to.
can notice the Earth's curve. Okay.
It's like A Bug's Life. Come on, we've shrunk down to an ant. We're on an arch.
You can notice the Earth's curve
Can a tangerine work?
of the horizon, slightly below 35,000 feet.
So you're saying that you would see an object descending behind a physical obstruction of curvature?
No, I'm saying you'd be able to see the Earth's curvature.
So you're saying if
How
we
would
go
you
on
see
the
it?
Horizon, if you are at a certain altitude.
we can see curvature of the Earth.
Oh, what altitude is that?
Over 35,000 feet.
Oh, no, but that's not what the model says. The globe model.
Not enough.
The globe model says you can't see it even at 120,000 feet.
A minimum altitude at 35,000. I'm telling you, if you were 35,000 feet and you saw the horizon, the sunset,
Man,
you see
that
there.
you are telling. Man, that you are telling, but astrophysicists, the main
Sasha, you're lying.
famous
I can't even
astrophysicist is
fucking
saying
understand this
different.
kid.
Sasha, you need to
Oh,
back away
sorry,
from
I
the
don't
mic
put
a little bit.
headphones. Okay, sorry.
Just back away from the mic a little bit. You're a bit loud. But Scrim, yeah, we've most of us here, I'm sure probably all of us have been on planes.
Okay.
The horizon's just flat.
You are saying 35,000, but mainstream astrophysics is saying 120. 120. How is that possible? What
You
is
want
your
a
book?
photo?
Which book you wrote? Are you famous guy?
Hey, Scrim, are you in the live stream voice text?
Yes.
Do you see I've just posted a video that says Neil deGrasse Tyson discusses Felix Baumgartner?
Yep.
Could you watch that video? It's like a minute long, and then come back.
Let's watch it together, guys.
What's that?
There's no sound.
There's no sound.
There is sound. I can hear it.
Turn up your speakers.
Maybe you got it muted.
Yeah. Just watch the video and let me know when you've watched it.
I'm not hearing anything. From the video.
No, it's not live. You need to listen.
Yeah, that would be a good clip for us to actually have on the bot.
What did he say? I missed it.
No, I'm just busting to watch the Neil deGrasse Tyson saying that stuff is flat at 120,000 feet. So I'm just waiting for him to watch it. And then tell us how he knows better than the guy who's hanging out with the quote-unquote astronauts.
I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. He might say, you know what, I was wrong.
Yeah, totally. I'm just being facetious.
Well, you are kind of weathered, sir. You've been here for a while, have you?
Long enough. Well, he's muted himself, so that's a good sign. That usually means something's happening. Is there anyone else new in here? Jason Torn. I'm going to unmute you. You here, Jason? Can you say hi?
Yeah, I'm here.
Oh, what's up, Jason? Yeah, not bad. How are you?
Yeah, I'm doing pretty good. Thank you.
Good stuff. Welcome to the server. How did you find us?
Oh, somebody sent me a link. I've probably been on here just listening for maybe the last few months.
Okay, cool. So you've been looking into the topic, or?
I mean, I think the Earth is a globe, but I certainly respect and I like listening to the conversation, and I'm not necessarily interested in getting in a big, huge debate about it, but I appreciate the information.
Did you ever hear any good were you like convinced a little about any good argument or at all?
No. I mean, I think that you guys make some interesting points. I mean, I like the discussion around kind of the experimental observation aspects. But what I would say, if I can just like respectfully and I'm not trying to get a huge argument or anything like that, but the one piece that is difficult for me is the aspects of scientific consensus, not just on the globe Earth model, but on all aspects of science, that under the flat Earth premise, that it seems that there's a vast amount of scientific knowledge that you would have to say that it's either conspiratorial or hidden, or information is being falsely provided.
I get what you're saying. If I could quickly jump in just on
please.
that. I understand what you're saying there. That's a common thought to have. It's a common piece of rhetoric used when it comes to speaking about flat Earth. They're science deniers. But what you come to find is not that people who believe the Earth is flat are science deniers. Quite the opposite. It means they follow actual science. And I know that might not sound like much moment to you, but what you will come to find if you're discussing this is that there's a difference between science and pseudoscience. And everything they put forward for the globe falls under the pseudoscience category, not the science category. Because the science category follows a very specific method, the scientific method. So we're well versed in the scientific method and what does and doesn't conform to it. So there is this idea that we don't follow science, but in actuality we do. We follow it closely, and we do like real science, but we don't like its pseudoscience, masquerading as science, which is what you've got today. You sound like a smart man. I'm sure you're aware there's a lot of pseudoscience out today being peddled in the news, convincing people of one thing or another. But whether or not it's actual science means it has to conform to the scientific method. So you have to take it on a case-by-case basis. You can't just say, there seems to be a lot of things you're throwing out. You have to be very specific. I mean,
I totally agree with you. Would you consider peer review and kind of academic consensus as following is pseudoscience, or would you say...
again, it's not as you can't say that a whole body itself is pseudoscience without reviewing the specific claim and the specific evidence and the specific quote-unquote science, right? Every piece is different. If it's following the scientific method, observation, hypothesis, experiment, then it's science. If it doesn't, it's pseudoscience. I mean, yes, there's a huge problem in peer review and academia in general in terms of entrenched ideas and careers depending on a certain worldview being upheld. right? The globe
Also,
model.
special funding, special interest groups, lobbyists, grants from the government.
Yeah, these are by no
orthodoxy.
means. Yeah, these are by no means strictly intellectual institutions. There are a load of motivating factors that go into what we see from the world of academia. So I know you. It's easy to think these people must deny science, but in reality, no, we don't. We reject pseudoscience, and
how do you distinguish?
We love science.
How do you distinguish pseudoscience from actual valid science?
The definition of pseudoscience is that which is mistakenly believed to be following the scientific method. So do you know what the scientific method is?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. So it's a particular method that we employ to determine cause and effects relationships from observations of phenomena in the natural world, right? It's a way for us to understand the natural world. But it's a specific method, right? Your observation, your hypothesis, your independent and dependent variables to determine your cause and effect relationship. That's specific.
So
if it doesn't follow that, it is by definition pseudoscience.
Okay, I totally would agree with you. It would seem that, kind of the law of large numbers aspect, that if you have like thousands and thousands of researchers working in a particular area, that the consensus that over time, the consensus on valid scientific experiments and hypotheses that are proposed and then debunked and revised, that over time we start to zero in on a reasonable view of a particular area, like medicine or computer science or astrophysics.
But again, that's depending on what you consider to be zeroing in, what begins to be pushed in mainstream academia, being down to solely intellectual and evidence-based decisions, when we've already explained that that's not the case. There's a lot of interests that go into what theories and academians are pushed by the mainstream and propped up. It's not just their theories are the best. It's a whole heap of things, but either way, right? I mean, the idea that it's appeal to consensus is in itself a logical fallacy, right? So that's a logical fallacy to start with. And beyond that, it comes back to, it doesn't matter what our feelings are about what these other people say. It comes down to, are they following the scientific method for you to be able to call it science? That's what it comes down to.
I mean, I would agree with you. And I mean, I want to be open-minded. Frankly, it is a little difficult for me given, and I used the example of another area that is like medicine, that we acknowledge kind of a general understanding of medicine based on, over time, the valid scientific experiments and work that have been done. And like me, I'm not a doctor, so I have to rely upon a certain level of expertise and scientific consensus in the medical field, because I don't have that knowledge. And so it seems logical to be able to apply that to other areas. And I certainly understand that pseudoscience may be an aspect that is important, that we make sure that is not what is promoted. But this approach of many people evaluating and that the cream rises to the top seems to be a pretty good strategy. I mean, that is the focus of peer review, and to apply the scientific method to a peer review process. Seems like it works in other areas. So
with regards to say medicine, big pharma.
Yeah.
You're aware that these companies are paying for a lot of these studies, which are supposedly supporting their product, which they're then selling through representatives to the doctors. They're then selling on to the patients. Right?
I mean, I certainly would agree that, like, if you take an entire body of a scientific discipline, that
the point is you can't you can't extract the economic interest behind these things coming to the fore to say that these are there only because they're the best of the best and they've been derived at through proper peer review in the scientific method.
Well, I mean,
it's just not the case.
I mean, I'm just saying that if to use medicine generally, that over time we have come to an agreement. Like we used to not understand that we had bacteria. We didn't understand. We used to do bleaching of people. We used to not understand how disease was spread.
We understand about bacteria.
We're getting up into the weeds.
Yeah, fair enough. But it is relevant in the context of we have general knowledge about like atmospheric sciences and physics, and certainly there may be the fringe aspect of like some things we don't know, but there's a lot of things that we do know, and it seems like that has been built upon over time.
There's a lot of stuff we don't know, and very few things we do know.
Yeah, the number one cause of death is medical malpractice. You think these are the best? Yeah, right.
Yeah, I was going to say. I mean, the medical side is a whole 3-hour conversation in itself. Like
hospitals are satanic, bro.
But it's very relevant.
They take your organs.
I mean, people used to die much earlier. We have a much longer lifespan now. You say that many people die of medical malpractice.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go for it. I'm sorry.
Who put in discussion that medicine is not a science?
Can I just say what I was going to say? You said we live longer. First of all, that's so wrong. Have you not heard about the last 50 years? There's been a obesity epidemic and disease epidemic all across the world because of the food pyramid, and you're saying we live longer? How is that so?
Okay, so if we looked at if we looked at a two-dimensional graph of the typical age when somebody dies, and we looked at that over the last 1,000 years, that curve would be going up.
Exponential.
But at the very end, it may go from 79 back down to 74 based on obesity. But
guys, just to get this back on topic. Listen, let me just get this back on topic, right? Because we could go off into medicine, but it's a whole different discussion.
That's fine.
So the point is what you were saying there, right? We have all these sciences, the atmospheric sciences. They know what's going on. This is what you think when you come into this. You think they've got it sorted out. Someone's figured this out. But then you actually look, and I can tell by the way you're talking that you're currently still in the someone smarter than me figured it out phase, right? And this is what we all thought. But then we actually looked, and we actually did the test ourselves. And we're telling you that's not what Earth is. Earth shows us what it is, and by extension, what it isn't. And what it isn't is a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles, which is tell us. So, what I would advise to you is think about all the things that make you believe it's a globe, and tell them to us. And we'll explain to you why they don't actually prove a globe. And we can show you how you can know yourself that it's actually flat and motionless and contained.
We can do that without arguing. We'll just be polite and not talk over each other. Sorry for interrupting.
It's a cool discussion. Does someone want to do 3 points with him?
Think about it this way: if the medical industry was actually legitimate, like it all comes back to the government at the end. Like the FDA approves the food pyramid, and the food pyramid is sponsored by.
Sheffy, we're not doing the medicine thing.
I'm sorry.
No, you're okay. We're okay. We're gonna stick to Earth though, while we've got attentive listeners. So, to whoever, sorry, I can't remember your name. Who was I just speaking to? Jason.
Oh yeah.
Does someone want to do the 3 points with Jason, or you just want to have free form? If not, I'd say, Jason, do you want to just start listing things that you think prove a globe, and people can just start shooting them down and explaining to you why they don't actually prove a globe?
I mean, I can suggest a couple things, but
Yeah, just things that interest you that you think.
Yeah,
Well,
I
that
mean,
to me makes me think I live on a ball.
I know a lot of people. I've heard a variety of different topics, but the one that is probably the most compelling to me, based on my own background, is the atmospheric sciences, climate model, the circulation and heat transfer of the planet, and how that works, and how that could work. I can't. It's difficult for me to see how that would work under a flat Earth model. Like we have, like under the, like in just 30 cells, I say it very quickly, that we can make pretty good estimates of the amount of solar radiation and energy that the planet receives, and we can measure that at higher latitudes and more closer to the equator. And given that disparity, that is what generates the circulation pattern, the three-tiered circulation pattern of the planet. And that there's heat transfer that's going from the equator to the North Pole, and there's like circulation patterns at the equator that differ from the mid-latitudes. So that whole thing, it seems difficult for me to be able to get my mind around the fact of how that would work in a flat Earth model, but I can certainly see how it would work in a globe model. But anyways, that would be one aspect.
Does anyone have that magnetic?
Yeah, I was just going to say that sounds ridiculous. Is how would paint work on a flat wall compared to a curved wall? Get a grip of yourself, dude.
Well, let's have a respectful debate. I certainly am willing, if there's a position that says, look, we think we can effectively explain how that atmospheric circulation occurs on a flat Earth, I am fine listening to that. But don't
essentially the same way. Like this book, you see this in live stream voice text. You see this meme from Ether 9000 titled "Seasons."
Is it in this debate?
Live stream voice text. Yeah, it's in the chat room directly above this voice chat.
Yeah, it's called live stream voice text. Do you see that, Jason?
Live stream
voice text. It's just above the voice channel that we're all in right now. Phone's on silent, please. Thank you.
Yeah,
sorry, I'm so illiterate when it comes to Discord. I'm sorry. I see voice check-in.
Yeah, scroll down a bit from there. See where there's a voice channel with 51 people in it right now?
Yeah.
So just above that, it should say live stream voice text. Actually, do you know what? You might not have the... Let me give you the VC verified role. That's probably what it is. 2 secs. Okay, you should be able to see it now.
Oh yeah, sweet. Okay, I see it.
Yeah, sorry. So when you're in the live stream, just follow this text channel. People will be posting things to go along with the discussion. So Lou, did you say you see where Lou posted the memes seasons? Just a few messages up.
Yeah.
Yes.
So now this covers seasons, but it also would cover what you're talking about the amount of radiation that you would get from the sun. So just like in your globe model, the sun basically travels between the tropics. Okay, so the orange line there would be Tropic of Cancer, the yellow line is the Tropic of Capricorn, and the red line is the equator. I'll just quickly go over seasons. So we're talking about a small local sun that travels above the Earth, and during northern hemisphere summer, the sun is closer to the Tropic of Cancer, and throughout the year it kind of spirals outward till it gets to the Tropic of Capricorn. That would be northern hemisphere winter, but it's always in between those two tropics, and that's why near the equator you still get more radiation than at northern latitudes or very southern latitudes.
Yeah, and Jason, could I just attract your attention to the video, the GIFs being posted by Helioskeptic and the image posted by Sunny? So you were talking about the wind patterns and the temperature and things like that on the globe?
Yes.
So on the globe model, when you see these images, you see these lines and they're kind of going up and down in U shapes and M shapes, W shapes. But when you put it over the AE map, it just makes perfect circles.
Is this the posted by Sunny?
Yeah, there's one by Sunny and there's one a little bit further down.
Oh,
by
Helioskeptic. Yeah.
Right, so that's temperature and wind just going around like that.
What causes like the like we know that like the reason that we have things like the jet stream is, or okay, I'm not going to say we know. I'll say that the globe premise is that given the Coriolis effects causes and the movement of the rotation of the planet causes there to be an equilibrium, which results in the air from the equator cycling up, and then eventually there is an equilibrium, and that's what causes the jet stream.
But again, that's based on
that's the globe. I know that's the
based on the
model.
assumption.
But we
so
never
the
observe
assumption that we're spinning. So because what we actually observe of the Earth is that it's flat and stationary. Yeah.
Okay.
Like when it comes to our personal observation. So it would be an assumption to then say, I believe the wind and the temperatures are working because I assume this still looking Earth is actually moving, right? So we're getting to the point where we've got all these stories based on if we're moving, if we're a ball, but we're looking at the foundational evidence claimed to prove that original premise. Because as we know, all we observe, no matter how high we go, no matter where we go, is that the Earth is flat and stationary. So we need to somehow prove that it's actually not that. It's actually curved and in motion. So those are the foundational premises that we're getting at, that we are telling you have not been ever demonstrated or ever proven. But if I could pull us back just to steer this in a slightly different direction, but on the same topic, because you said you were interested in the atmosphere. We like to talk about the atmosphere too, but in a slightly different sense than you might think. And it's, again, a more foundational discussion, right? And it goes to how we have atmosphere here at all. So just think about this. So we'll go with your idea of what gravity is for the moment, although that's a discussion that you'll no doubt have later. If I'm holding a rock and I let go of it, what happens?
I guess it falls to the earth.
Yeah, it goes down, right? And if I've got a liquid and I pour it out, same thing, right? Goes down.
Right, yeah.
But let's say I've got a container of air and I release it. Where does that go?
I guess it doesn't necessarily go down.
Yeah, it goes in all directions, right?
Yeah.
So there is no downwards
I'm good,
vector
thank you.
on the air. So with that in mind, we agree on that. Do you know anything about the second law of thermodynamics, entropy?
Yeah, not really. I mean, I've heard people talk about it.
Okay, so just in layman's terms, high pressure flows to low pressure, like air pressure in a bike tire. If you remove that physical rubber container, the air will just move freely in all directions, right? Disperse into the lower pressure space. You got a hot cup of coffee and you leave it, it will cool down. That energy will escape. So what we know is that gas pressure is defined as the force exerted upon the walls of the container, right? So that force that the gas molecules are creating on the walls of its container, that's in the definition, is what gas pressure is. So we have gas pressure here on Earth that we're breathing, the air, which you agreed moves freely in all directions. And they tell us that we're adjacent to a vacuum, basically, a much lower pressure space. So according to natural law, what we know about what we know about gas, is that it will move into a lower pressure space. So then the question becomes, how do we have gas pressure here on Earth adjacent to a vacuum without the air filling the available space and rushing out into the vacuum? Do you understand that question?
Yeah, I mean, I think I do. I mean, and I'm by no means an expert in any of this, but my I guess my layman's thought process on it would be, I know you mentioned about what happens when you release a gas or you release air, that it doesn't necessarily drop down. But my general understanding, and I guess I could be wrong, is that gravity does still affect gases. And
but gravity would be the vector of down, right? Because gravity, according to the story, is pulling towards the center of this mass, which would be downwards towards Earth, which means that the air wouldn't be moving omnidirectionally. And in their story, gravity is supposed to be strongest on the surface of Earth because it's closest to the mass.
Yeah.
So if it's not pulling down the air on the surface where gravity is strongest, how could it then all of a sudden be pulling it down much higher up where gravity is weaker?
Well, correct me if I'm wrong, but and again, maybe this is different in the flat Earth model, but my understanding in a globe Earth model is that as we get higher up and higher up, that we have less oxygen molecules.
A pressure gradient, but the pressure gradient still requires the pressure in the first place, and that's what is in question. You can't have a pressure gradient without the pressure to begin with, and you can't have gas pressure without a container. The globe model doesn't have a container, and gravity is observably not pulling air down.
Well, I think that mathematically we could show that gravity has an effect on gases.
Right, but we're talking about reality, not on a page.
Fair enough.
With theoretical math. Because in reality, remember, you agreed that air moves freely in all directions on the surface of Earth. It doesn't have a vector of down, which is what gravity is in the story.
Well, I think that gravity has an effect on mass, and air has molecules, which is technically has a mass. It's a much less of a mass than something else, than other
things. But again, it would have a vector of down, but it doesn't.
Well, remember, there are other confounding variables that affect the movement of air. So it's,
But that's still not addressing the fundamental question, which is gas pressure requires a container. There is no container in this model that we're given, and the gravity story doesn't apply because observably it's not affecting air on the surface.
Well, in the flat Earth model, then, there
isn't a model. Sorry, I should just clear this up before you kind of go on with this assumption. There isn't a model, right? All there is observation and measurement of the Earth's surface, and then comparing that against the globe numbers that were given for a radius and the curvature values. So we're just comparing Earth as it's observed and measured with the story we're given. We don't have a model. Models are fallacious inherently because you're assuming that your model is correctly describing where you live, but you don't actually know it. It's not actually testable in terms of what's in the sky, what's below your feet to thousands of miles. These are speculations, theories. Nothing tested in reality or confirmed.
So I guess under that premise, then, we haven't been into outer space. We haven't done that. That's all hypothetical.
It means what we can logically deduce. The only thing that we can logically deduce, because we have gas pressure here, is that we must be physically contained to some extent, to whatever extent it is. And so it inherently means that the story of space as we've been told can't be true, because they've given us an open system adjacent to a vacuum that they've traveled into, when in reality we must have a physical container that you couldn't travel through and go beyond. And that's because we're breathing. We have gas pressure, and there's no other way to have it. You need a container. It's in the definition. And gas doesn't act as a container for gas. Gravity isn't pulling air down. There is no explanation for it. It can only be a container. What that container is, how big it is, what it's made of, speculation, but we know it's there because we're breathing.
Okay. I hate to do this because I gotta go pick my kid up, but I just want to say this. I really enjoy talking with you guys, and I appreciate this input, and I want to, I think that what you said makes a lot of sense, and I'm willing to consider it, and I'm not, I'd like to continue the conversation.
Awesome. Well, it's always great to hear someone open-minded come around. So thanks for joining, and come back anytime. We're here 24/7, trashing the globe.
Thank you. Thanks very much, guys. Appreciate it.
Have a good one. Right. Someone else want to take over? Unmute some new people. I'm going to have to jump off for a little bit, but good to hear you all. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, good to see you, bro. Yeah, some people will take over.
Stay flat, bro. Have a good one.
Yeah, keep it flat, Wolf. It looks like we have a guest in the house, RC Meisty. He's a returning gladiator.
Highly trained Jesuit.
If I do remember correctly, we were on the very first point of the 3 points, and I think Sunny was the one doing that. But we had 16 terabytes of data to go through, so I don't think that was sufficient for the answer, how the Earth curve was been measured. So I don't know if Sunny wants to pick up where we left off weeks and weeks ago.
I know. I'm actually busy right now, so I won't be able to, but carry on, you guys.
All right.
So 16 terabytes, would that be considered the hurling elephants?
Yeah, but that's like 12 elephants. Not just one. So 16 terabytes, yeah. What say you, RC? You're unmuted. You can speak if you want. Or not.
Oh, sorry guys. I was just listening. I'm driving right now for work. What was the overall question? What's exactly the question?
The question was, how can you measure the curvature of Earth? What method?
By measuring all distances and directions on the face of it.
That's a very vague answer. How can we measure? What method can we employ to measure the curvature of the Earth, RC Meisty?
Like I said, take any distance and direction on the face of the Earth and measure the distance and directions between them, those points. Do that for enough points, and you can understand the shape of the Earth, just like you can with any shape.
You're not going to answer the question, huh?
I felt like I did answer it. Sorry.
No, you didn't. I'm looking for the specific method in which anybody can, you could tell somebody, hey, go do this, and you could measure the curvature of the Earth, but just do this. What do they have to do?
Like I said, I felt like I answered it by saying measure distances and directions on the surface of Earth. And
why are you so afraid to answer, man? Like, if you don't,
I don't understand. I don't
because if you don't listen, if you don't know how to measure the curvature of the Earth, you could just say, I don't know. It'd save us a lot of time.
So if you measure the surface of something, you can understand its shape, correct?
If there was a shape to it, yeah.
You measure the distances and directions on that surface, you can understand its shape, right?
Yeah, if you were going to measure it, but apparently you're saying that you've already measured it. Well, we need the method in order for us to be able to replicate the way you measured it. So if you could tell us how you did it and then we could do it ourselves, that'd be great. It's a head scratcher, isn't it? Like I said, if you don't know.
Not really. I mean, I've been to a lot of places on Earth. I know the distances and directions between all of those places.
So what? What does that have to do with measuring the curvature?
Well, if you know the distances and directions between all the places that you've been on Earth, you know the shape of the geometry of the places that you're on, right?
RC, why don't you tell him how you taught the kids to measure the curvature of water droplets and how that disproves the flat earthers saying that water doesn't curve, right? Because that's a straw man. We don't say water doesn't curve. We say large bodies of water at rest don't curve. But you tricked the kids with a magic trick, didn't you? It was a straw man. And you know what a straw man is because you're highly educated.
I've never.
So you
I've
know
never
that
heard
was a
myself
trick,
say,
right? That's Oh, I've heard you say it. That's sophistry, right?
Well, the only time I've ever said water definitely curves is when someone says water doesn't curve. That's the only time I've ever responded to that argument, is when someone has said those words.
Yeah, but who said that? Like, that's a straw man.
Can't remember
That's
every
a straw
single
man.
conversation I've had. I've definitely had people say that to me.
It's just like Magnetic Field said. Nobody ever says water doesn't curve. We're saying
that's
large
fine.
bodies.
You obviously didn't hear me pick a fight about that particular subject right now. I didn't say anyone here said that. I'm not sure what exactly you're getting at right now.
So did you or did you not teach the kids about the water droplets proves flat Earth is wrong? Because I remember you saying that.
Water droplets prove flat Earth is wrong. I don't think I've ever said that phrase before.
Okay, well, if you could phrase it any other way to make it make sense in your head, because I specifically remember you telling me that you're in academia, right? And you get to teach the kids or decide how the kids are taught, and you openly talk to them about flat Earth, and use water droplets and surface tension to debunk a straw man of the flat Earth claim.
I don't think I used water droplets and surface tension. Usually when we talk about things like flat Earth, we do things like Socratic seminars where students take positions. I have them research the position. I have them listen to people like Nathan Oakley and Quantum Eraser and down the rabbit hole and Jeranism and say, okay, bring your arguments. And I have other kids argue for and other against, and you get to decide what team you're on, and you research and you bring your arguments. It's pretty straightforward.
Don't be a wizard, bro.
It's not very much wizardry.
It's only a little bit. We still haven't learned how R.C. Meisty measured the curvature of the Earth. So for the audience, we've been waiting. It's been about 2 months, maybe somewhere in between, like 2 months, maybe more. Anyway, we asked him the question. It was that long ago, and he said there's 16 terabytes of information from a website. I think he picked it out from NASA, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
and then handed it over to the live stream and said, there you go. That's how you do it. And we asked him specifically, once he gave us that giant elephant, right? We said, where in this 16 terabytes of data does it show that you can measure the curvature of Earth? He then reasserted that it's all there. So he didn't specify. So therefore, we were still trying to say to him, how do you measure the curvature of the Earth? And yet again, R.C. Meisty does not produce. He has not produced yet either, and we are waiting for him to go through the first question of how can the curvature of the Earth be measured? By what method?
To be specific, I gave you 16 terabytes of data that coordinate all distances and directions between about 4 meters squared on the surface of the Earth. And that's what that 16 terabytes of data was. And I said, using all of this data, if you plot together all 16 terabytes, you can understand all distances and directions between all 4 by 4 meter places on the face of the Earth. And by doing so, you know its shape. It's a sphere.
So step 1, don't give any answers. Is that how we do it?
Oh shit!
Stay as ambiguous as possible. Is that how you guys? I mean, because if it was me,
how that's ambiguous.
It's ambiguous. Tell me exactly what I need to do. Step 1, go outside. Step 2, do this. Step 3, like you're not doing that. You're just saying, well, if you measure something from a distance and you do this and you do that, there you go. Like you're not telling me what I need to do.
Okay.
Are you?
Okay, so step 1, download the 16 terabytes. Step 2,
Look at it, right?
No, listen. Step 2, you can download Anaconda, which is a data processing program. Step 3, you can look at each entry inside of that, so those 16 terabytes of databases, which plot point by point and 4 by 4 meter squares the surface of the Earth. You can then use a program called MATLAB and plot together each one of those points with measured distances and directions that were measured by INSAR. And after you plot together each one of those directions, you can go out and verify any subset of those 4 by 4 plots to check against, is this data set correct? You can do it in the ocean, you can do it on a lake, you can do it in a city, you can do it on anywhere on the face of the Earth, and say, based on where this data plot is, and based on where that data plot is, measuring the distance and direction between those, is this data accurate? You will find that not only is the data accurate, but that when you plot it together, it creates the surface of the Earth, which is shown to be a sphere.
So you're saying that
helpful?
No, not really. So you're saying that for 1,000 years, the people knew that the Earth was a globe because they were using computers?
That's not what I said.
Well, I'm asking you because it seems like you're measuring the curvature of the Earth via computers, programs, and whatnot.
No.
And now,
you can use a computer program to plot it out. You can plot it out.
So what if you don't have a
You can plot
computer?
it out by hand if you'd like. You can plot it out
No,
by
I'm talking about how did they know that the Earth was curved about 1,000 years ago? Didn't they know that the Earth was already a globe that long ago?
Oh, well, I'm not making arguments based on 1,000
Well, it's not about you making arguments. It's about the claim, RC. The claim is that the Earth has been a globe for over 1,000 years already, been known to be a globe. Now, what you're talking about, it's high-level wizardry. You're inputting information it's inputting information into a computer that has already set program the way things should be. Like, and you're just punching in a bunch of keys in there and putting some info.
I ask you
You're not going out.
Go out and no, hold up. I ask you to go out and test any given place based on where these 16 terabytes of data after you plot them out. And by the way, you don't need a computer. You can plot them out by hand if you want, right? Just take you a while. Now, the point is that I ask you and I instructed, go out and test any given 4 by 4 meter square and say, distance and direction between this square and that square is supposed to be this. Is the data correct based on what I measure? The answer
So what are
is
you?
yes.
Yeah, all right. So what are you using to measure?
You could use a walking stick. You can use an odometer.
A walking stick? Did you just say you can measure the Earth with a walking stick?
You know how far your steps are, sure.
Okay, so let's measure the Earth with a walking stick. I think we're getting somewhere now.
Hey,
right?
Hey, Miggy.
No, you said that. I didn't. So
Miggy, listen. You went around what I told you. Is that
no, I didn't. I'm actually repeating what you said.
You can go out and you can measure any
with the walking stick.
With any distances and directions that you want.
With the walking
based
stick.
on the 16 terabytes of data.
No, we're not worried about that anymore. We're going to measure the Earth with your walking stick.
I gave you 3 different points. I said a walking stick, odometer, whatever you want.
Stick, right? He's saying
no. He said a walking stick.
No. Well, yeah, right. He said walking stick because he's basically telling us that if we consider the distance between point A to point B, then we can calculate. That's the second part that I'm about to say. That's what we want to know. How you measure between point A and point B. What's the method?
Yeah,
sure,
kind of leaving that part out.
On the 16
but don't forget don't forget your walking stick when you say it, okay?
The 16 terabytes was measured using INSAR. That was the methodology that's used.
No, that's not using the walking stick. Go back to the walking stick.
Why?
Because I want to know how you measure the Earth using it.
I just said, I didn't say measure the Earth. I said measure it between any 2 4 by 4 meter points that you want and check it against the data. That's all I said.
With the walking stick.
No, you said, what are the ways? I said, Well, hell, you can take a walking stick. You can use a
Yeah.
speedometer. You can track
Yeah.
you can track it. You can use any method you'd like to check.
Rocking chair.
We can use a walking stick, man. I want to use a walking stick to measure the curvature of the Earth.
Dude, what I told you was you can measure the distance between any 2 points and check it against the data.
Yeah.
And
using
you
the
said,
walking
well,
stick.
what? I said, you asked with which method, and I said, any one you want.
Okay, tell us when that was done, Krusty.
When what was done?
Oh, yeah.
That the
What did
INSAR
that-
was
what-
the INSAR,
No,
the
what-
INSAR
no,
was taken
Ru-
between 2016 and
RC.
2018.
We're talking about when did the guy measure the Earth curvature with the walking stick? I want to
didn't
know
say
that
a
when
guy-
that.
I didn't say a guy measured the Earth with a walking stick.
Well, you
That's
said
not what
you
I said. No, what I said.
you can,
asked
right?
me- you said, how do you measure the distance between 2 points? And I said, shit, you can use a walking stick or an odometer, whatever you want.
Okay.
Any method you like that you find reliable, you can go and measure the distance between 2 points
All right.
to check
So
the data.
Okay, so first I want to know how
We're
to
not
measure the
trying to
curvature of the
measure
Earth with a walking
between
stick,
2 points.
and I want to measure the curvature of the Earth with the odometer afterwards.
Miggy, I
What?
didn't say measure the curvature of the Earth with a walking stick. That's not what I said.
Well,
You
that's
asked
what
me
I
how
want.
to- No, Miggy, I said, you ask how do you measure the distance between 2 points? And I said, you can use whatever method you like. That's you feel is accurate and reliable.
Oh, I can just make up my own.
Nobody asked that. Hold on, Miggy.
Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't hear Miggy ask that. That's
He
not, that's
asked,
not-
how do you verify
that's
the
not, that's
distance
not
between the 2
question.
points?
That's not question one.
No, hold up. He asked me, how do you verify the distances between the 2 points? And I said, there are multiple ways. You can get
I
out
don't
your
think I said
walking
that.
stick and you go. That's you. When you ask me, how do you go and verify this? I said you can measure any distance between any of these 4 square meters that INSAR has measured.
Miggy, ask him now with putting air inside.
should ask him the question again.
Yeah, I can repeat it, right? So I think the plot's getting lost here, RC. It usually happens when you start filibustering and going monologuing and whatnot.
I'm simply answering your questions.
Not really. You haven't really answered. Everybody's waiting for the answer. The punchline never came. So, all right. How can you measure the curvature of the Earth? Because now I'll say this right before I finish it. At about 1,000 years ago, they measured the curvature of the Earth without using computers and whatnot.
So straw
So-
man. I didn't talk about 1,000 years ago.
Well, no, I'm telling you, right? Because
Well,
the
okay,
claim.
I'm not making that argument. That's a straw man.
Well, no, it's not a straw man,
Yes,
RC.
it is,
It's not.
because that's not my
Listen,
argument.
it's not about you having an argument. It's about supporting a claim, RC.
Of course.
Listen,
and
no,
my
no.
claim is not about 1,000 years ago.
It's not your claim. It's the globe Earth, RC. Why do you keep putting? You're shouldering this information like it's yours.
Shouldering
It's-
anything.
Yes, you are. You think that measuring the curvature of the Earth, proving or providing
I'm shouldering my evidence that
providing evidence for the claim that the Earth has been known to be a globe for at least 1,000 years. You're thinking that it's your specific what you call it, like it's something that you got to prove. It's something that everybody listen. No, listen, RC Mice. It's something that everybody who asserts that the Earth is a globe has to provide evidence for. So you and everybody else who thinks the Earth is a globe are going to have to provide evidence for the claim that at least 1,000 years ago, right? The Greeks figured it out. So we're going to need to know. What do you mean no?
About Greek. I didn't make any claims about Greeks. I brought specific data to the table. I explained step by step how you can both.
Yeah, I know, but we're going to get you. Listen.
Verify it. If you want to bring in an argument from 1,000 years ago, like find someone else to make that argument because I didn't make it.
All right, so you're saying that
bro.
You're saying that you can't measure the Earth according to a long time ago. Those guys they didn't do anything, right? So they didn't. Nobody knew that the Earth was a globe. Nobody knew that the Earth was a globe, right? And up until recent times.
I didn't say that.
Okay, so
I simply said, here's the data I'm bringing to the table.
With what he gave you, Miggy, the data is basically giving points, right?
Mm-hmm.
So are you going to assume that it's a sphere and then plot these points around
No.
a geoid?
That was That was not in any of the points that I made.
What exactly? Because we're asking how
You cut out, Elijah.
how it's measured. How is your data showing us that it's measured, or is it making the assumption?
No, when you plot 2 points and measure.
Look, I just asked you a specific question. I didn't ask you what you were doing, right? I'm asking either is this a measurement of curvature?
No, you're not.
or
You're not.
will you be
It's
assuming
measuring.
it?
It's measuring the surface of the
Well,
Earth.
then you're not answering the question.
Yeah, he's not answering the question. He does this.
No, INSAR measured the surface of the Earth. It's not assuming anything. And when you plot the points together, you're not assuming anything. You are just simply taking dot 1 to dot 2, distance and direction, dot 2 to dot 3, distance and direction. And there are 16 terabytes of dot 1 to dot 2 to dot 3 to
Hey, RC Micey.
Yeah.
Between dot 1 and dot 2, is that a straight line? Or is that straight line curving?
A straight line can curve, so saying a straight line curving is redundant.
Let RC Micey answer, please.
I did not characterize the nature of the line. I simply said you plot dot 1 to dot 2.
I know, I'm just asking a question.
Yeah, I didn't characterize the nature of it and don't have any claims around the characterization of that.
Yeah, this is what he does, Magnetic Fields. He doesn't answer any questions.
No, he asked me if I made a claim about it. I said I didn't, and he said, "Well, which one is it?" And I said, well,
No, that wasn't the first question he asked you. That wasn't the first question.
He said,
no, I think he needs to repeat his question. Are
they straight lines or curved lines? And I said I didn't make any claim whether they were straight lines.
See?
It's just a line.
Yeah, you didn't answer it.
All right.
It's either straight or curved, right?
Sure.
Okay, which is it?
Let's just say straight for fun.
There you go, Magnetic Fields. It's straight.
All right, the Earth is flat. Welcome to Flat Earth. Snacks on the back. DJ on the way.
I guess so.
Yeah.
I guess so. What a revelation.
We got RC Meister. Yeah, he's on our team.
Yeah.
I guess everything I was taught is wrong. I guess.
Yep. No, if the Earth were shown to be flat, it'd be great. No problem.
You just said it was flat.
It was. Yeah, you admitted.
I was being facetious. If you're not smart enough to understand being facetious, then
if
chill out, man.
the Earth was shown to be flat, no, mate, you got to show the Earth to be a ball. That's what the contention is, because that's all we ever experience, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
right?
my point
water.
is we measured the whole surface and
no
the globe.
You didn't look, Jedi. He's been doing this. He's kind of doing a bit of mental gymnastics and Jedi mind tricks. But now that the Jedi is here, you can, kind of get him because he's trying to use his little jazz hands over there in the corner, trying to get people's attention away from the actual question that's being asked. Now, Elijah asked him a question that he didn't get an answer for. Still hasn't. I asked him a question. I still haven't got an answer for it. And it feels like RC's not giving us an answer to the question, how has the curvature of the Earth been measured beginning from ancient times all the way up until today? So he didn't even, I asked him, so how did they do it a long time ago? Because it sounds like these guys have been knowing that the Earth has been a globe for at least 1,000 years. Now, he's saying that it's not my claim. I didn't make that claim. And I told him, RC Meisty, it's not about you saying that you said that the Earth had been a globe for at least 1,000 years. That's what the mainstream rhetoric is saying. They're saying that the Earth has already been established to be a globe for that long ago. So you're now then saying that, why are you putting that on me? Because anybody that claims the Earth is a globe needs to know how it's been measured to be a globe for that long ago. So he doesn't want to get into that, right?
Wait, why do they need to know that? Wouldn't a current explanation be good enough for current times?
No.
Maybe they had different explanation back then.
Well, we need to know. Okay, so here's the thing. If you don't, we'll get to the current times in a little bit, Matthew, but what I need to know from him is how he knows that it's been established to be a globe. Because if you don't know that information, then what's going to lead me to think that you're going to know this information? You know what I mean? You have to at least know what's been said and how they've done it, because these things need to be replicated, right? People need to repeat these things over again to verify if that claim is, is true or not. That's where we're at right now. We're trying to verify the information that supposedly they've concurred a long time ago that it's been a globe. So I'm trying to get RC Meisty to answer that question, but he does a little Glowbird shuffle every time we do it, and he says, "Well, that's not my claim. I don't know what you're talking about." Like, you need to answer the question. And if you don't know how the Earth has been measured to be have curvature from back then, just say I don't know, and we can hear your whatever answer you want to talk about how it's been measured now. But that's why I need to know. Do you know or not, RC Meisty? Simple as that. Just say yes or no. You know or you don't.
Sorry, I had to step away for a second. Do I know or not what?
How the Earth has been measured to have curvature for at least 1,000 years.
I know general things about ancient ways of measuring curvature, yes. I don't make any arguments about them.
General ways? You don't know specific ways?
Yeah, people did things like watching boats go over the horizon and things like measuring horizons.
You're muffled. I'm sorry, RC. Say again. What was the first one?
Watching boats go over the horizon, doing things like watching the horizon drop and stuff like that.
So they measured the curvature of the Earth.
Yeah, I'm not making any arguments about those things. That's not the evidence I brought to the table. It's not the thing I'm concerned with.
Well, we need to know. If you don't know, RC,
that's not my argument. So if you want to find someone else to make those arguments, cool beans. But I'm not.
Okay, so you're saying you don't know then, because I'll take that concession.
No, I
all
do
day
know.
long.
I do know.
Well, then tell me then. All right, then tell me then. You don't want to tell. Okay, so you're withholding information about how the Earth has been.
If you know them,
that's a lie by omission.
It is
discussing them.
You're not interested in discussing how they measured the curvature of the Earth, and you know how they have done it.
No,
so now you're withholding this information.
I'm not interested in measuring or talking about how they did it 1,000 years ago. I'm interested in the data I brought to the table now.
Why?
Because the data
I want to know why.
The table now is
no, I don't want to know about that. I want to know why you don't want to get into that information. And you said you know.
To the table now is more definitive.
Oh, so they weren't definitive back then. Thank you for that.
I didn't say they weren't. I said this is.
Oh, yes, that's what you said.
No, I said
they're more definitive now, right?
No, I said it's more definitive now. That didn't mean not definitive back then. That means.
So then, what is it? What? So it's more. It's either black or white. They figured it out, or they didn't.
He's trying to get both ways. He's trying to get both ways.
Yeah,
that was awesome. That was pretty awesome right there. That was really awesome. But no, you can't get that bias.
Yeah, did you guys hear that?
What did that actually do? Right, in these fucking definitive and fucking more definitive ways.